those qualification games. They weren't one of the invited teams from MRI or MRC, but they have shown potential, taking some maps, taking some rounds, finding themselves down here, though. They're going to be tough opponents, not just for anyone they have to meet, but for each other. We saw Alcancia. They did take a 3-1 versus All Business in Fight Night 10. They have the potential to beat these top teams.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of potential from the teams that are running around right now. They played some Cash Cups before Ignite kind of was fully qualified for. Speaking of which, it was actually Open Qualifier 2 that Fire Strays came from. Alcancia got through fairly early in a more stacked bracket. In Open Qualifier number 1, there was a second chance for 5 of our teams to come on through. Those were Yoin Khan, Double Carriudo, Low 9, Schmungus, and Fire Strays, who made it through in the second echelon. And so, like, coming into this, you might say that Alcancia are slight favorites, but that's also because Alcancia have a bit more backing behind them. Fire Strays themselves, it's a little bit of a mixed team, a little bit of a new one. A couple of, like, strays might well be the operative word here. People who couldn't find, like, spots on other teams coming together and really being kind of... they were coalesced, I believe, by Minty. Their manager was like, okay, you guys are playing together as a 6 now, good luck. And they kind of made it work real quick.
They were able to get through these qualifiers, like you say, in qualifier number 2, but they have had one of the roughest times to get here. In qualifier number 1, they did not make it through, as they did get knocked down. Then in qualifier number 2, they had to play against Yoinkanda, one of the other top teams who have qualified for Ignite in their qualifying game, taking a game off them, but being sent down to the lower brackets where they had to play against not OTPs, one of the hardest teams to prepare for because they have so many pocket picks, winning that in a 2-1. But then their first game was against Virtus Pro. We have seen heroes and villains with less motivation in Marvel Comics than these guys have.
Yeah, it's a little rough when your first game is up against VP. You're like, okay, cool. We're just going to take a mulligan on that one. It's a lower bracket run for us, unfortunately. We're going to call that one off for now. Like, both of our teams coming into this, like, we got high hopes for a lot of these players. I've been you and I actually cast some of Fire Strays' qualification VODs when we were practicing for Ignite. And I personally have been very impressed by Binary's Hulk in particular. I don't know if we're going to see much of it today, but I think that Binary is a very talented Hulk player, and it's kind of a rare addition to a Vanguard pool from an open qualifier. It feels like a lot of our Vanguards, they love the EMEA, they love the Groot, they love the Magneto, but very classic Vanguards that are often at the forefront of the meta. To have the pocket pick of a Hulk that's super effective could be a little bit of a, I don't know, je ne sais quoi, a bit of spice added to the Fire Strays draft.
We also talked about in that practice cast about how quickly they are able to adjust and improve from game to game, as they did struggle in those earlier matches, but did progress on. Alcancia, though, they will be our other team. They are looking extremely strong. We've already talked about Lindstrom and Healers. You mentioned it yesterday, being substitutes for Virtus Pro. We're going to have a look at the rosters for these teams so that we can go into deeper detail about some of these players. You were just talking about it yesterday, as we just mentioned. Substitutes for Virtus Pro, but also Lakaya has been around the scene for a while. They have been working away with yeah as an older iteration of Team 1, getting 5th to 6th in MRC Season 0, 3rd to 4th in the RTBF Sessions qualifiers, and then 2nd in the finals of that tournament. Got invited to MRI, where they had to play with Twisted Minds. They 2-0'd Dusty before finally joining Alcancia, but that Twisted Minds roster, it has some certain players who we will recognize on the second team in the form of Vale and Exo.
Yeah, Vale, bit of a flyer merchant. Here are some of our highlights coming through from the side of Alcancia thus far. In particular, I love to zoom in on Milk Boy. I think Milk Boy is a fantastic Vanguard player. Lakaya actually early on in the scene of Marvel Rivals, a lot of people lauded him as being kind of a little innovator on Groot. All of these people like placing Thornlash walls up like horizontally on walls above doorways. That was kind of a Kyra original for a while, as far as I'm aware. Kind of popularized that means of using the Groot to tax the entryways that teams would go through, rather than going for an isolatory wall instead of saving the Ironwood for that. Here are Fire Strays. And Vale, my flyer merchant, my wonderful flyer merchant, loves the Human Torch, loves the Storm, and of course has been picking up Ultron now that the new Flying Strategist has been released in Season 2.5. I highlighted Binary earlier, and I think that definitely is someone to keep note of. You can see playing the Hulk here, which allows for Whoops to come in and play a gamma boosted Namor, which is a real tough customer to deal with.
It's something that they do have that's a little bit more unique. As you mentioned, not many people playing the Hulk these days, but they still have the flexibility to go on to what is approaching one of the many, in EMEA at least, emerging metas. They've got that Punisher unlock. You've already mentioned Veil. They have the Human Torch, who is once again creeping up in terms of popularity. There are some tough matchups here. We've even seen them running in with a group matchup of their own when we did cast them in our previous practice cast. There's so much flexibility in this roster.
Yeah, maybe they can also... We saw Araco in those highlights as well.
True.
Could be a little bit of a... maybe mess with how things are going map pick, because teams were going to have scrimmed that map as well, given that it is a little bit newer. And when you're going up against teams that have that maybe have a little bit more backing behind them, that have been together longer, that have been competing for a while, maybe you want to just throw in something a little bit different. Go to Araco, where maybe the scrim time is a bit more equal between the newer team and the more tenured one. It could be something very different when it comes to like getting a leg up on the competition. I think we've already seen some value out of Araco picks so far when it comes to surprising the opposition, but that requires losing a map, you know. Like, you gotta lose a map before you get to pick the next one. Maybe you could just roll through the 2. You don't have to worry about Araco. That would be the easiest way to do everything.
The simplest solution is just win. Just do it. Just push on in and get your maps. Don't worry about where you're going. But you did mention it. We have the new map Araco, and at the same time, the new hero in the form of Ultron. Teams are already feeding out the hero. The map we're seeing a little bit less often, but who knows how that evolves as we do progress into these lower bracket games. Remember, these are important ones. These are the ones that will decide who gets those final spots. They'll be fighting for that if they win, but if they lose, it's over. You are out. You're going to have to wait until the next stage.
Yeah, it's going to be very sad days for one of these teams, and another will have to progress deeper into our elimination bracket and face progressively tougher teams to get into our top 8 who will reach the EMEA playoffs. It's a dog-eat-dog world out here, Tetra, but one dog's got to be king eventually, and that means we've got to whittle out the week, as it were. Fire Strays versus Alcadzia will open up our day here at Marvel Rivals Ignite EMEA. You couldn't ask for a more hype matchup as we get into our advanced pick and ban.
We are heading into our first map. It is going to be Hell's Heaven for our first matchup here between Fire Strays and Alcadzia. Winner moves on to play against Team Peps. Loser is out, and it is going to be the double Magneto bans followed by the double Emma saves. Before this matchup started, I did a quick tabfication, thanks to our production for keeping these numbers for us. So far, the character with the most bans is Loki, followed by Luna, and we'll likely see that continue throughout this draft. But underneath them is Magneto, with 38 times being banned. The person protected the most is Emma, with 36, with the next highest being Punisher with 17, under half the amount of times protected as Emma.
Now, and here we are. I was going to pick up on how the ban that came out the most yesterday, or at least the most effective ban in my opinion, was the Cloak and Dagger. It really forces these kind of weird strategist comps, maybe making a team lean into like an Ultron Mantis Rocket Raccoon or Ultron Mantis Invisible Woman trio, and that's going to be probably the counter ban on the Cloak and Dagger. You don't want to be in a position where your enemy team has better strategist ultimates than you do. You're like, okay, you want to play this weird, we'll play weird, baby.
Like, these bans and picks are pretty similar so far, but in the actual building of the composition is where we're immediately seeing a split, with the Groot being hovered over as well as a Storm for the side of Fire Strays, whereas Alcadzia are looking to lean more on that Punisher and Wolverine, potentially expecting that Groot.
Yeah, we spoke to Insomnia yesterday after their game against Peps, and they believe that the damage boost for the Punisher is a very valuable assets, and like how Storm gets a bunch of value simply from existing in the proximity of the Punisher and allowing him to reach breakpoints against strategists when it comes to overall damage output, and really taxing the movement of Vanguards who don't have that permanently available shielding like a Doctor Strange.
Time
We're starting off with the armor up for both teams, utilizing the team up between the Penny Parker and the Rocket Raccoon so they can get the 50 bonus armor for their teams. And of course, Alcadzia will be trying to focus some of those jump packs, or at least one of the jump packs, onto the Wolverine, as Helis will be looking for an early pickup.
Helis, one of the quintessential Wolverine players of EMEA. The other likely to be team captain, if I had to guess. Oh, Kai might actually go for an attempted mugging portal here. Perhaps Helis can just dash on through, instantly get a kidnapping through the portal. But instead, we're just going to prioritize getting location on the point right here. There's actually a second portal coming in from Deppy, instantly just taking away that high ground and getting a preferential position for the beginning. Great force physics drags down Fire Strays onto the low ground, forcing the rest of the team to relocate to support their stranded Vanguard.
One person who doesn't have to worry about that low ground, though, is Vale. You called it earlier, the Flyer Merchant on that storm, looking for some early pickups. Needs to be careful of the flanking Wolverine, but will be able to escape ever so barely as Helis gets completely slumbered by the Mantis. Able to get behind that Guardian barrier, though, gets healed up and will get away. Deppy will be the first to fall.
So, real Binary Jeff reveal right here. I'm quite surprised by it. Binary, usually one of the Vanguard players for Fire Stray, swapping over onto his strategist, of course, to help allow for that Jeff-Nado combination to be dealt with. Tilt here has to be careful with how they're going to be using their Final Judgment, as it's one of the main ways of burning through the Jeff-Nado and countering it out when your strategist ultimates are going to be a lot less useful.
Triple strategist, double duelist, solo Vanguard coming in for Fire Strays. Alcadzia sticking with a more standard 2-2-2 setup here. But again, it's all about the timing. Helis again not finding the quick isolation, because they do have to push forward at least a little bit to take some of the pressure off of Micaiah, who will get healed up nice and quickly, but they're getting targeted down. In comes the Omega Hurricane. Will this be a Jeff-Nado to try and burst through? No. They will. There it is, dropped right at the end to extend the duration. Invisible boundary and completely sniped, taking out Vale.
Perfectly played by Tilt, as well as the backup coming through from Lindstrom, erecting that invisible boundary to make sure there was enough sustain for the Punisher to stay alive and keep on kicking out that damage. It was perfectly calculated to deal with Fire Strays' Jeff-Nado.
Trying to go for that huge burst early on in these fights, but Alcadzia are on point already. They've got these defensive abilities. They still have the Soul Resurgence and that Eye of Agamotto. Fire Strays, they have charged up their own Final Judgment and are about to have their own Soul Resurgence, so can try and rush in with that damage boost and commit to a big engage. And of course, Punisher immune to that Eye of Agamotto if they do decide to dive in here. Final Judgment gonna be dropped with the damage buff. Eye of Agamotto to the back line to try and protect them as they push on through.
Unreal onto Kai. Remember, in this Soul Resurgence, there is additional movement speed, which is why Whoops is being able to haul around even during that ultimate. Multiple players could get mind controlled here. Deppy seducing all and sundry who dare to gaze into the eyes of Emma Frost, and Fire Strays, after investing all of the resources they had to hand, finally flipped the point.
On 99%, it's only going to take one recap for Alcadzia to lock in on this first round of domination. Currently, 4 final hits for Whoops there, and they are trying to push back in. Tilt leading at some huge damage to try and punish Fire Strays for anyone who stays out of position for any second too long.
Second there. Anything is seen here. It might be time to roll on through. Last Stand grabs multiple players, and Helis has no intention of stopping, just rolling forward with absolute rage in the middle of his bones. Alcadzia should be able to cap here. It's going to be an attempt to try and potentially TP back. No, Fire Strays don't have the time. They're going to call this one right here.
Back it out. Don't want to build any ult charge for Alcadzia heading into round 2. They just retreat and are going to wait further back in the spawn so that they can prepare for Super Soldier Factory to try and bring this back in the reverse sweep of game number 1. And that Wolverine, we know how strong it can be. It hasn't actually been targeted too much, or at least as much as some of these big key characters we pointed out earlier, but does still make appearances in the protections for exactly this reason. Percentage damage, crowd control, the ability to remove and break siege lines. It is such a strong character.
Okay, so we've got a different dynamic coming up here when it comes to the Jeff-Nado that Vale and Binary have available. Yes, Tilt is going to once again have a Final Judgment to try and burst it down, but it's going to be lacking an invisible boundary. Maluki's Soul Resurgence, not a great support for the Punisher ultimate because it's not CC immune, and therefore the Mantis can get sucked up and all of that healing will go to waste. So here, Tilt needs to be either completely on it when it comes to shutting down that Storm, or maybe Alcadzia just take a mulligan on the fight with a Jeff Nader and we're like, okay, we don't have the resources to deal with this, we just won't dump.
Maybe worse.
They're going to be splitting off very far, multiple people in multiple different directions so that they can flank onto Fire Strays when needed, as Fire Strays will take the more aggressive point position. Maroon talks about it. Alcadzia with the flank on the high ground to make it much harder for Fire Strays to stay down there without being punished.
Healer strapping from behind. The other way to try and shut this one down would be to get... Oh, great shutdown. Making sure that Binary is able to actually allocate themselves onto this Jeff Nader. It's an absolute reign of terror here from Vale. That's my Flyer Merchant. Raining from above. Aerial supremacy is maintained by Strays.
Exactly what we were looking for, exactly what you said earlier. They didn't even burn the final judgment. They know that there's nothing they could have done to stop that. They just let it go, take the mulligan, and are portaling back in for the reinforcement, for the retake, to not give any chance for Fire Strays to breathe and build charge. Moving in immediately with the final judgment and the Soul Resurgence, trying to focus onto those frontliners, try and take out the Emma. Here's the counter with the invisible boundary from Fire Strays. Quick drop to the low ground to keep Tilt up as Whoops is cleaning up right now, but they've only been able to get Tilt so far, and everyone else is in the backline. Finally, they will get healers who swaps to the magic for that dive.
Oh, the Whoops' aggression is so well rewarded here. Big investment of the portal. Kai thinks it's winnable. I mean, Kai may have a better read than me. Already grabbed two, but I feel like just does not have the resource to try and make this one work. Deppy still has a nearly fully charged Sonic Beam. And Fire Strays are able to clutch out off the back of that. Maybe Kai is going to swap away from the Doctor Strange here after having used that portal, and that's why they've chosen to use the Eye of Agamotto. It looks like they're going to actually stick to it. Healers on their third hero of the round are going over to the Winter Soldier, which is going to be a little bit better for trying to shut down Storm. That tainted voltage will knock her right out of the sky.
Get some shots onto Storm. If they can land a bionic hook onto a solo Vanguard, it could be effective, assuming that Emma Frost is not in that diamond form. So they're going to look for an aggressive psionic seduction from the backline. Invisible boundary, but wiped off the board. Deppy is cleaned out by Maluki. Kaya gets Vale, and this time Alcadzia are cleaning up the fight one by one, forcing Binary into a full retreat. Exo's getting chased down, will get finished off by Kaya.
All right. Excellent catch of the aggression from Fire Strays there by Alcadzia. Lindstrom just brings up the invisible boundary behind Deppy, making sure that Fire Strays' strategist had no idea where that Vanguard was. So we're only getting that little ghost every couple of seconds to try and update the position of Deppy. The healing couldn't be delivered, and so Deppy was isolated and destroyed. And then there was no space for Vale to work with. But once again, the Jeff Nado's ready to go. Tilt and Lindstrom are far behind on the counter ultimates here, so it might well be another mulligan fight, but you need to get aggressive to try and outpace Fire Strays.
The Kraken impact coming in early. Everyone is so low, but they just can't find the reset. Able to escape. Omega Hurricane. Jeff Nader to push on in. And they are cleaning up 2-3. Looking for the fourth. Lindstrom is melted. Milk Boy is all that's left and is wiped off the board. Fire Strays take back control. It is 82-46 right now in favor of Fire Strays. Alcadzia, they still had that Doctor Strange. They lost the Eye of Agamotto. They swapped off it in order to get the cap in.
Yeah, the portal was used earlier on to try and get a fast fight after the Jeff Nader, and so it's not off cooldown now. Instead, just going for the speed and longevity of the cap, who can do this all day. Coming in from the other side, Healer's actually moving through on the Human Torch, being able to do this all day. Whoops already managed to take down Maluki. She's not going to be part of this fight. Yeah, Kyra is starting to get this back cap, but their team around the 3D peak, they can simply see every other member of Alcadzia being turned to dust before their eyes. Fire Strays are going to equal us up surely.
Kaya runs off the edge. They know they're not going to be able to hold this again. Don't give any ult charge over. They go down, and that is going to be 1-1 in this game. Number one, we are starting to see Fire Strays creep on back in. We saw Alcadzia, though. They've swapped over to the Torch, as you mentioned. They've got the Captain America. Do they stick with this or go back to what they were running before? Looks like at least the Doctor Strange will be making a return.
Okay, so now it's decision time right now for Alcadzia. Tilt and Lindstrom, they're synced up on their ultimates, but they've been desynced from Vale and Binary. The Final Judgment and the Invisible Boundary is a consistent and strong counter, probably the only one available at the moment in these compositions to the Jeff Nader.
for now.
And if you don't save those, they've lost every fight against Vegefinator that they've not been able to counter. Do you decide to take like the first fight with a fairly difficult to beat high output Punisher ultimate, then try and out-generate Fire Strays when it comes to these ultimates just by leveraging the defensive position? Or do you hold on to these ultimates?
Well, they're certainly going for an aggressive opening, at least trying to get onto the point, claim the position. This may be a show that if they're going to wait for Fire Strays to push up, they may burn that final judgment to keep hold of this here, as we see Alcancia make their way to that point, holding it as Fire Strays rotate up to the high ground to try and break it that way without hyper-committing.
Oh, Helis has played a little bit of everything in this already so far. Veil and Binary, the sword of Damocles that hangs over it. There's a Venn diagram of healing that comes on up. Helis manages to get a right click onto somebody. Oh, the damage amplification. It's so much to try and deal with. Tilt is just pushing out frag after frag from the final judgment. And while Kyoshis will come up close and punch his lights out, there's little more that can be done.
But they did exactly what you said. They burnt the invisible boundary. They burnt that final judgment. And we are currently at 94% for Veil on that Omega Hurricane. Binary, 82% for its Jeff. And they will have a soul rejuvenation, which is at least some kind of extra protection if they decide to commit to this. Fire Strays could try and wipe the board again, but there is at least one counter Omega Hurricane to try and deal with those backliners.
Previously, Alcancia, the decision they've made is to actually play aggressively and roll the initiative, but this time it's Veil who goes first. Will you try and do a Mega Hurricane on top of a Mega Hurricane? It would certainly be an interesting way to try and deal with this one. Out comes the Eye of Agamotto. Milk Boys managed to make it work in the back. Finally, they found the counter. Omega Hurricane versus Omega Hurricane. Just getting that overhealth from Maluki was more than enough for Veil to win out the Battle of the Winds.
Nicely done. With that extra bonus health, with that extra damage, they focus onto it. Omega Hurricane, some insane single target damage. If you can get directly on top of someone, you know exactly where that Omega Hurricane Jeff Nato is going, and you can't be pulled up while in it. It is a great idea, a great counter, and it's allowing Alcancia to hit 60% as they try to hold the point. Fire Strays, Deppy leading the charge with this Mind's Aegis. They are starting to run low on time, but they do have the Psionic Seduction if they want to try and commit for another engage.
Oh, they're in real trouble here, Tetra. This needs to be huge from Deppy. Their trump card is gone and they do not have control. Milkboy matches when it comes to the Psionic Seduction, and Kai just flicks that shield up and down whenever it's needed. It's down to Whoops to try and make it work into the invisible boundary that was brought up by Lindstrom, and they just don't see any targets before them. Not willing to go inside the bounds of invisibility because it would cut them off from their strategists and Fire Strays. It would appear that their cheese has been counted for now. Alcancia found the answer, and the teleporter's coming in.
With overtime ticking down, Binary rushing in alone to try and buy the extra time, but Tilt has timed the final judgment. Invisible boundary for at least some kind of protection. They do not have the vision, but the damage output is still good. Woods came in with a Spider-Man for quick reinforcements, but Veo has taken down Tilt. Exo is down, Kyoshis is down, Helis with the Omega Hurricane is cleaning up the counter. Engage is currently at 2 for 2, but Woods is starting to get focused down. Everyone else is off the point, and that will be Alcancia taking round number 3 and game number 1.
Oh, the brutality of Kaya getting both the Storm and the Jeff with a single release of the Maelstrom of Madness as well. They're about 20% short of being able to get that ultimate combo and maybe clutch out the fight. But what adaptation midway through this series by Alcancia to use that target focus of the Omega Hurricane, which is not CCable, cannot be absorbed by the Jeff Nado, to take out their greatest nemesis, which up until then had been Fire Strays' greatest weapon.
But also a big focus onto Tilt here. You called it. They've been saving their ultimates. They did time it quite well. Easily topping the damage chart there with 20,000. That is a solid 7k more than anyone else in the game. Sorry, 3k more than anyone else in the game. And just melted every time they were able to time it effectively. But it was all about syncing it up with that Jeff Nado until Alcancia was able to find another solution.
Yeah, so the mechanics of how you use Invisible Woman and Punisher versus the Jeff Nado is that, yes, the Invisible Woman will be dragged up into the Jeff Nado, but Punisher is CC immune during the final judgment. So if he can stay inside the invisible boundary, which will stay up while Invisible Woman has been eaten, he will be able to deal with the ticks of damage that come through from a Jeff Nado and be able to burst it down with its meager HP pool. Because while Storm gets a little bit of overhealth, she's a very easy target while inside that Nado, and it's just easy to burst them down using the Punisher. So that's why we constantly had to bang on about you need X and Y ultimate together to try and counter the Jeff Nado.
You just saw in that replay just how strong it is. Vale absolutely cleaning up everyone in their way here. There's the final push from Alcatia in that round number 2. Fire Strays able to time it more effectively that game. Alcatia, we talked about how Fire Strays can adjust as time goes on, showing that they are able to as well. And Tilt really earning some big kudos here from everyone who is watching, just out of how effective they were able to play, the target choosing. Anytime they were needed, they were there.
Crazy impressive, honestly. And I think that Fire Strays actually overplayed my estimations as well. They're doing incredibly well here against Alcatia. I love how many heroes Healers brought out, by the way.
Yeah.
Great, massive hero pool. Like we kind of know Healers as being a bit of a magical Wolverine enthusiast, likes those melee heroes, but also brought out the Winter Soldier, played some Human Torch, played some Storm as well, and actually reacted to the call from a team that, listen, we need our own Storm ult to fight their Storm ult. That's how we're doing this, because we're out of sync on our primary counter. And going up against Vale, who's probably one of the best Storms individually in EMEA, managed to hold his own. Great job by Healers.
Now we've got to wonder how they will adjust going on. For starters, incredibly creative drafts, running the Jeff as a second Vanguard, quote, third strategist, quote, just something. Running that solo Vanguard compositions, we were talking about them coming in. They're starting to creep up, sometimes with the Magneto and Wolverine, this time with the Jeff as the filler. We're going to see what the teams do as we are heading into a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with game number 2.
이루어지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 손들 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면 어둠이 떠 날 때까지
The Strays have come to play, but Alcadzia is cosplaying Animal Control right now, with Hell's Heaven going their way, having found themselves some reliable counters to the Jeff Nado. And now the question is, for Fire Strays, do you continue investing in the Jeff Nado gambit, or do you have something else up your sleeve?
These are the questions when you have that damage boost from the Mantis, the Storm for that bonus health to try and counter it out, the Invisible Woman Punisher combos. We have seen that Alcadzia have seemingly zoned in on these options to deal with it. Do they adjust? Do they double down? We'll be finding out, because our next map will, of course, not be a domination, so there's going to be a little less brawling and more actually having to break siege lines.
Yeah, like without it being an all-out fight all the time where it's just run into each other and grug out as hard as you can, you have to have a little bit more exact fight planning, because you've got to plan for like 2 fights in the future, 3 fights in the future. What are we going to use to break this particular choke point? Are we going to be able to roll up and try and get some staggers to control a certain amount of space? Hall of Jalia is going to be where Fire Strays have chosen to bring us. They got to choose the side as well, I believe. So they have actually chosen to get the second ban, and their first protector is going to come slightly later.
So far, though, everything is looking pretty familiar here. Magneto bans, Emma protects, Loki bans, and we will likely see Fire Strays protect the Emma themselves, unless they do have someone creative. They could, in theory, if they're not worried about tank bans, try and pick up one of these strategists before they just get sniped. But no, sticking with the same format that is starting to fall into a pattern for EMEA.
Yeah, like, weirdly, EMEA and NA kind of have a handshake, except opposites. Like, they always ban Emma first and protect Magneto. We always ban Magneto first and protect Emma. Which one's better? That's down to your personal preferences. Of course, everyone's making sure that Loki Luna is not going to be on the docket. But now we get into this is the personal touch of the pick and ban phase. And of course, here in our advanced bans, Tetcher, the bans are only for the other team, which is why we often see these mirrors of like, okay, you can't have Luna, so we're going to make sure that we can't have Luna either. And now we're seeing that third ban once again of the Cloak and Dagger. So we're likely going to see a return ban on the Cloak and Dagger. At the moment, the meta seems to be, as of about 20 hours ago, you ban Cloak and Dagger third and just force these weird strategist compositions. It's 20 hours old. It's essentially written in Mithril at this point.
It really is. If you look at the stats starting from yesterday, Cloak and Dagger, they had 3 bans on domination maps, 1 ban on convoy maps, and 2 bans on convergence maps. That is a total of 6 bans total across all the games, compared to the stats we were just talking about earlier, the 45 Loki bans. It is the rise of Cloak and Dagger in these drafts.
Just trying to get rid of that eternal bond. So difficult to deal with. It lasts a while, and of course gains a huge amount of territory and space for your team. That means that you can make some very audacious plays without the administration of the Vanguards having to buy that space for you by trading their health pool or their utility for all of that juicy space.
Now, this is a bit more of a cheeky call, nothing too analytical here, but of course this is one of the maps where you can see penny bombs trying to snipe across the map, and we're seeing so many teams opening with penny to give their team armor when they are on attack. Will we see someone from Alcadzia attempting to launch these mines across the map, and will they be able to catch anyone as we are heading into game number 2? Can Alcadzia close this out, or will we see the comeback?
Oh, hello. Is that an Ultron I see before me? Exo's playing the Ultron. Interesting. And it's Whoops who's going to be on the Mantis. Okay, Aimer, I see you. Binary is going to be harassing the backline on the Captain. This is a very weird place to start doing a portal. Okay, show me what you're cooking, Kaya.
Kaya setting themselves up portal to rush round after they've already set up on the front line to try and force a positional adjustment, and they have successfully claimed this high ground against Fire Strays after trying to force them to fight on the corner itself. Vale is sieging in from the backline, though, after going for a wraparound.
Okay, just slowly eroding all of that space by making it inhospitable to have your feet there. Tilt, of course, is going to be a very big problem to deal with for all of these slides. For hit scan of the assault rifle, not to be underestimated, especially when Healers are sitting here, given that pocket damage boost as well as throwing out damage in their own right. For now, Binary continues to make sure that this high ground is inhospitable to any of the attackers grabbing onto it. And it seems like, for now, Alcadzia are actually in a less than ideal position. They've kind of been put into this little cove where they don't really have any way to go but forward, and so forward will be how they march.
Trying to push on in. You can see the wraparound of Exo hiding on the corner, sniping where they can, but it's the slow creep of Alcancia for the aggressive position. Binary pushes in, gets slumbered, and that's enough to set them up for the elimination as in comes the Rage of Ultron on the flank to try and burst through these attackers to get the counter pickable with Kyoshi's and Binary down. They are outnumbered and will have to back away, getting sniped on the retreat by Tilt, who is locked onto these flyers, taking out Vale with the help of Maluki as well, and they are not stopping.
Nasty tracking coming through there from Tilt, really showing off what an aimer can do. On the new and improved Punisher as of Season 2.5, he got 10 more bullets in his magazine, and each of the individual bullets has gone up in damage considerably, becoming a team-up anchor and getting a raw damage boost. So that's why you're seeing so much Punisher recently.
Extremely effective, like you've already mentioned, just doing so well against these flyers, so well against Groot, who was extremely popular up until quite recently and still does see a lot of play. You can see Maluki making sure that Punisher is always damage boost. Here comes Binary, slumbered immediately and absolutely countered out by Milk Boy. Final judgment for Tilt, capitalizing on the fact that they have the numbers advantage, pushing on in to try and take out the defenders, to try and push up even further. 3 bodies on the point and several bodies in the spawn.
So Alcancia, despite playing a similar comp, have actually changed up how they play their ultimates here, because they're no longer saving their invisible boundary for the Jeff Nader, which means Lindstrom can kind of use it as it is needed. Often going to be used to try and match Kyoshi's, but Kyoshi's actually has a significant advantage on the invisible boundary here. So Alcancia are going to be under-resourced for this one. Healers hangs out in the stratosphere for a moment before descending with a storm of the century.
I have Agamotto for the setup, sends them all, but it's too much healing. Binary healing up their team with that freedom charge there. Kyoshi's with the invisible boundary. That's enough to keep Fire Strays up through that Omega Hurricane, and enough for Vale to supernova, push on forward, and wipe out the attacking Alcancia. Fire Strays finally put a stop to this.
Interesting strat there by Kaya to go for the Eye of Agamotto, because I believe the Omega Hurricane can hit both the body and the soul at the same time for overwhelming damage. But Binary and Kyoshi's combining their own defensive utility to be able to sit through that. Kaya opens up a portal, and this is going to allow for a little bit of a wraparound, as well as that makeshift shield as well that can't be fired through, meaning only one of these angles has to be babysat by Kaya for now. The Rage of Ultron drawn on through. If anyone gets mind controlled here, they will surely be decimated by Exo.
They do lose their Emma Frost, who was trying to set up with that great extra psionic seduction, meleeing with Ultron there to try and deal with the forward front line of Alcancia. But Fire Strays will get zoned away a little bit. They're getting split up quite a lot as Alcancia are taking the center room.
Yeah, it's a messy 3v3, and attempting attacks with disengagement is Binary, finding Maluki on her exit. She's going to be returning to the spawn room, and now Binary just making sure there's no space to be found. Maybe a slightly unintended heroic landing there, but still, Vale's going to be able to clean out.
Fire Strays have finally locked in and have held this point extremely effectively. Alcancia, no portal. They're just going to have to march back in with this standard composition of the 2-2-2. They have 50% on that Omega Hurricane, 89, 90 now on their own side of seduction, 87 on the final judgment. So that will be the next trigger, trying to lock down their opponents and overwhelm them with the damage boosted final judgment. As Fire Strays, they will lose that high ground, but they're still making sure to keep pressure on it, especially with Vale, who is on the flank consistently.
Oh, this is going to be a nasty supernova. Vale's got them all in a singular place, trying to deal with a healing coming through from the Mantis. Whoops barely stood a chance, instantly evaporated before the dual miniguns of Franklin Castle himself. Till under siege, but you better believe that the invisible boundary is drawn on up to keep Frank as healthy as can be. And now for Binary, he proclaims he can do it all day. Unfortunately, he's spreading misinformation.
Up to the high ground Tilt, making sure that they can push on in for that final point. Potential for a culling turret if anyone could make it to the point, but no, this will be second point for Alcancia. Fire Strays down to their last defensive setup here. Rage of Ultron fully charged. They've been able to hold so effectively, but Alcancia final judgment is where they are breaking down these siege lines.
Okay, damage calcers, time to let me know. Can a single invisible boundary deal with the combined damage of the Eye of Agamotto with Helis's ultimate? Because Helis will be hitting them both. It's down to Kai to try and make the first thing happen. Oh, never mind, no invisible boundary. Just get picked in the neutral. Crazy play from Alcancia.
And Fire Strays are once again disintegrating. Whoops is able to back away. Alcazia only losing Maluki though, and that is Mantis. They have quite fast movement speed, so they'll be able to make it back extremely quickly. Not as quickly as Fire Strays though, as we are obviously right next to their spawn.
Oh yeah, the attrition's definitely in favor of Fire Strays right now. If you can equal out your frags, find the knockouts 1 for 1, you should be in a great position. Binary, just an annoying presence in the back for now, just opening the way for Exo.
Binary is taken down, as is Tilt. Exo will be sniped by Healers, who has that Omega Hurricane. They could once again go for this Eye of Agamotto Omega Hurricane. Once more bodies are out of the spawn point, this could be the final push. Portal gonna try and shut down the reinforcements by blocking off some entrances.
Okay, there are still 4 entrances though. It's not a hard lock like it would be on Yggdrasil Path. Kaya just going to be able to move in and block one of these more bodily than the others. The Eye of Agamotto still good to go. Out comes the defensive use of the Soul Resurgence. A big push comes through, and it still means that Whoops gets taken out. The Storm of the Century descends upon this, as even with the damage coming through from the Supernova, it seems too much to bear for Fire Strays as they whittle down to Button Ember and Alcazia burn bright.
The Omega Hurricane into that Eye of Agamotto did get forced physics, but was still able to catch 2 people into that storm damage, into a final judgment. There is very little, in fact, probably nothing in the game that can withstand that much overwhelming firepower. And as such, Alcazia claimed the triple point is now up to Fire Strays to try and mirror to send us to an overtime. Otherwise, their journey ends here.
Worth noting as well, of course, that Sonic Seduction does shut down. It gives an ultimate silence onto players who, even if they aren't seduced, are within the cone of effect and taking that tick damage, which can really mess with the fight planning of an enemy team when, hey, we want to combine these ultimates to try and have like overwhelming firepower, but suddenly you can't use them. Really does change up your calculus for how a fight works. For Fire Strays though, this is far from over. They may be facing elimination. They're looking down the barrel, but they still have some fight in them.
Yeah, it's currently on 14k damage, which is a solid 3k more than anyone else in the game right now. Just absolutely trying to target. Where Tilt and Healers, they're spread out almost exactly even in terms of final hits, in terms of damage. They are working it together beautifully right now. Fire Strays on the attack. There is an Iron Fist being hovered.
3, 2.
Okay, I do not approve. And there we go. Veil will not be disappointing me today. Back onto the Human Torch, of course, it has been very damaging thus far. Healer's actually going to potentially meet Veil up in the air, which will be interesting. I haven't seen too much of a Healer's Human Torch. It was only brought up momentarily on Hell's Heaven for the last fight on Super Soldier Factory before they lost out on that one.
Psylocke plus Captain America, a classic lineup for just trying to flank the backline, but now it has just turned into Psylocke as Binary will be returning to spawn, trying to go for the burst onto Healers, who will immediately use that Fantastic Force to heal back up. As we will see, the push of Fire Strays has been slowed down to a crawl, making sure that they regroup before they try and commit again.
Yep, just back to the drawing board. Don't want to waste any time taking an under-resourced fight here. They really are hoping that Whoops will be able to get a quick burst onto someone. Look at how Healers is using their 3D cam here, by the way. Completely, essentially invisible below the lip of that high ground. Saw Whoops coming, and so there's a good reaction coming through from Alcazia to make sure they aren't caught by surprise by that Psylocke.
Trying to get onto that Human Torch, trying to pick them out of the sky here. Kyoshis is getting targeted down extremely aggressively here, but will get healed back up. And Whoops is really trying to go for these quick blow-ups, and finally Tilt will take out Veil, as these teams are just trading shots back and forth.
All right, Healers down already. It's a great opening here for Fire Strays, and they want to pull the trigger. Maluki instantly activates for Soul Resurgence. She's going to be matched here, but moving around the back, it's going to be the final judgment coming through from Tilt. Tracking challenge looks to be going so well so far. Kyoshis and Exo both down and out for the count, but Whoop says it's not over yet. Binary falls to the Soul Sword of Magic as the soul of Steve Rogers is consigned to a briny grave below. He's going to be sailing Tartarus on his vibranium shield, but Whoops has no friends remaining.
Healers on the magic for the reinforcement to follow up on that portal for the counter assist to try and make sure they could contest this fight, as they're chasing down, trying to take out the flanking Psylocke. That is a huge stagger away from Fire Strays. They even brought out the Venom. They brought everything to make sure they could reinforce quickly here.
Yeah, a little bit of a mashup composition now from Alcadzia, but Exo seems to have not been too amused by the more eclectic comp that was brought to bear. Kaya still going forth on the Venom. These tendrils, they are a little bit nasty. Symbiotic resilience will allow them to survive a moment longer. And now Vale has to think about how they're going to make this entry with the Supernova. Isn't too much to try and shut it down. Maluki 20% away from a Soul Resurgence, but she could easily be overwhelmed if Vale full commits with that fantastic fall.
They have that Supernova, they have the Freedom Charge for extra bonus health, they have Defi with the Psionic Seduction. This will be the main engage tool here. Counter, all there really is, the Psionic Seduction is going to be burned early to try and make sure that they prevent a Supernova from coming in. Milkboy trying to get their targeting onto Binary in the backline, who will not even get pulled in, able to attack through Supernova to try and melt through Venom, but the healing is just too much. Soul Resurgence as Healers with the Dark Charge, trying to get up to Exo in the backline, but they're holding the line, but they're out of ultimates. It's a 1 for 3 in favor of Alcadzia with 30 seconds left. Dance of the Butterfly to try and get some counters. Will find one, but once again, Whoops is left alone.
They just don't have the sustain here. But as I live and breathe, I saw a competitive Marvel Rivals Ignite Darkchild. Of course, it instantly got slept and just left alone, so he didn't get too much done in that one. A brand new portal, a brand new fight. It's last chance saloon for Fire Strays. They could be the first team eliminated from EMEA if they do not pop off in this fight, Tetcher.
Bale on the flank, trying to get rid of the backline, making some room as we're seeing just the maximum delay out of Binary. Exo, Soul Rejuvenation for any kind of extra protection as Lindstrom, Invisible Boundary, is shutting this down. Tilt is slowly charging up, and if they get this Final Judgment done, this may be the end for Fire Strays. The Invisible Boundary of Kyoshin starts to tick down piece by piece. Final Judgment is charged, and the second they find an opening, we are likely going to see Fire Strays eaten off the point here, waiting for the last moment, and here we go, pushing on in to clean out the attackers, and Alcadzia have opened up the point, opened up their opportunity with the damage boost. Binary can't make it. That will be Alcadzia taking the 3-0, and they will move on in this lower bracket.
I asked Tilt what he feels when he guns down and eliminates Fire Strays. He told me, recoil. Is a excellent showing from Alcadzia. It was an unlucky beginning to their bracket going up against Rad Esports first. We know that Rad went on to eliminate, well, not eliminate, but knock Virtus Pro down to the lower bracket. Possibly the strongest team in Europe right now. It was not easy for Alcadzia, but going up against Fire Strays in the lower bracket, we're starting to see what this team is made of. More time together. The word on the streets were saying, Tetcher, the teams didn't want to stream Alcadzia because Alcadzia were learning so much and improving exponentially on a per scrim basis.
And that's exactly what we saw here. They faced a composition, struggled, adjusted, started winning. Faced a composition, adjusted, started winning, and then finally they were locked into the point that they barely lost any percentage, only getting it up to 90 on that final point here, as Tilt is just once again showing how viable and how valuable the Punisher is this season.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of Punisher target bans. A pro gamer move where you ban the Punisher and then protect it, so that you try and get a bit of a Punisher differential onto the enemy team. However, the meta does seem to have been shifting towards that Cloak and Dagger recently. It does mean that sustaining against the Punisher can be a little bit more difficult. Lacking that Terror Cape can shut down the ability for Punisher to try and find those frags through enemy strategist ultimates, but it seems like when you can track like Tilt can, you're not really too worried about it.
We've also got to shout out Lindstrom there. We saw a quick shot of the end screen there where they got 32k healing as the strategist Invisible Woman. You compare that to Fire Strays, who got just over 37k total between all three strategists. Lindstrom almost diffed them with just that invis.
That's kind of wild. Big value from Lindstrom. Lindstrom and Healer showing that they weren't just the substitutes for Virtus Pro. They were heavily skilled players in their own right. They're just waiting for a chance to prove themselves. Now, Alcadzia gave it to them. I'm not sure how this roster was constructed, as I don't know if they were playing together prior to the Alcadzia pickup. That's probably something we can ask in the interview later, as I want to get some of the Alcadzia lore but they definitely have brought a lot of different looks to the table. Still very impressed with what Helis is doing in terms of their versatility in the hero pool as well.
Fire Strays will now be eliminated, but there is always an opportunity for trying to earn another opportunity. There is always stage 2 to try and make your way to that global final. But for the mid-season, this is the end of the journey for Fire Strays. 07's in chat. It is now all about if Alcancia can continue their journey versus Team Peps is their next matchup coming next week.
Oh, that is not going to be an easy one. I think that one's far too early to call. And we're going to have to populate the rest of our lower bracket today as well. Unfortunately, say goodbye to 3 more teams. Our commiserations to Fire Strays, but I'm sure we're going to see plenty more of you as the Ignite season continues throughout the year.
I think you are almost certainly correct. They have many other opportunities. And of course, there is always more coming for Marvel Rivals Esports. There's more tournaments. There's always stuff. We've talked about how these teams have been playing in Fight Night. We talked about MRC is always around, which is happening right now as well while the games are going on this weekend. There is always more Marvel Rivals Esports. We are at just the beginning.
Yeah, like we're not even at the first level of the iceberg. We're sitting at the tip of the glacier right now. We have barely seen what EMEA has to offer. We're gonna hopefully be able to talk to someone from Alcadia real soon and get some insight into how that series went. I really want to know how their fight planning against Jeff Nado went, because like they had it sorted out, then they got desynced, and then like the quick adaptation. Like there is so much that this team is doing in terms of their fight planning and innovation. I have not seen a team go Storm to counter the Jeff Nado before. Oh, nice. We've got ourselves an interview. Let's have a chat to Helis and get some insight into how that series went. Awesome.
Sorry?
There we go. We're heading in. Hello, Helis. For starters, congratulations on that matchup. We have to ask for starters, the adjustment, I think Legday wanted this brought up in particular, the adjustment into the Storm versus the Jeff Nado for that extra protection. Who made the in-game call for that?
Me. I mean, actually, like, it was an issue because I didn't know what to play. Like, I was like, I'm playing Volve. They have like 1 tank. I was like, it's a bit weird. I was just like, I think I'm just gonna go Storm, and when she ult, I will just ult, and I will win it anyway because I don't think it gives damage. The Storm Jeff Nado combo. So I was just gonna Storm ult when she Storm ult, and that's what happened. So we regain momentum in Sun map.
We saw a bit of magic from you today, Helis, which is kind of a signature hero of yours, but we don't see much in competitive in general. What's the use case for the magic? What makes you think, okay, they'll trust me here, I can bring it out?
I think it's a lot of like little things. Let's say is like when you strange TP, you kind of want like a brawl character, and I'm good on magic, so I just want to play magic in that type of situation. Also, I think divers are really good against people when it's a very stressful situation, and I feel like magic burst damage is like really good in that type of situation where you're like you TP, everyone is like, oh, they're tipping, and then you're not like, oh, he's gonna play magic, he's gonna dive us or whatever. So I can like just go and like one type of support, or like just take advantage out of that. That's why I was like playing magic here. I just kept it because I didn't die, and I think it was really strong against their team comp also overall. I could do a lot. So yeah, that's why.
So you guys found yourselves in the lower bracket thanks to Rad Esports. What lessons did you learn from that? How have you adjusted heading into this series and now going into your next one versus Team Peps in a week's time?
Like what we're gonna train on, you mean?
Yes, please.
Or like, okay, so I think overall we will keep playing our style, which is like something around Wolverine, and like it's a bit basic. Like everyone is doing that right now. Is like Punisher, Wolverine, just like casual stuff. We have like some secret stuff cooked up, obviously, but I'm not gonna talk about that. But yeah, you will see new stuff for sure. I think we can do a lot. It was a good story.
I want some insight into how your team was generated in terms of your roster. Was there like a backroom person who was doing some scouting? Was it like you or someone else who got the team together? How did Alcadia happen?
Okay, so basically I got like a DM from my manager. That is my manager now. He told me that they are looking for a coach actually at the beginning for a team. So I wanted to join as a coach, and then the team didn't want to join the team. So he asked me, do you want to do like a team? You can play and etc. So I was like, okay, I'm just going to find people to play with. And I just like took like the good teams, like good people to play in the team. Like I just like picked up them one by one. Like Lindstrom was a bit like Lindstrom, for example, and Tilt were a bit a no-brainer for me because Tilt is like a guy I played with like since a while ago and he's really good. And Lindstrom was a sub in VP with me, so I just like, you know, like just come, like we want to beat VP, so just let's do it together and let's go. And then yeah, I just picked up the other teammates on the way.
So you guys are now, in theory, one series away from qualifying for the playoffs. Are there any teams you are really looking forward to play against? You mentioned you have some people who used to sub for VP. Would you like a rematch versus a matchup versus them, or is there anyone in particular you would really like to play against?
Well, so yes, like VP is like a team I really want to beat because it's like Nevix, CP are like my friends. So like we played a lot of other games together and stuff like that, and we were like playing a bit together a lot in the other season. So yeah, for sure I want to beat them. I'm a bit sad that they lost yesterday. Actually, when I was watching, I was kind of sad. But yeah, it's fine. We'll take the second one, I hope.
Word on the street is that you guys learn a huge amount from scrims every time you do them. That some teams are a little bit like, I don't know if I want to scrim out Kazuya because they're going to get so much better from it. In terms of like a percentage of power, like to 100% power of Alkazuya to like you're currently sitting at like 50%, how far along like the potential of Alkazuya do you think you guys are?
Okay, that's a good question actually, because like most of us, at least me, I think most of us actually, don't have like a competitive like experience in any of the game. Like I was just like, for me personally, I'm just like, okay, I'm like good at games. I just play them and that's it. Like this is the first game I go pro on. So I get like a lot of concept and stuff that I'm being taught about by my coach Myrick, that is doing a great job by the way. That is just like teaching me stuff that I just weren't thinking about, but just makes so much sense that just unlock us. Like actually when we started, like I'm gonna say something, but like doing turns, it's stupid, but it's like, it's so good. I don't know. Just like this basic concept. After that, we were like rolling a lot of teams for some reason. So I don't know. It's just that kind of stuff. I think we have a lot of like potential, honestly.
So with that reputation and that potential, we've already talked about it, you're going up against Team Peps next. Do you have anything to say to the audience, or in particular to Team Peps, or to your previous opponents, Fire Strays? The floor is yours. Okay.
I mean, for Fire Strays, I think they played good. I kind of like that Jeff comp, but I don't know if it works really. But I think they are playing good, honestly, because they had an issue when they wanted to qualify for Ignite. They had to like reform the roster a little bit, so it was a bit weird for them, I think. They didn't have a lot of like time to do stuff, I think. For Team Peps, well, like there's a lot of French people in that team, and I'm French too, and it's like they're a bit my friends too, you know. So I mean, I think we will beat them. I know they're watching right now and they're laughing, but DRP, don't forget, bro, I'm watching you.
Amazing. Thank you, Helis. It's been wonderful talking to you and wonderful getting to see your massive hero pool as well. Congratulations on a big competitive win, and we look forward to seeing you against Peps.
Thank you. See you guys.
All right, that was the one and only Helis. And, well, Alkazuya, they came and impressed today, Tetra. We weren't exactly sure where to put Alkazuya in terms of our power rankings after losing out to Rag. It was like, oh, maybe they just lost to Rag because it's Rad, you know? Like, Rad are just those guys. Let's have a look at how our bracket is shaped up now that we have completed our first elimination match here at Ignite EMEA.
They have some points on the board. You mentioned that Rad may just be that team, with Kazuya up against Peps coming up next week. And we talked about it. They said they might be looking forward to play against VP in the future and Peps. Well, good news. Next match against Peps for a little bit of French on French action. And VP are just down in the bracket. If VP win their next game and Alkazuya win theirs, they will both be qualified, but they will also have to face each other for those seeding points.
Oh, yeah, that would be a little bit of a lover's tiff, you know, considering that Lindstrom and Helis are coming from VP. People like, we've outgrown you, Dad. We've got our own house now.
Where did they get this good? We learned it from watching you.
Well, where did you get the goods? Let's get you some goods as well, because we're opening up the vault from 616 and bringing back some limited time costumes from across the Marvel Rivals verse. Of course, many of these came out in winter, and at the beginning of Marvel Rivals release as well. The Galactic Talon of Captain America and I believe Galactic Fang of Hawkeye came out during that first Season 0, during the Intergalactic Empire of Wakanda theming. I, however, am a big Snow Symbiote fan. I love to be Chili Venom.
Love the Chili Venom. I also love the magic. I talked about it when we last introduced it. Of this is the skin that Virtus Pro did bring into a lot of these big tournaments, so you can go for a little bit of roleplay there. And of course, we love a bit of Snow Rocket as well. Everyone loves a winter skin during the summer. But there is no cold matches coming up, only heat. So make sure that you stay in your seat. We have more matches coming up after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through time 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We just had what, despite the 2-0 score, was quite close in places for our first lower bracket game, meaning we have had to say goodbye to Fire Strays. And like they, we have to say goodbye to at least one more team coming up, and two more after that. We have so many goodbyes today.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a very sad day for some, and an elatorary day for others. Then tinged with fear after that, as you have a look at who's waiting for you in the next round of the lower bracket where you have to beat to try and survive. OG Seed versus 0% is where we're going to hang our hat for the next series. And well, OG have a pretty strong competitive history thus far in EMEA. They did pretty well in the Marvel Rivals Invitational, coming second, I believe, and getting a map or two off of Virtus Pro as well. But they picked up a new roster. The OG Seed name is very prophetic. They are intending for this roster to grow. They got players from, I believe, Earl Grey Tea was what they're competing under previously. I think they were playing in the Chronovium Cup, a cash cup in EMEA. And OG thought there was enough potential here that they were going to invest and look over the long term for this to become a top roster.
They had their first matchup versus Shmongus, which is a tough one to take to begin here, but they did their best, putting everything on the line. They're running that Punisher like most people are these days, and they were able to find big hits, but Shmongus is the IQ test. They pick stuff that most don't. It's harder to run into.
Yeah, the IQ check is a good way to put it, or at least it's the adaptability check, you know, like, well, when you go up against the Necros Black Panther, you've got to adjust real quickly, otherwise you're just going to get pantsed on. It happens. On the other side, 0%, another creation of the one and only Captain Line Pro, the most charismatic player in EMEA, some would say, the true leader, but Line Pro, previously played with players like Monk Mudder, like Melio, has done his own scouting this time, finding Legacy, Isidore, and Nairo, and trying to turn them into a competitively gargantuan team.
He is legitimately one of the most lauded players in EMEA. Third in MRC Season 0, third in MRI under Fnatic, 7th to 8th in MRC Season 1, losing to the team that came second to end up in that 7th to 8th. They proved they know how to build a team, know how to lead one with their experience in other hero shooters. This is such a good player who knows how to create something, and already they find themselves here in Marvel Rivals Ignite, but they had such a tough first matchup versus Berber Patapim.
Yeah, it was a real difficult one. Like, to be fair, like, as much as we love Line Pro, I don't think anyone was betting on 0% for that one. Like, Berber Patapim previously had been the team to take the VP the closest, and here's a quick look at how all of our teams are going to be utilizing Captain America. He can do this all day, Tetcher. Isidore, certainly we're going to be seeing plenty of him rolling around the convoy and making sure it don't go anywhere.
That freedom charge, you saw it in particular yesterday from Passimo. Here are just some of the key Captain America players. A lot of teams are bringing him out, but getting that quick burst bonus health on activation, while you see a lot of Caps just flanking, playing amongst their team for that 60 bonus health every second for teams, for players along the path for the rest of the duration of that ability, can be a game changer for keeping your team up, especially on overtimes, as you've certainly found out yesterday. And we have two teams, two players, Isidore and Hachiko. I always pronounce this one on Hachiko, who are insane on this Captain America.
Yeah, I've seen players bring out some very novel usage of the Freedom Charge as well, especially the knockback from Living Legend and Leading Dash during it. One of the most common things we see is just essentially right-clicking into an invisible woman to try and force her out of her own ultimate. The same can be said of a Cloak and Dagger. These AoE-based heals that come from strategist ultimates, you can't just try and remove the player from it, and then if you can frag them thereafter, the ultimate disappears and everyone else on their team is suddenly up the creek without a paddle, and they're like, okay, so I'm positioned here. I thought there was going to be a lot of heals. There are no heals. This is changing the calculus dramatically.
If you haven't watched that Insomnia Team Peps game, by the way, chat, you should absolutely go back and do so. Leg Day's voice, I'm surprised you even have one today. After that much hype, it was an incredible series. It was so good.
It was quite something to behold, and unfortunately, with Peps now being in the lower bracket, there's plenty of danger. Luckily, they're being tanked by Healers' team over on Alcadia, so you don't have to worry about the angry French mafia coming after you, at least for OG Seed versus 0%.
The winner of this match, OGC versus 0%, they have their own barricade to go past. It is all business who waits for them further in the bracket, but that is a future problem. Right now, the first issue is each other. They have had some rough matchups to get to this point, sending them down to the lower bracket, but with the experience of 0% versus the freshness of OG Seed, who will come out on top and get one step closer to the playoffs?
Playoffs is the gift that everybody wants to be opening this Christmas in June. Let's head over to our splash screen here. OG Seed looking to show exactly why they were the team that OG believed in, that OG picked up. Previously, OG had some of the members of Berber, Patapim, some of the members of Yoinkanda on their roster, but they chose this roster for a reason. Is that a Doctor Strange Protect as I live and breathe?
That is so early as well, when there's still Magneto and other options up, leaning into some favorites potentially for 0% here, and immediately OG are like, okay then, I guess goodbye Magneto, take that off the board, and they could even protect that for a one-sided mag if they choose.
Yeah, pro gamer move. Pro gamer move. You guys don't get Magneto, and we do. For one of the first times in EMEA, I think we had one yesterday where Magneto made it through.
Loki going to be taken out, not too surprising. That's at least going to remain quite standard. We have been seeing a lot of Strange, but that is so much due to the fact that so many of these other Vanguards are being banned away. 0% just with a little bit of a different targeting here, and Wolverine taken out as well. Wolverine insane into that Doctor Strange, preventing them from being taken away, but banning that away means OG are going to get one of the first Lunas in a while. Well,
I'm not going to say that I don't trust Line Pro.
Okay.
But this is a bit weird. it's a bit weird, fella. Well, it's going to be Luna on both sides for the first time in a while. I mean, I guess if you can make them use a ban on both Emma and Magneto, then you get the Luna. Is that the play? The ban on Captain America, though. There's going to be a lot of weight on Legacy's shoulders here. A Protect on Doctor Strange, who rarely catches a ban, is a big investment. Legacy needs to make good on being a Captain America carry.
With the Captain America being banned away by 0% against OG Seed, Adjico is looking for the Doctor Strange of their own, which they did not have to protect. It was just available to them, as it's not usually a target ban. So this is definitely some kind of preference-based situation. 0% are looking at a triple strategist composition, as Adam is at least being hovered here on Krakoa.
And Krakoa, we always start off on domination. This time it's going to be Krakoa, where our teams will wet their whistles for combat. Question is the Doctor Strange going to be hyper valuable? I haven't seen a Doctor Strange protected forever. He's a strong hero. Don't get me wrong. Often going to be... He's kind of the strongest of those who are left over, you know? After the Magneto and the Emma get banned out. Makes sense that you would prioritize banning the Emma, though, and not the Magneto, given that Emma can just grab Doctor Strange through his shield and really put him in a more vulnerable position. Or, it's just Arcane Order, Arcane Barrage. Hold up. Okay, well, this is going to get weird, and 0%, they might be channeling the spirit of Shmungus here to just make OG Seed confused and panicked.
And remember, it's Shmungus who did take OG Seed down to the lower bracket, early portal to take the more aggressive positioning, but it's high ground for OG Seed as they push forward with a Hawkeye, making the most of that Lunar Snow team up. Going to be looking for some lockdowns, which can prevent portals later in the game if you can hit the target.
Oh yeah, against the portal. Very valuable. Abu, who already grabbed. However, that extended cast with the rocket jump does mean it's easy to try and grab away the Wolverine. Still in a position where there's nothing to be done. Will fall down to Anaro's chaos control thereafter. Still, KQ is just freely spamming away with these arrows. The strongest Avenger continues their reign of terror.
best win rate in the MCU is the Hawkeye. They are locked in here, able to take control, clean out the attackers, and 0% are forced to regroup and prepare for their second assault here.
Inspired by Craggy, and did manage to get one of the only frags of 0% in that fight. Still, if you do not account for KQ's position, he will destroy you. The Hunter's Sight is almost ready as well, by the way. One of the fastest ultimates generated in the lobby. 6 also matching here. Very Season 0 looking composition from OGC, and seems to be working out pretty well so far. Dodging the incoming Wolverine leaps means that Abuhu will survive a while longer, but Hachiko not so lucky.
6 is on the flank, trying to get a turnaround, going in for a Goddess of Death with 2 people already taken down, but another Season 0 classic legacy with the Sephirim barrier to completely block that away, and now it's just the chase, trying to get onto the Hela, who does the Soul Siphon. KQ is back, they get the pickups, and OG still keep control, getting the flip. They're on 38 compared to the 27 of 0%.
You're just on such a timer. Oh my goodness, KQ 8-0 right now with 6 final blood. Oh boy, when you're going up against a Hawkeye this good, you are on such a timer during your fights, because if you wait long enough, KQ is going to find one of those headshots and deliver a frag.
Is pushing in, looking for that early aggression, using that Scarlet Witch Doctor Strange team up. They have every ult to 0%, but it's almost every ult. Only seen this Isaiah Makamoto from Hachiko in the backline. Wolverine going for the target, Media M to try and take out the Cloak and Dagger, but it is blocked out here, preventing that huge burst follow-up and allowing the healing. Wolverine with the last stand, but it's not enough for the finishing blow. KQ gets Frost Mountain, and finally that Magneto does fall.
Oh, a quick freeze coming through from that Lunar Snow team up. KQ falling low. Up comes the Invisible Boundary to keep that Hawkeye where they need to be. Greedy Nil stunned up, but the Invisible Boundary is just so much healing. They can't get it done. KQ is popping off on this Hawkeye. Oh, the Legolas cosplay, but I guess it's more of a Hawkeye cosplay in this case. OGC leverage the Hawkeye to unbelievable value.
Frost was able to touch the point. That will give a delay. Isidore is going to use the Hulk to jump in for the quick rollout. There's the Frost shot to try and poke from a distance and slow down the approach. And that will be OG Seed taking round number 1 on Krakoa.
Okay, I wasn't a KQ head. I might be being converted. I am in the cultist camp right now. They are showing me the videos, and I'm nodding along faithfully. Yeah, I'm starting to be a believer. 11 final hits, you know, 14-0. A boohoo, unfortunately. It is a bit of a boohoo moment, as they are tanking a huge amount of the aggression coming through from the Wolverine. But you know what? That's a dutiful Vanguard right there. Don't worry. I shall lay down on the puddle so that you can cross unmarred.
And Hachiko has just been filling out everything else. We already talked about how Wolverine can be so good against the Doctor Strange, but Abu has been the one eating a lot of these shots. Looks like they are going to potentially be starting on the Hulk this time, sticking with those last-second picks for a potential launch that Wolverine onto the point earlier. Go for that quick pickup.
I mean, admittedly, Hawkeye doesn't have that much in the way of survivability. Or escape when things start to go wrong. Maybe there's a world where you could be thrown on top of the Hawkeye and just grip him into your team. You know? Reality Erasure is available. Actually, no, they're playing for the Unbreakable Guard on the Reality Erasure. How could I have been so blind, Tetcher?
It's a big ability, but it needs to be protected on the setup. Any extra shielding is going to be huge, but with Magneto banned out, it is the Hulk they need to use. They now have the ability to throw the Wolverine, protect that Scarlet Witch, because they've held onto this ultimate for the entirety of last round, and now the beginning of this one. Here it comes, and there it goes.
Oh, yeah. A flash in the pan. The rarest of steaks. Some might call it raw. 0%. Both cooking and cooked. I imagine we'll maybe see Isidore swap here.
I think you are probably right.
Oh no,
Onero is going to be moving over to the Psylocke, deciding that the Scarlet Witch
if you're playing the Hulk.
Go for burst backline damage to try and take out the Hulk.
I'm kind of question mark emojis right now, Tetra. I'm not going to lie to you.
They're trying to go for backline assassinations, but I do agree that having something else to combo for that extra burst damage could be huge. Wolverine tries to get onto Hachiko, but they will back away.
I need a screenshot of the hilarity of Wolverine requesting a throw, looking at the puny banner. You scientists, throw me!
Oh, what if they use the grenade bounce in a future team up? That'd be neat.
Yeet him over with the gamma nade. Now you're thinking. Now you're thinking like a scientist, headshot.
Now you're thinking with Gamma. All right, they're going to be setting up right now, 0%. Looking for the opening. Frost Mountain has brought out the Winter Soldier to try and go for some quick pickups as well.
Oh boy, instantly dropping on down. The unbreakable guard from the Hulk is at just the perfect time, but Oniro's been caught elsewhere, coming through with the Meteor M, trying to shut down this Cloak and Dagger ultimate. It does actually keep them from moving on to the point with it. So 0% just do not have the sustainability on the objective where they need it the most. And guess what? Both Six and KQ still have everything they need to try and roll this one back. Missed their teleporter extrication, so it's just going to be a backpedal for now. A well-placed shot onto Oniro means KQ continues to dominate, and a turnaround maybe coming through with Valunas though. Greedy Nils overwhelmed by the Kraken impact, reaching that culling threshold, puts them down below the Rubicon. Six from the back though has a nice angle. Oh, never mind, it's not actually a nice angle. Just forced to watch as the remainder of the team fight elsewhere. Name forced into cover by those Nastron Chrome mortars raining down from above, but Legacy, that means that they are out of range of the strategist, so that there's no support to be given. Name wins out against Six. That's a little bit embarrassing, thanks to our observers for getting a frag of their own in the midst of all this. And 0%, they're nowhere near the point. Do not let them cook.
That is going to be game number 1, going to OGC. 0% swap to Spider-Man even to just get people onto that objective, but they weren't able to stay there, weren't able to hold, as OGC take the lead in this lower bracket. They are now 1 game away from moving on to those lower bracket quarterfinals.
Here you see that Galactic fan, you can get that right now from a 616 volt.
Nice.
Buy the costume.
Buy our stuff.
You could be like KQ and get that MVP. 21 and 114 final hits. 2.8k damage taken. Yeah, I think KQ's getting kicked from the team, honestly. That's feeding.
Exactly. Port for feed. But just look at these. Untouched, uncontested, in the backline, doing huge damage, and still in the massive throngs of people, finding the isolations, finding the pickups, and able to pick their targets when they need to. Frost Mountain had a lovely time trying to focus onto a Boohoo, but they just could not get past them.
Yeah, Abuhu just tanked all of the damage, unfortunately. There's a little bit of comedy to the sadness, unfortunately. We're like, well, he's doing his Iron Giant, you know. you stay, I go. Abuhu did manage to shut down a Nairo's ultimate as well for the ultimate sadness of the Scarlet Witch, even with the recently added overhealth to try and buff up reality. Erasure was not enough to try and stand up to the combined force of OGC. And you know what, OG? I might have been a hater, but I'm starting to believe.
They're starting to believe themselves. They take that game. They are now 1 game away from moving on in the bracket against a team with such pedigree as 0%, who need to find an adjustment. We had a more creative ban phase with these advanced draft formats with that Doctor Strange, so they could have that magic team up. But actually trying to force the ban onto the Scarlet Witch, perhaps that was the direction they chose to go.
It was a weird direction. It was an experimental direction. You know what? I'm never going to begrudge a team for trying to play the game in a new and different way, because that's how metas are discovered. But we're going to discover if 0% have a backup plan right after this break.
Look who just showed up.
이루어지는 마법인 거야. 한 명의 소리 쓰러지지만 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 펼쳐내 봐 한도 믿어 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠 있다 날 때까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라 제발 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모두 나널 지킬 나란 걸또 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 펼쳐내 봐
Maybe there are a couple of green thumbs over at OG Tetra because this seed appears to be growing, and is it going to turn into fully fledged plant life flora before our eyes is the question. Currently on match point and avoiding elimination here in our lower bracket against 0%.
0% so far unable to take not just a game but a round versus OG Seed as OG Seed took the clean 2-0 in that first setup. There was a little bit more of a creative draft from 0%. OG took advantage. They were able to, at the sacrifice, unfortunately, of Abu, they did get focused down quite a bit, were able to lock in and take full control.
I mean, yeah, Boo had a bit of a sad time, but you know what? Sometimes you just got to sacrifice for the greater good. Like he is the Atlas who's holding up the world of OG Siege. You know, just giving KQ all of that room. And you and I were like, we were chatting bans and like theories during the break. In my opinion, I wouldn't mind seeing OG Seed like Shrebi's their first protect on Luna. Like if KQ's that good on the Hawkeye. With the Luna team up, like maybe you just first protect Luna. You let Mag and Emma go by the wayside because then later on, you still have Luna, and the enemy team might feel like I've got to invest one of my bans here on the Hawkeye, and at that point, like you're kind of winning. You're kind of winning draft because that means something else slips through that KQ can play, and you still have Luna Snow, who's like the strategist, the big one.
There is obviously the risk of course, giving it losing the Magneto and the Emma Frost, but they know that they can play an extremely effective Captain America. We know they can play a very good Doctor Strange. This isn't a huge limitation for OG Seed as we're heading into the next draft, and they are in fact so far not going to protect it. They are going to protect Magneto, and 0% say absolutely not. No, not again.
Yeah, they're going to pull the pro gamer move here, get Magneto for themselves. You're going to have a Magneto mirror match. Very rare here in EMEA. Usually it's for Emma Mirror. Okay, for OG Seed. Now what do you do? Do we get rid of Legacy's Doctor Strange? Presumably Legacy is going to be the Magneto player as well. Instead of just going down the classic route of getting rid of Loki and Luna, I imagine.
This would be the assumption, especially with 0% having Onero being their Captain America player, which is so far slipping through the ban phase. That counter Luna will be taken away. No Lokis, no Luna, sticking with the fact that they are statistically the most banned characters. Loki, before today's games, was banned 45 times, almost every single game, and Luna 42 times, just a little bit behind. And there is that Captain America Protect.
All right, both protects used on Vanguards here. 0%, making sure their options are open, but making sure that there is going to be no compatriots for Captain America in the back line. Previously, it was Jeff. Now it's Psylocke, who's usually going to be stomping around in the back with the captain themselves. And we're just going to make sure the captain feels a little bit more lonely back there.
Final protection here. Not going to protect their own Captain America by the looks of it. Looking at that Punisher that has slipped down. It was banned quite early last time, by 0%. This time, OG Seed will just make sure it's not going to slip through at the end. It will be Storm, who is the final target.
Okay, maybe trying to deal with a preemptive either Jeff Nado or Storm boosted Punisher, given the protect that came through from OG Seed. 6 is a noted aimer, so no concerns about the Punisher coming through here. Both teams have themselves their Magnetos. Hopefully this time Abuhu's going to be able to play the game. We'll see if 0% allow for that after their Frost Mountain is kind of a bit of a Human Torch merchant, as far as I'm aware. Was kind of a Human Torch player before Human Torch got his buff, before it became permabanned, and has also been branching out into the Wolverine. So a lot of fear for the Vanguards.
We are heading to Midtown. This is the map where we started to see these massive containments, and we did see 0% at the early parts of this hover. This may just be for armor, but they were hovering onto the Penny and Rocket. They might be trying to go for this big containment at point number 1. Will OG Seed be able to deal with that, as it's not something they've had to go up against yet?
Hopefully OG have been watching the VODs of other teams dealing with it. Moon Knight and Squirrel Girl often seem to be common swaps for this first point hold. Just putting overwhelming damage into these small and contained areas.
That is a heck of a lockdown here. They've gone for the triple Vanguard, triple strategist with the Rocket, the Penny. They even brought Adam in case they do get cleaned out. Immediately, OG, they do swap out. Squirrel Girl's coming out. The Moon Knight is coming out to try and just punish anyone in this room by sieging into it with maximum damage output.
Checking on your local hero shooter player. They may be having a little bit of a flashback, looking at 3 strategists and 3 Vanguards here. KQ wraps around these doors. Still so difficult to try and dislodge players from this. 6 already almost has the Hand of Conjurer to roll on down. Nice cyber snaring web coming through onto that. Maybe trying to take out the Squirrel Girl. Oh, the accuracy's not there for Legacy. A little bit of a fumble, not gonna lie, but Hachiko still falls after the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier is deployed.
They've burned several minutes, though, already holding extremely effective. The first minute ticks down. Here comes the unbeatable Squirrel Tsunami, and that Fist of Khonshu. Oniro will fall, but it's Moon Knight. Good news. They'll be right back. Not so lucky for Frost Mountain, though, who will get taken back and will have to either portal or use their legs like a plebe.
Oh, now man says it's time to go again right here. 6 already swapped over from the Iron Fist onto the Punisher. And so it's going to be able to lay down quite a bit of damage, but won't have quite the same level of ultimate generation that we expect from the Iron Fist. A quick snare to disengage here for the Penny Parker. It almost has for Spider Time, but might be more powerful while not using it, to be honest. Rolls around, starts knocking players up. Yep, Penny certainly ulting, and we can all see the impact before our very eyes.
Charging in, trying to cut off this center area so that they can keep the hold of it, so that they can regroup once everyone is back. Focus onto Strange, who gets a big Maelstrom of Madness, doing massive damage output. Isidon is barely up. Cosmic Yarn Amplifier for yet another hold as KQ is in the backline. Ayamagamoto onto the backline, and that is enough to wipe out the Cloak and Dagger. But they are brought back with the calming revival of Oniro, and 0%. They are taking this push into a crawl. We're already down to 2 minutes.
The name of a game for 0% is not to win, but just to lose slowly. Kill me all you want, I've already won. Legacy takes down Greedy Nils. Even though it wasn't to shut down the Eternal Bond, at least it was charged up by 6's ultimate themselves. No, maybe this is a little bit too much compared to what's needed, but hey, 0%, they're going to hold strong now, and guess what? It's back up to our little bunker.
We're back in the room again. Unfortunate for the Doctor, as Frost Mountain is going to be creeping forward for the zone. KQ has been getting some great sieges. We have Meteor M almost at the ready, but other ultimates closest is 65% now for KQ on that Supernova, whereas 0%, they are almost at their own Eye of Agamotto and Cosmic Yarn Amplifier.
Abuhu Ready to shut something down with a Meteor M, but at a moment's notice could use it to try and peel for an Eye of Agamotto. Watching those duelists flee away. The strategists get behind the shield. Great mid-air interception coming through from Frost Mountain. Coming out on the Doctor Strange. Not their usual pick. Cosmic Yarn Amplifier already gone, by the way. Frost Mountain into the back. Gets one. It's on to 6. The shields are arrayed. The Testudo formation has raised the banners and say, you shall not claim our Punisher. And here we go. Another big penny ultimate. The value is immense.
Oniro is going to get focused down here, wants to try and stay up, and they do have that cocoon. Isidore was taken out, but it's brought back at the BRB. Oniro is taken out, brought back with their own cocoon. 0% are just so sticky, hard to take down. Finally, Light Pro falls, Name's taken out, and it's the final judgment that may prove to be the opening factor, the opening door. It's all about delays down. Frost Mountain, the person who could have got them back to the point fast, was the latest to fall, meaning 0%. They are going to lose this point number 1 unless someone can rush on in.
Don't think it's going to be the case. Seems like it's going to be a completion here. But you know what? So much time was burned. I believe that was an overtime take. 2.5 minutes on the clock for second. And second's even harder to take than first. These get progressively more difficult to try and break through. You can see that Hachiko is raising up the shield here to try and make sure those Vanguards who are deeper in cannot receive any heals from the strategist laying behind. Into the back goes Greedy Nils. That's a huge Terror Cape, by the way. Unreal value. Oniro ready to move on forward with the resurrections. Plenty of players stunned. Name's going to be the primary target. Isidore's going to come on through later. Oh, yes, another penny. Spider Time is ready to go. And now everyone quakes in fear as Spider Time is declared.
This clock is clearly broken. These are too many Spider Times as Isidore rushing through the Supernova to give their team some space so that they can back up out of it. But Invisible Boundary is holding the line. Oniro is taken down once again. No cocoon this time. That Invisible Boundary keeping OG Seed in this fight. Abu takes out Name, and once again 0% are ticking down bit by bit. But with 1.5 minutes left, they're portaling back in for hold number, what is this, 6?
Fight number 6, baby. Going into the secret house here with the portal. Wake up, babe. New bunker just dropped. Gonna roll out and try and touch that cart to stop it moving. The mission area is once again stalled, and 6 is gonna try and get it moving again. The Legacy, oh, the double onto both Lapsus and Greedy Nils decided not to try and shut down the Punisher. Instead, utilize the damage coming through from that duelist to punish the strategists who were cowering elsewhere. Heads up, play by Legacy.
And that is going to be 0% cleaning out OG Seed. And that means, guess what? It's setup time. Time to place more mines. Time to place more Bionic Spider Nests. Time to send out Cyberweb Snares to slow this push. With 40 seconds remaining, 0% are creating attrition for OG Seed to try and push through. But with Wolverine, they're going to try and break it.
Disengaging, slowly giving away that space, trading resources for time on cart. In comes the Eye of Agamotto. It stuns 3. Isidore, Oniro, and Name all fall. Oh, the follow-up is so immense. And now Isidore's going to have to try and make it work with very little healing available. Line Pro sitting at the top, sending out those repair mode balls, but just does not have the throughput to keep these Vanguards up.
They are all taken down at about the same time, though. We're only halfway through point number 2 as they're making their way through overtime, meaning that once again, 0% are going to have an opportunity to hold. But great play by Hachiko has decided to try and buy a little bit more time by closing out 2 of the entrances for the objective, forcing 0% to wrap around, meaning they can't set up here. They're trying to rush in, but the culling turret, the zoning from the Vanguards, and it will be a dive with the Eye of Agamotto to try and hold the point. As the card is stopped, it's less than a meter away, but it's gonna be 0% getting pushed down, but the Comical Rival is bringing them all back with the last stand to clean them out, though, and it's starting to become a numbers game for OG Seed as they push on through with the final judgment, cleaning them out here.
Oh, 3 players stunned by the Eye of Agamotto. The follow-up's not quite there, but KQ was just looking elsewhere, prioritizing Frost Mountain, getting rid of the meaty sorcerer who wants to plant themselves upon the cart. And you pointed out the culling turret in conjunction with that teleport gave over so much space that then we saw 0% having to scramble to get onto the objective when they're weakest when they're commuting. They want to be sitting in one place and just saying, no, can't frag us.
0% have finally swapped off of this 3-3 lineup. They have brought out the Punisher, they have brought out the Wolverine, they have gone for a classic Captain America Magneto setup. They're going to try and take this fight a little bit more standard there. Iron Bulwark to protect against the Wolverine, who tried to go for an isolation.
Frost Mountain eating a bunch of poke here, but we need to try and fight early. This is what 0%'s composition has been all about, just losing slowly in many cases. Isidore already falling, but trades out onto Hachiko. Great value from Frost Mountain. Out comes the Meteor M, down onto the strategist, perhaps a quick fade away with the cloak, and unfortunately only meaty targets remain upon whom you cannot find a one-hit KO. Oniro on the other side is quickly broken down by the berserk claws of their enemy. Abuhu has the final stand. The push was just in time from Line Pro. Unreal timing. 1 HP, flees away. The right-click dash is just what you need to find the final hit when it was most necessary.
0% are ticking down one by one, but they still have cap. They can still delay for at least a little bit to allow the team to respawn, but OG Seed are creeping in towards a triple final judgment for Oniro to give them any chance at a wipe here to hold this point as once again for the third time overtime is ticking down, and once again OG Seed are holding as they trade 1 for 1. 0% with their last ditch effort to find any opening.
The shotgun's out, so too is the Eye of Agamotto. Line Pro's going to fall after having soul rended from body, and well, they're going to be paddling down for River Styx by courtesy of 6 at the end of this. Oniro the next to go on down. Hachiko moved on forward, but was delivered to the back line by Frost Mountain and delivered into the Eternal Bond as well. And bonded to the cart, bonded to the concept of victory. OG Seed refused to wilt in the sun, and the Wasteland will not claim this plant. They're the oasis in the desert.
OG Seed claim the triple in overtime, meaning 0% have to push all the way. They have maximized their time effectively. The question is, can they maximize their distance now that they are on attack?
A breath, a time to recollect. 0% facing elimination at the hands of OG Seed here. Line Pro's competitive history made it surprising that he was in this position to even begin with, but to be here against OG Seed is even more uncanny. But if there's anyone who can rally the troops, keep the mental on the straight and the narrow, and inspire a team to victory, it's Uncle Line Pro.
They've got the experience. Now they just need to get the wins under their belt. 0% are already prepared for a potential lock-in. They know that they have to get all 3, so they're expecting OG Seed to go for a similar strategy, to go for the spawn trap, essentially. But there is just a standard composition waiting outside for them here. Doctor Strange, Magneto, the classic Season 0 pioneered by Asia frontline. We have the Punisher. We have the triple strategist to support the Punisher. They're just going for all in on absorbing damage and dropping some of their own.
An absolutely overwhelming level of damage. 0% likely to soon see that they are actually playing into a 3-2-1, so probably won't stay on 5 strategists for too long. They are actually moving this car. However, KQ easily can track down Isidore. You can't really keep up with the amount of damage that will get pumped out by a single duelist Punisher, by the way, with only a Mantis, and that's why we see players playing literally inside the spawn. Already, out comes Legacy's ultimate. The hand of Khonshu doesn't grab that much. We even see Abuhu just rolling through it without a care in the world. Don't care, didn't ask. Elgod, very weak.
And 0% now going to start to move back. They will begin to swap onto... Line Pro's still going. I think he went to hero swap, but he didn't deactivate his shift, meaning he will actually start further back in the spawn.
Didn't fix the braking problem, unfortunately. It happens. But still without a Vanguard, by the way, so 0%. They might have a little bit of trouble holding the space. They're just going to rely on overwhelming damage coming through from Frost Mountain here. With the Storm of the Century, Lapsus is, of course, going to raise up the Invisible Boundary to try and deal with this. Maybe you could try and isolate 6 birds on into the Invisible Boundary to have all that staying power, and Frost Mountain is punished for the audacity to ultimate into OG Seed.
Problem is, though, there is no vanguards, there is no beefiness. While they were able to snipe onto the backline, it is 0% who are just too squishy to hold. They burn their ultimates, and now it's back to a standard composition. Back to the Strange, back to the Magneto, and they're even getting Wolverine for some isolation. They are down to 2 minutes and 20 seconds as they have already reached ambulance. This is absolutely doable.
A big feral imp could be everything, but it's going to be the final judgment to begin with right here. Maybe you could try and take down this Doctor Strange. There's good peeling coming through for the opposing Punisher. The magnetic curtain again and again is risen on up. KQ has to back out of the invisible boundary and can no longer see their targets, so the damage can't be delivered. But Frost Mountain elsewhere was noted. Look at this, trying to block off the healing coming through onto a Boohoo. But it seems like a Boohoo's just playing their own bubbles to try and survive. Legacy Shield won't last against these mortars. The Nestrond Crows tear on through it, and then 6 can just float magnanimously over their territory.
1.5 minutes remaining, 0%. They do have the Strange, so they have the potential to try and portal in if needed. And with Aya Wakamoto already charged up, Legacy is leading the charge. They are running low on time, though, as they're trying to creep into this last point. Hachiko on the flank with their own Aya Wakamoto. They have Media M, they have Invisible Boundary. Their defensive abilities are much more available. Media M to try and protect Hachiko, and it will absorb enough damage to let them get out.
Good peeling coming through from a Boohoo, but that's one less tool in the box to try and deal with something like the Eternal Bond. Nice push coming through. The Eye of Agamotto claims revenge, and Naira actually gets fragged by the impact itself. Magic and majesty are too much for a simple guy like Frank Castle. He just likes AR-15s.
He's just trying his best, and yet he has to face against Wizard. He has to face against a goddess of death. He has to face against a woman with invisibility powers and 2 people who are eternally bound, and it's already charged up, ready for the next push.
Okay, 6 falling low. Should be able to get to safety fairly quickly. Eternal Bond moving on forward. Out comes the Eye of Agamotto, and the peel is coming out straight away. Isidore didn't get anything off the Meteor M. Up against the Punisher ultimates. It's not ideal, and Oniro's already fallen in their own right as well. That's going to not be too much to be grabbed here. Frost Mountain trying to make it work. Up against the Vanguard's percentage-based damage will tear through the Doctor Strange, but KQ's having to give up the space. A big Terror Cape takes away the HP of Doctor Strange, and at the moment is simply playing for survivability. There's not going to be a last point touch, and 0% ignites their tournament lives once more.
0% with 0 time, but they push on in, claiming the point. Wolverine does get taken down as they try to push up to claim the stairs, as Abu is still sending in some insane damage. Abu trying to get on to 6, who will drop that Goddess of Death, even though their team is down. Focus pulled out of the ultimate and will get sniped on the retreat by Legacy.
The Goddess of Death actually baited in the remainder of OG Seed as well, so they too could get staggered. 5 players up at the moment, but they're all on this fighting retreat. This rearguard, if they lose Hachiko, it could be disastrous. The Metallic Orton is born up. Isidore and Legacy see a potential to move on forward. A final judgment in the middle of all of this. KQ's feeling invincible, surrounded by all of these Vanguards, and Line Pro falls down to the overwhelming damage of Franklin Castle. OG Seed with the bait and switch.
OG Seed holds one more time. With 1 minute and 30 seconds left, they do not have a similar comp to 0%, so they're not going to try and set up a load of traps here. It is all about holding the doorway and keeping 0% away from this cart. Invincible Boundary, Aya Wakamoto, Meteor M, all charged up. 0% though, final judgment. If they can time this and use that Iron Bulwark to protect Oniro from Abuhu with that Meteor M, they might be able to create themselves an opening.
Line Pro needs to hit the push here. The Force Physics. Oh, the bubble came through at just the right time. Immune to the knockback. Line Pro can't survive, and that means there's no healing for Oniro, who just instantly was evaporated upon popping their ultimate. It's looking so bad for 0% right now. They got 3 ultimates and a Hail Mary, a dream to try and survive.
Less than a minute to go. They lost that final judgment here. They are in serious trouble. On the bright side though, OG Seed are ultless here. 60% on final judgment is all they have. 0%, they do have the economy. They're going to try and use it. Opening with an Eternal Bond as they push on in isolation onto Abuhu, taking them out, and they've created the opening that they might need with the last stand into the backline, but it's not enough. Frost Mountain does fall.
Too far in the end. Frost Mountain now not going to be able to punish these Vanguards. Hachiko's feeling a little bit more freedom to try and make this work, but of course, you're constantly wary of the Agamotto in the back pocket of Legacy. There could also be some portal shenanigans, but I don't know if he got the time to try and make it on work. Hachiko's already half. KQ going to roll on forward with the final judgment. You better believe that shield is absolutely destroyed from Legacy right now. The Meteor M from Isidore, I didn't see it get anything, even with all the charge that was given over. Lapsis has their soul taken from their body and consigned to the hells below. Ups to hell as well. Ghost 6 laying down the strong crows. Hachiko gets the value from the ultimate. The metallic bulwark will only last but a moment, as 6 will have to try and contend with the tide all by themselves. Flying away towards the health pack. They're going to be in a 1v1 versus Frost Mountain, but a well-placed Feral Leap can complicate matters. Lapsus return on the Jeff. It was the fastest option that was available, and the bubbles make everyone faster. OGC have done it. They stopped 0%.
Overtime's ticking down. Onero tries to rush in with Starlord, but they can't reach. It is OGC who take the 3-1 on the map, the 2-0 in the series. OGC are moving on in the bracket to play against All Business. What an incredible performance. That's an MVP, Jeff.
Unreal. Hey, Lapsus earns the Jeff MVP with a swap at the end, just speed boosting everybody back. Good heads-up play. Great micro understanding of how to play that fight from Lapsus. Big credit to them. OG Seed, I mean, I didn't know they had this in them. This is crazy from them. 6 and KQ, by the way, had absolute lights out performances. 51k damage from KQ.
20 final hits for 6, 24 for KQ. KQ easily going to be one of the standout players that is going to come onto everyone's radar after what is a fantastic performance. But 6 on the Punisher, on the Hela, was just finding every target they needed.
Unreal stuff. Legacy, look at that. That was a massive ultimate. Unfortunately, in the end, it felt like we weren't getting quite as much out of the Meteor M's from 0% across like maybe 3 or 4 players who played it as we got from that initial 2K. The shutdowns on the Punisher final judgments weren't quite there. Admittedly, that was because there was great homework being done by OGC. The phalanx of shields that would always be generated around Frank Castle when it was at his most vulnerable and at his most dangerous was something that could constantly be relied on for KQ to make audacious plays happen.
And this has got to be a record for the most amount of overtimes we have seen in a single game as well. If 0% had made it to that last point, I have no doubt we would have hit overtime once again. But the fact is, somehow OGC faced that bulwark of a composition on points 1 and 2 and were able to break it to get to these 3 points, to give themselves this opportunity to hold in their own way, to break through 0% with perfect Agamottos from Hachiko. They set themselves up and they deserve this win.
Oh, this is an absolute heartbreaker for Line Pro and the boys. Look at that. The bubble coming out onto KQ from the Magneto to make sure that they were protected from the incoming damage of the Meteor M. Just so well protected, and that allowed for KQ to really leverage their mechanical skill and drop a 60-5 scoreline. Unreal.
Absolutely incredible. We will be saying, in that case, goodbye to 0% for this stage, as they will be taken down. OG Seed, their next opponents will be All Business. No pressure. All Business, one of the invited teams for this tournament, have had some great tournament performances. They were knocked down to the lower bracket here by Zero Tenacity in those upper bracket semi-finals, who have been on a tear so far.
Yeah, like it's been there have been some tears happening in that upper bracket, and it's been wonderful to watch how some of our talent is marinating, you know, here in EMEA. We used to be a one-team region. We used to be a VP on top of nothing. Now it's anybody's game. EMEA might be the most watchable region right now. I'm just saying, like, it's anybody could come away with a #1 here. There's no longer a clear favorite unless you want to say it's Rad, in which case you wouldn't be wrong, because, hey, if they can beat VP 2-0, who can't they beat?
By transference of properties, now Rad have a 24-0 win rate. That's just how it works.
25-0.
Stole it. But yeah, you talked about it. We don't know now. We have this lower bracket. OG Seed, they are now pulling up through this lower bracket. We don't know who these last 4 teams are going to be in the playoffs, which are still coming up. We've still got to go through more games where these teams have had more time to learn the maps, the new character, this new patch, these new metas to try and fight their way in for those mid-season final spots. And OG are trying to make a statement that they are going to try and get there.
Yeah, it's days and days of Marvel Rivals esports content that we're going to get through that are all going to be happy to watch. Let's have a look at how our bracket has shaped up after 0% have been eliminated, unfortunately, from Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage 1. As you pointed out earlier, all business is the next hurdle that OG Seed have to get past, and they're probably going to be happy to want to dodge Schmungus down here, who were a little bit troublesome last time around.
They did not have the tools to deal with Schmungus, but they did have the tools for 0%. Do they have the tools for all business? As you can see at the top of the bracket, Berber Patapim and Zero Tenacity are sitting there already qualified, meaning that these lower bracket quarterfinals, all business and OG Seed are now 1 win away from joining those teams at the top of the bracket. That's going to be a lot of tension.
Oh, it's going to be a heart beating out of her chest. I mean, for OG, there's so many expectations as well, right? Like, this is a big name to have behind you. OG are a storied org, and when we went 0-2 versus Schmungus, we were like, okay, I don't know how this is going to go when you get 0-2'd by the Scrims. Maybe it was first big game nerves. Maybe in the day of scrims since, OG have, losses teach you a lot more than wins, right? Like, you find out where your weaknesses are, what adaptations you need to make, and how you're being exploited. And maybe OG just needed that loss to be like, okay, so this is how we're going to be playing at the top level, and this is where we're probably going to fall over here and there, so we're going to tighten up those. And honestly, we saw some very well choreographed plays today, particularly with those Magneto bubbles. A boohoo. Like, I gave him a bit of a boohoo for kind of getting bullied on the first map for the rest of the team to pop off, but bubble usage has been kind of sublime when it comes to using that metallic bulwark to facilitate plays like Hachiko going for an Eye of Agamotto up the top rope.
To quote a very famous character in a very famous movie series that some of you may have seen from Marvel, if we're going to win this fight, some of us may have to lose it. And Abu took that on their shoulders and just said, you know what, I'm going to be targeted. If I get my bubbles off, then job is done. With those flanks to protect their team, with those Eye of Agamottos when needed from Hachiko, this is OG Seed showing that they are here to play. And I'm hoping we will get an interview because I have so many questions. But the fact is, they are moving on. And we do, in fact, have an interview with Hachiko. So we are going to get to ask those questions. Hachiko, for starters, congratulations on that win. You are moving on in the lower bracket.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, definitely way better showing than last week. So yeah, definitely was a rough start for us last week, but yeah, definitely a learning experience, and I think there was definitely a lot of nerves last week as well, but I think everyone was just locked in today, and yeah, everyone showed up.
Definitely seemed locked in. I want to get your thoughts on what the team was feeling in the draft for Krakoa. Like, how did you feel when you saw the Doctor Strange Protect come out from 0%? Was that expected? Did you have a good plan to deal with that, or you're like, okay, well, I guess we just get Mag?
Yeah, it was something we definitely expected, because we know Legacy, he likes to play Emma and Strange. That's like his main 2 characters. So going into it, we definitely wanted to ban Emma. And Strange is something that we definitely could deal with, right? We have Invis Pole and stuff like that to deal with it. So that wasn't something we were too worried about going into it. It's mainly Emma. We just wanted to get out.
So let's talk about you as a team, because you are coming in with a lot of expectations on you with the name OG behind you, but a lot of your players, people will want to know who they are. So could you talk about how the team was put together?
Yeah, so 3 of us, we were like the core from our previous team, Earl Grey Tea. We got top 60 in MRC. It was kind of put together last minute, since none of us had a team, and we formed it. And then yeah, when it was over, we did want to stay together, but unfortunately 3 of the players didn't really feel like playing the game anymore. So then we had to find 3 new players, and we ended up with Abu, KQ, and Lapsi. So and they were like been playing on other teams before. I've seen them there, and yeah, we were just a good match. So that's why I went with them. I've also seen them around in ranked, right, in the top 500 lobbies and stuff. So yeah.
How did the shacking up with OG happen for this roster? Did they reach out to you? Did your backroom staff have a connect?
Yeah, so they actually they reached out to us actually whilst we were looking for an org going into either MRC/MRI, right, before MRI was actually announced. They reached out to us, and so yeah, it was just it went smoothly from there.
So let's jump back into some game talk here. In game number 2, 0% decided that it was trying and lock you on that first point. This is a draft that really has started emerging in EMEA. Had you been watching the previous games to come expecting that?
Both yes and no. I mean, we were watching. We haven't really been scrimming 0% a lot ever since the new season started. We scrimmed them before, so we only really had this game against Patipim that they played to go out from, and really nothing more than that. So that's all we had to build from, right? So we were just watching the games back, seeing what they liked to play, seeing what they didn't like to play against, and stuff like that, and then really just making the comp around that and trying to make the best situation out of it.
And to cast your mind back to Thursday's game versus Schmungus, beside like nerves, was there anything else that went wrong that you were able to kind of tighten up going into today's game?
Well, I think obviously it was the nerves for everyone. It was everyone's, like, I guess, big first game on the stream and stuff like that, right? And apart from that, they also played a really weird comp that we've never played against before. So I think that also had like a say into it. Obviously, on paper, we should win those when they're just playing stuff like that. But I think people maybe got overwhelmed with not knowing what to do against that comp. We've never played against it before. And then on top of that, just the nerves. So going into this, we just went in just zero expectations and just wanted to give it all. Because I say, like, the worst thing already happened, right? We lost the content creators, right? So it can't be worse than that.
True.
So you guys are now 1 series away from qualifying if you can beat out All Business. All Business are the only team that won in the first round games, while also losing a map versus Lone 9. Is there any particular, without obviously giving away any strategies, any particular preparation you are doing against All Business? And is there any warning or call out you'd like to do for them? And anything you'd like to say about your opponents from this match?
I think obviously great a bunch of players over in All Business. I think they're a good team. So we just gotta, give it all this week, figure out what we actually want to do against them. We haven't been scrimming them a lot either. So again, we just have to watch their games back, see what they like to play, and figure out from there. So
I'll give you an opportunity to get some brownie points with your own friends right here as well. Do you have a particular MVP from your roster for their performance today against 0%?
I mean, I got to call out a Boo, right? Giving me the bubbles when I went for the strange holds, right? Surely that has to go from him. So I could, so I wasn't booped away by Invis every single time. So probably a Boo, but I mean, everyone played amazing. I think obviously a team effort. KQ had some big ults as well as 6, and support ults also perfectly timed. So I think everyone was just on top of the game today.
You mentioned who you have not been scrimming against. Would you be able to reveal to us who you have been scrimming against? Who's been helping you build up to this level?
I mean, we've been scrimming actually against Insomnia quite a lot. We've been scrimming against them. Also, Johan Kanda, Saracen ST, and a bunch of other teams. But yeah, those are at least some of the teams I'd say we've scrimmed against the most.
Awesome. Well, it was fantastic seeing OGC really hit their stride with you at the helm, Hachiko. Thank you for joining us for an interview, and congratulations on your win.
Thank you.
The one and only Hachiko from OG Seed, one of our big orgs here in EMEA. And Tetra, they've proven why they were the pickup that OG reached out to.
Experienced players from Earl Grey Tea, as they mentioned, with some new players on the board. OG showing that they sure know how to pick them, how to make investments in MRI, picking the team that did so well for MRI and MRC. And for this, a whole new roster, and they're already finding some success. But we still have more games coming up for you, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. We have our third series of the day coming up after this short break. It will be it won't be Low 9. It will be Dusty versus, I've lost them here, Yoikanda.
This is my unnatural selection. Extermination!
trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it.
Welcome back to our third series of the day, Yoinkanda versus Dusty. No one heard the initial call of that. We are heading in, and this match has a bit of a shadow over its head, leg day, as the winner has to play against Virtus Pro.
Yeah, our lucky winner gets the esteemed prize of a lower bracket match against Virtus Pro, who may be a little bit miffed after being knocked down into the lower bracket 0-2. Not just a close series, an absolute smacking of a second map of the Hall of Jalia. So both of our teams are going to be competing very hard for such a prestigious honor. Dusty, this roster we haven't really seen much of since Marvel Rivals Invitational, and they had a fairly short game as well to begin their upper bracket run. Yoinkanda, however, we've been seeing them give it a little bit here and there when it comes to getting their reps in. This is a team that Etsu and Snaze, like Etsu got Snaze in the big OG divorce. Tanuki went with Enzo, and Etsu got Snaze, and then they picked up a couple of other players who have been floating around the scene. They have a lot of belief in, who honestly are very talented. I was kind of surprised to see Yoinkanda lose to Peps, in all honesty. I thought that maybe Yoinkanda would be a little bit more, at least fresh and practiced coming into MRI, but Peps got one over on them, and Yoinkanda, they're going to be here. They are going to be really gunning to try and survive this one. Black So is an incredibly high tier player, a great Groot coming from another shooting game which has some building in it, so bro is cranking 90s.
He really has been playing well. This is widely considered to be a super team with players from OG, Fnatic, 0% a former roster of them. This team is terrifying to look at on paper, and yet have found themselves in the lower bracket thanks to Team Peps. Dusty, on the other hand, have massively improved since MRI, but still found themselves in the lower bracket. But Yoinkanda are a rough opponent to go up against. Etsu is terrifying on this Wolverine. Mukmuda is terrifying on this Punisher. We've already mentioned the Blacks might be the best Groot in the game.
Yeah, Black's definitely up there for one of the best Groots around, alongside the likes of, say, Vinny on 100 Thieves over in North America and Crimzo on Sentinels. For Peps, their game plan often revolves around how fast Hardest gets ultimate, but if someone can really keep up with that, it's Mukmuda. Mukmuda puts out so much damage on the Punisher. He is very quickly building the final judgment, and we're going to have to see Yoinkanda really levy support onto him in order to make sure that there's always a return on investment when that Q gets clicked.
I see my camera has decided that I exist finally and focuses on me.
Oh, good.
We have a look at Dusty. They have been, as we mentioned, massively improved since they played in MRI. They've had some new players, they've had some practice, and they're really putting in the work. They did bring Insomnia to some tough games, able to use that Ultron extremely effectively, and CMD was putting in work on these strategies, especially the Invisible Woman, with almost perfectly timed invisible boundaries every time.
Yeah, CMD's always been a very heads-up player when it comes to getting value out of these strategist ultimates, and Orion has not shied away from moving over to that strategist role to really get value out of the Ultron. I'm excited to see a few more aerial shenanigans potentially from Dusty. Insomnia, they should have been able to deal with that fairly easily given the prowess of aimers that are on their team. But Monk Murder might be a whole other can of worms when it comes to trying to get one over on a hit scan.
The Punisher tier list for EMEA is long and extremely close. Monk Murder is definitely in there. The question is how high. If they could potentially rise higher, if they can prove themselves by making it into that pre-qualifying game. Virtus Pro will wait for the winners of this matchup, but it's against each other where they will have to cut their teeth. Remember, the loser is eliminated from stage 1 and will have to try again later.
Yeah, I believe that our pricing will reflect that as well. I think those who go out today will be receiving some pricing, but not a huge amount of the $250,000 or whatever it is that we've got for EMEA. And it gets progressively higher and higher the deeper you make it into the tournament. So there's still everything to play for here for these teams. Dusty versus Yoinkana going to get started real soon, and as always we'll be opening up on a domination map. The question is, will our advanced picks and bans look any different? Looks like we're actually potentially seeing a Magneto Protect here straight away from Yoinkana. That's going to be a great asset for someone like Snaze or potentially for Blacks.
This does mean that Emma is available, and it's not going to be banned out so far by Yoinkana, as you already mentioned. There will be the protection from Dusty and giving that over to themselves. So it's going to be the classic Emma versus Magneto pick and ban phase.
Looking to give Frankie the opportunity to pop off. I think that Frankie's a very explosive, high-tier Vanguard player. Was previously the Vanguard duo of Fincy, who's now over on Virtus. Penny Parker ban. So Loki's gonna get protected. Like, okay, so free Loki, cool. What have you seen, Yoinkanda? What scrims hast thou been terrorized in by the penniest of Parkers?
Insomnia did the same thing, banning out against Dusty, removing the penny. There is clearly something they know, but like you said, it gives away such huge options here. With Loki protected now, Invisible Woman will be banned out to prevent one of those big copies. That God of Mischief can, of course, copy any of those strategist ultimates or any ultimate you choose, but it's almost always the strategist. Fate of both worlds, Invisible Boundary. It may be limited in this case to the Eternal Bond.
Yeah, Cloak and Dagger are most likely companion to the Loki, with the bans that have been arrayed here against Dusty. Remember, these teams were banning for the other opposing team only, meaning that if they're... Well, you know what? Yoinkanda, they can play Penny if they'd like, because it's only banned for Dusty. I've got to assume that Dusty and their scrims have been doing some devious things with the Penny Parker, that they got target banned both times.
I think you may be right. It is at least going to be hovered. This also does technically mean, if you ban the penny, that your opponents can't pre-armor up as effectively as you. You can roll in with the 50 armor thanks to that rocket penny team up. Your opponents are limited to the 25. It's a very minor feature in the grand scheme of things, but every little helps. It's the entire reason why these teams do drop the rocket battle rebirth beacon at the start of games.
Good health economy starts in the spawner room, Tetcher. Good practices start at home. Bin and T'Challa will be where we really cut our teeth for this one. And there it is. Blackso coming out with the Penny Parker for the extra armor. The good economy. You love to see it. Heading into our eco round. Gonna roll a few deagles, you know?
That's a squirrel girl that's made it out of spawn, speed boosted by the Jeff, as Dusty have decided it's time to just maximize damage output. They're not going for someone who can just burst backliners like that Psylocke of Etsu. They're not going for a big high ground sieger like Mokmura, who's brought out the Human Torch. They have decided, well, it's just time to throw things and just see what happens.
Yeah, no Ultron this time around. The greater damage of a Squirrel Girl could have some issues up against Monk Murder. Hitting those aerial types of a Squirrel Girl is not the easiest thing in the world, but fear not, that's not really Orion's job. Instead, Frosty is going to be responsible for that one. A small step of fire is currently set upon by Dusty, but an opening pick onto Etsu there from 424. Oh, Etsu, the superstar of this roster's already gone. That's a huge amount of fragging power now missing for Yoinkanda. How do you get rid of a Groot on this point?
Magneto just went into orbit here. Monk Murder will get the counter pickup. Finally able to find Cloak and Dagger, making this a 1-for-1 so far. No one's been able to pick up this first point at this stage. Nice Squirrel Guard to try and freeze Magneto in place. There's a lot of focus onto Frankie, who has the diamond form and get out, giving at least some of the positioning over to the side of Yoinkanda.
With Blacks down, contesting this objective is getting more and more risky. Supernova already generated by McMurdo. We talked about how quickly he gains these ultimates, and when you're looking to players within the Fire Cyclones to heal them, that's when people start to fall through the gaps that were left elsewhere. Blacks with the Vibranium Energy Sword will pick up a couple of others, and Dusty, they are unable to convert on their 5 versus 6.
Finally, the first point goes over to Yoinkanda multiple minutes into the game, but they've been able to pick it up. But what you usually see here on this map is teams do try to contain in this little hallway, and that's going to be a lot harder when Orion, with this unexpected Squirrel Girl, is going to make it harder to stay in one spot, as you'll just be constantly being sieged by Acorns.
Yeah, Monk Murder grabbed early, forces Etsu and Blacks to sneak around in the back for a moment. Snays disengaging as best they can using the metallic curtains. They're constantly taking damage from these group walls and has to bubble themselves as well to try and stop from getting grabbed by the incoming Emma Frost. Frosty, speaking of which, is iced over by Etsu. Just cannot stand up to all of the incoming damage. Yoinkanda doing their best to just brawl out on the point and keep this one contested. The unbeatable Skrull Tsunami is levied now by Orion, but it should not be surviving for long. Etsu begins the dance of the butterflies, and the dance of the French people is the most dangerous.
Lax is also in there with that Captain America on the Freedom Charge, and they have freed up the point as Dusty are once again sent back to spawn. Frosty even tracked their drops to just under half HP as Etsu wants to keep the pressure on, does not want to give time for Dusty to regroup.
You got to continuously worry about all these little nooks and crannies. You know, the Etsu and Blacks, they'll be sneaking behind like a boogle of weasels if you give them a moment. 4-2-4 though. Where to put this strangling prison is the question. Well, it might be too late to find the follow-up. Orion has already been caught in the back. The weasels, they shoot through the power lines. Still, there's enough power behind this. Oh, where'd Frosty go? Flattened absolutely by Snaze's Meteor M. If you let the Meteor M get through the ban and pick phase, well, you're in deep trouble when you're a Punisher ulting.
Portal 98, 99, barely touched at the last possible second, but now it's a hold at the portal as the damage output is coming in. No ultimates available for Yoinkanda, but every step out of this body box coming onto the point, they will be able to touch. Dance of the Butterfly for Etsu is ready though. Just wait for them to step out the portal, see if you can wait out that Eternal Bond from CMD with that God of Mischief as they look to push on in, as Dusty will hold on 99. Starting to get some percentage on the board, but here comes the Pirate Prison, Dance of the Butterfly, and that is going to be Dusty dropping extremely low. Straggling Prison comes on out to look for the counter, and they will get Sylvie before the boundary comes out.
Orion almost with a fully charged Dark Maelstrom, but can't really do enough damage through the Eternal Bond to pick up any frags off the back of this one. Dusty still in control, but they've used most of their resources. Orion needs a couple more hits to have that Eye of Agamotto ready to go, but has already lost out on their co-Vanguard. A lot of the spacing here taken away. CMD is desperately trying to summon doppelgangers to keep the numbers up for Dusty in the output as well, so Yoinkanda, scared of the God of Mischief, will be forced to disengage elsewhere.
And suddenly Dusty going from the flank, the little bit disorganized at the beginning of the game, Poogle of Weasels, as you said, and into the much more organized business of Ferrets to hold that doorway. They are keeping control of the point, but it's only going to take one recap from Yoinkanda to take this round number 1.
Keep going.
Absolute perfection demanded of Dusty if they want to try and compete here on the Imperial Institute of Science. And Aegis raised before the culling turrets and also make sure there's all the more protection. Snaze is feeling a little bit overwhelmed over here towards the back. Orion, big plans, gets both strategists and picks Sylvie as their victim of the day. That does mean the Cloak and Dagger will survive the onslaught that was Levy's here. And Yoinkanda are striking back in the back. It's going to be Blacks moving forward with a freedom charge. Plenty of additional HP. And well, when Yoinkanda press 3 Qs, it's difficult to survive it without a strategist ultimate of their own.
They're trying to delay this. They've got the thing coming in. Triple Vanguard to try and hold this line. Frosty rushing back in. Orion is completely trapped off the point here. Monk Muda tracking them down with the help of Etsu as the point is just being held, just about to hit overtime as Dusty are still delaying, but with Fraggy boxing down, it is now going to be Yoinkanda who flip it over on 97%. Can Dusty get anyone onto the point? Here comes the crazy Cloak and Dagger, but is picked off before the feet touch the floor.
You know what? Very lore accurate to have Frankie boxing on the thing, no? Managed to make it back just in time. You know what? Dusty played Yoinkanda very close here. I'm already quite impressed by what I'm seeing. For Frankie, though, it's been a toughie. 2 and 5, taking a bunch of damage, unable to dish out that much. Monk Mother and Etsu can consistently try and outkite Frankie, even with the constant dashes available to that Captain America. However, when it comes to the EMEA, she's a little bit slower. And if you find yourself in range of a Carbon Crush from EMEA when you're a Psylocke or a Human Torch, that's on you, gamer.
But that Human Torch so far, Monk Muda has been staying extremely safe on this Human Torch. Monk Muda has been staying in the air, avoiding Carbon Crushes, and has 15 final hits already. Starting to do extremely good turns of damage. The Squirrel Girl will once again be returning. No more Vanguard. What is that?
That is mods.
That's their crosshair?
Mod sequences genome with CRISPR. I need the exact genetic code that you have so I can make sure that it never happens again.
Invisible Boundary is not available. Will finally get popped just as it comes off charge. Media M to try and deal with Grizzy, who dropped the Eternal Bond as Frosty is pushing into that boundary to try and melt through the defenders. No one is going down. Finally, Etsu will be sniped by Orion early on the Scroll Girls. Once again, Dusty get the first pickup, but they are once again struggling to get onto the point as CMD and 424 are taken down.
I think that was a meaty 3-person Terror Cape coming through as well. Oh, Monk Murder. Nasty damage coming out of the Human Torch. Already has himself yet another Supernova ready to go. 2 Duelist Ultimates, in fact, which cannot be answered for a while until CMD gets 25% more ult chance for an Eternal Bond in response.
Blacks charged up with the freedom charge for the opening. Stop it, Observer, as they push on it. They have an unbeatable Squirrel Tsunami as they're trying to push in. Squirrel Guard locked down, down to the butterfly, but Regeneration Domain shuts it down. Etsu is fleeing.
Please remove this from my screen. I feel like every time I see it, it flashbangs me. Here comes the Eternal Bond from the back. CMD is going to drive their team on to the point to claim some of this space. A Terror Cape coming out, and well, okay, the Observers, they are committing violence against me right now. However, violence also in the hands of Tippy-Toe against the Mutant Lord of Magneto. The Squirrels prove superior. There's no metal on Tippy-Toe.
Squirrels non-magnetic confirmed as Dusty claim the point, flipping it on 42% for Yoinkanda and begin to build their own charge. Black's already back onto the point, though, is going to force a retreat from that held position as someone has to come deal with them.
Sometimes the Captain America, all you've got to do is just be professionally annoying, you know? Make them make a move. Blacks gets out of there pretty easily. Out comes the Sonic Seduction to try and shut down Johnny when he's at his most vulnerable. Great blockage coming through on the Meteor M. Keeps Frosty safe for a moment longer, but standing in these fire cyclones with damage might well be overwhelming. Backing out through the healing, helping from CMD to make sure that there is going to be survival, but still no frags were delivered by Frank Castle when he was at his most dangerous. And Dusty is just going to be forced to back away from this one as, well, the Dancer of Butterfly should be able to pick up the dregs and the drags.
No defensive abilities available, and none were used as Etsu picks off any of the retreating members. This is going to force Dusty for a full regroup. Almost exactly right now, even on the board. But Yoinkanda creeping ahead into the lead once again. Ultimate economy-wise, though, 56% is the highest they have for Meteor M compared to Dusty, who have 85% on the God of Mischief and are already charged on that unbeatable Squirrel Tsunami.
Here come the Boogle of Weasels. In the back, they're boogling. And maybe looking to Google escape routes for now. Etsu instead going to move on to Frankie Boxing. All of the pressure going the way of the M of a damage reduction of a diamond form. It's just about enough to grip onto life for a moment longer. And once more, the Eternal Bond drives Dusty forward onto a point where they need to convert on the damage done already. Etsu's just playing around the margins, playing at the back. An unbeatable Squirrel Tsunami threatens to overwhelm Snays. They're just some mammals, but they're so difficult to deal with. A nice cloak moving away, becoming incorporeal for a second to avoid the Meteor M.
Frosty is taken out by Blacks on the flank to even it up here, but it's a little more staggered in favor of Yoinkanda in the overtime. Dusty are inches away from capping the point here to start building themselves back up towards their own 100. In comes the Psionic Seduction from Frankie Boxing to remove anyone who tries to hold this point and finally let them flip this, because it still means that finally Dusty will take this. Monk Buddha, Supernova knocked down to the ground. Orion sniping Blacks' revenge before 2-4. It's 1 for 1, 2 for 2. As Monk Buddha and Orion are trading shots back and forth.
3K for Orion. Hold up, is it the Squo over here? The Squirrel Girl of all time? 424's going back with the emergency portal, but I don't think it's going to be entirely necessary. So instead, it's just going to put their Punisher in prime position to set up a culling turret for later.
They're just making sure that they can zone this out, try and hold for every extra inch. It's once again likely going to be up to Blacks to flank and touch that point to give their team overtime and then rush on in to try and delay. Monk Buddha sieging onto the point for a Pyro Prison to set up and damage anyone who tries to hold this. The health bars are disintegrating very quickly from Dusty. CMD is holding on to try and get it as they will activate that God of Mischief as the Meteor M is not enough, but Monk Buddha picks up Frosty.
Oh, the opening pick. It's so difficult to deal with. Squo down, I'm afraid. Blacks kicked into a wall, but using that freedom charge was more than enough HP to go around. Etsu's damage when it comes to the dance of other places shared out amongst Dusty, so no one falls in the midst of all of this. Orion's coming back with an unbeatable Squirrel Tsunami. Monk Buddha makes a fiery landing, a hot drop, some might say, into the midst of Dusty and makes his presence known. Finally gets grabbed up here by Frankie Boxing. Do not show me that crosshair right now. I'm casting. Yoinkanda are managing to grab it, and that is going to be the intergalactic spaceport claim for a 2-0 with 2 incredibly close rounds, Tetcher.
Dusty, they have shown that they have some tricks up their sleeve for both trying to take down their opponents, Yoinkanda, and take us down in the meantime. Monk Buddha earning a very well-deserved MVP there, though, on that torch, was just sieging away, punishing the backline, especially onto those Lokis. Loki, of course, has that regeneration domain, but if your entire area is already on fire when it ends, it can be very difficult to capitalize and follow up, even if you're already being protected against a diving cap.
Oh, a rough game for Frosty. 10 and 12, just so much damage taken. When you've got the cap and the Psylocke gunning for you, survivability is just such an issue for a big hitbox like the Punisher, even with the plus 25 HP that he got from becoming a team-up anchor. He's still such a wide boy, you know. Bro was built in the wrong aspect ratio. He's in widescreen.
Frank 90% shoulders, but was targeted down effectively here. Psionic Seduction was trying to hold, trying to delay, as you can see there, and it bought some time. Frankie Boxing put in the work here, but with a huge lead onto Orion, especially, who's swapping onto Strange at one point, found targets, landed some pretty impressive Aya Vagamotos. Yeah. They were a huge factor for Dusty nearly taking a point there.
Yeah, I'm actually quite impressed with what I've seen from Dusty so far up against Yoinkanda, who, as you pointed out, were kind of an EMEA super team. And while they may not be performing the best at the moment, we know the talent on this roster is supreme. And Dusty are putting up a very spirited fight against them so far. And now Dusty also going to get to choose where we go. So they're going to have even more agency in crafting a better matchup for themselves.
Will we see our first 2-1 of the day? As we've currently had a 2-0 of Alcadzia versus Fire Strays, a 2-0 of OG Seed versus 0%. Can Yoinkanda continue the theme, or will we see Dusty start to bring it back? Because the fact is, that was close. No one can deny it. That was close. Brought to overtime repeatedly. Dusty bringing it back. They've got the Squirrel Girl, a little unexpected pick here, and they got repeated multiple eliminations with it. They were able to zone Yoinkanda off the point for a while. They are showing they deserve to be here, and that you can't go easy because they might be able to snipe those maps off you.
I want to see if Penny doesn't get banned. Is it real?
I want to see it, yeah.
Is there some devious things going on? Like for Squirrel Girl, presumably Penny's been popping off in scrim so far to be getting the respect of a target ban. Like there are some dusty things happening that I need to know about. I'm going to go and investigate. So you need to give me a moment. We'll have it during this break.
Go, my children. Make yourself useful. By the eye of Agamotto! Tremble before her! Maximum pulse!
더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah. 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 숨들 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 절정을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면
I got some top big brains on it, and they said that Orion's crosshair is beyond current scientific levels, so bro's playing on a different level, and unfortunately the level they're currently sitting on is near relegation. 0-1 against Yoinkanda here, but Dusty putting up a spirited fight here in our lower bracket.
They nearly took the map. They got so close to being able to bring this back, and now they get their own map choice. They get to choose whether they are going to be on attack or defense. This is their opportunity to try and turn this round.
Yeah, choosing the map can be super important, especially when you want to play something like Penny and Squirrel Girl. Like, maybe you play Symbiotic Surface here. Like, I feel like Symbiotic Surface on A is just an absolutely brutal place to play into a Squirrel Girl. We saw Orion previously bring out the Ultron in some of our highlights. Oh, it's Idrisil Path. I believe this is also where they chose to go against their previous opponent.
I can
of Nemesis.
check that for you. It looks like, yeah, they went Yggdrasil Path against Insomnia for game number 2, and they did take 2 points off of Insomnia during that.
Okay, well, that's nothing to sniff at, considering that Insomnia, I believe, are guaranteed playoffs now. They managed to defeat...
It's protected!
It's real. My therapist, the Penny Protect isn't real. It can't hurt you. Meanwhile, in reality, the Penny Protect.
Oh my god, Dusty are looking at the Marvel Rivals Geneva Convention and seeing it as a checklist as opposed to a warning as they lock the penny in. So no Squirrel Girl bans, unsurprisingly, but we could see that as well.
I mean, now do you protect Loki for CMD and Crizzy? Maybe. Oh, that. Okay.
Get one-sided Loki.
What's the play, Dusty? I'm fully invested. I'm buying the box set. I'm buying the Blu-ray.
Yes.
Okay, it's going to be a Loki differential here, which means they're probably going to end up with 2... maybe we see Cloak and Dagger banned on the other side here from Yoinkanda, so that there's still like a slightly... Okay, they're going to ban Invisible Woman, potentially. That would mean that we're likely going to see 2 Eternal Bombs.
Potentially, most likely, considering the amount of strategists that are already taken out. There is a very small world where they could be going for a Rocket Raccoon with this Loki for double Cosmic Yard amplifiers to protect and also buff up that Penny with the team up ability here. And look at that, Dusty. They're also going to go for a bit of a target ban here to take out the Human Torch.
Would not be surprising. I thought that maybe they'd go down the like ban Cloak and Dagger route and try and make the weird strategist comms happen. The Wolverine Protect here. It's just the cope answer to Penny being just flashbanged by Penathan Parker herself.
It's back. The Squirrel Girl is back. This looks like a nightmare, honestly. Like, just walking into this, looking at it is making me stressed. Walking into this was going to be incredibly difficult. They're going... Blacks is also hovering Penny, but I think that's more for armor. Monkamoto realizing, yeah, okay, I might as well just go into the sky so I don't have to deal with this and just try and avoid the Squirrel Girl shots.
True. The other option, of course, would be to go to Iron Man. Iron Man gets great angles onto the Penny Nest just by virtue of flight. Turns out the Y-axis can be somewhat overpowered in hero shooters. We'll have to see if that's actually going to be what is delivered here by Yoinkanda, who, I'm just going to say, probably haven't scrimmed against a bunch of Penny Squirrel Girl teams.
I mean, who else does this? We have a couple Penny players, of course. We have, like, non-OTPs who almost qualified. They have Cringe Alarm.
True.
But are you scrimming against that? And do they run Squirrel Girl? This is such a unique situation to find yourself in.
All right, remember that Groot does have Texia, can instantly destroy those nests by placing a wall under them, and they essentially get treated as a destructive environment in that case and just get instantly evaporated. So maybe Blacks can make their way around this. Of course, you got to worry about that hard stun for about a second, coming out every 4 seconds. It's a crazy uptime. That's Penny's main value, as well as being able to deny these close-range gankers. And there it is, the expected Iron Man as well, who's going to get some great angles, and Frosty demands the attention, causing them to turn around.
Etsu dropping a little bit low, forced to back out as Blacks is getting targeted down. Wolverine will find the isolation onto Frankie Boxing, who is trying to pull back to the rest of their team, but it's just too much damage. This is looking like a Season 1 comp from Yoinkanda, Season 0, as they are just holding the line right now, pushing forward slow and steady and finding targets when they need. 4-2-4 on the flank with this Penny tries to land a stun, will be forced to web away as they're targeted down.
It's very surprising to see this without the Rocket team up as well. So no BRB coming on through. I thought maybe they run like a triple strategy or something. Go on, nuke the Penny. See if I can. You can nuke me all you want. I've already won. Out comes the armor overdrive. It's going to be a lot of damage. That's going to be the invincible postcard actually going awry. Maybe hoping that group wall would last for a moment longer. Blinded up in the air. The Terror Cape gets some value. Here he comes. Orion, the Squote has arrived. And the invisible boundary has been brought up as well to give give Yoinkanda all of the safety that they need inside of this. Frosty caught up in stealth, going up against a stunned Invisible Woman, is unable to deliver on the frag, and Yoinkanda, they've got some fairly good time heading into second.
That is going to be Yoinkanda pushing on through, finding the opening. And Dusty, we've seen this Squirrel Girl, we've seen this Penny Parker bad out multiple times. I'm not seeing it yet, but there are plenty more opportunities, plenty more points on this map for them to show why this is so terrifying for teams.
Oh, the penny hitters are going to feel real silly when this spider time comes out. You're going to feel real foolish, Tej. There goes Frankie Boxing. Grabbed in by the Wolverine. Very strong duelist, and that percentage-based damage just tears through the meaty targets. A quick stun, interrupting the usage of the Thorn Lash Wall, but never mind. Black's going to get it out anyway. Another Invincible Pulse Cannon ready to go as Frosty stalls the cart for a second.
Moving around, Frosty getting focused down. You can see Monk Butter in the sky, trying to just punish anyone who goes on the flank. Was able to take out Frosty with the help and the dive of Ensu. Orion with the Squirrel Tsunami, though, is starting to create an opening with that spider time, squirrel time. I'm getting everything combined.
Did I just see Monk Butter tactically nuclear strike a collection of squirrel? What am I looking at right here? Orion forces out the invincible pulse cannon. You know what? Tippy Toe ain't living that one. I hate to break it to you, Tippy Toe heads. She ain't that kind of squirrel.
Jarvis, clip that. Taking down the Squirrel Tsunami. Orion back to the defensive point, sieging from a distance, just trying to find any opening, trying to weaken so that anyone can get in. Frosty has brought out the Iron Man of their own.
All right, a battle in the air. And there'll be plenty of support coming through. Once again, 44's just on the flank, being a menace. Bro loves to menace the back lines, and well, you know what? They're using up Monk Butter's ammo. I'll give them that. Monk Butter now has unlimited ammo. Problem solved with the armor overdrive, as Frosty on the other side is laying down huge suppressing fire. And now moving forward, they have to try and break through these walls so you can get some good coverage off of this Eternal Bond.
Etsu was caught on the high ground, will be forced to back away, but now with that Eternal Bond bought out, Yoinkanda will have to wait a little bit longer, but they will have an Eternal Bond of their own in just a few moments. And C&D, Unbeatable Squirrel Tsunami coming in, but there's once again the pickup onto Frankie Boxing. Invincible Pulse Cannon into the backline, finds nothing. But in the meantime, Yoinkanda are still cleaning up every single member of Dusty they can find. Straggling Prison comes on in to trap Crazy after that Eternal Bond ends, and they are picked off.
Nice, great counter to the Eternal Bond coming out there from Blacks, knowing that with easy headshots onto a rooted enemy, you can burst through the healing of the Eternal Bond. And now Blacks is really going to be taxing this exit here, creating a nice canopy, you know? Nice lad, interesting architecture. 424 has been beamed down in the back, using up some more of Monk Butter's ammo. Highly valuable penny play as I live and breathe. Blacks just continues to just rain in with the Spore Bombs, going after Frosty, dropping down to the floor in many ways. No touch. Oh boy.
That's the triple. Yoinkanda looking to earn their spot in the next round to make their way through this lower bracket to play against Virtus Pro. If Dusty cannot find the triple cap here to take us to an overtime, the pressure is on. Good news, Squirrel Girl is quite good on attack as well, as you can see, to try and break defensive positions with it. But it looks like Dusty may finally be sending the Squirrel Girl to bed.
Yeah, might need to be that Orion finds a little bit more impetus for Yoinkanda to respond. Because while the Squirrel Girl... Oh, never mind. You know what? Analysis, why bother? It's Squirrel Girl versus Penny. Like,
on attack.
Everything I know about Marvel Rivals is out the window. All 4 final blows, by the way, do belong to the Squote.
13k damage, has the most damage in the game, has only been KO'd 3 times. They're performing well. The Squirrel Girl is working. It's just they're not able to find enough eliminations. They're not able to find enough pickups to open up and stop Yoinkanda's push.
Okay. Same comp, new energy, baby. I wonder if we're going to see this rocket kept here as well. Getting that additional penny nest is, of course, hyper valuable to try and set upon these flanks and create inhospitable zones that players really can't stay in without being absolutely bombarded with spider mines.
They've
No, it's not going to stay. Never mind.
Brought out the Mantis this time for damage and boost to try and buff the Squirrel Girl and that Iron Man to just make it absolute artillery fire. Just make the ground as difficult to stand on with maximum AoE.
All right, everyone just exchanging repulsor blasts for now, building up towards those invincible pulse cannons. However, there's going to be a lot more pressure going the way of Frosty, who's going to be catching those tainted voltages from Etsu on the Winter Soldier. Is a classic hero for Etsu, by the way, during the Marvel Rivals Invitational. That's when we were kind of in the better Winter Soldier wins era of Marvel Rivals Esports. Frosty, though, great beaming off the back of the Armor Overdrive. They baited in Monk Mother and punished him as he tried to disengage.
Gonna get healed back up after being dropped to half HP, pushing on in. I mean, it was Roscoe Na'Vi in the backline for the flank to create an opening. And Dusty, the card is moving forward. Invisible Pulse Cannon is at the ready, looking for anyone who steps onto the point. Here comes the push out from Monk Mother, taken out with the Unibeam. Frosty backs up, looks for it. Can they time it with the dash? No, it will not find the pickup as Flax takes down the Iron Man.
Just unable to hit the angle was a good thought there, but unfortunately Vertigo being able to survive means that it might well be over for Dusty. And I just remembered what the what the Squirrel Girl cosplay, what Crosshair awakens in me. It looks like the crosshair that you'd have in like a World War II bomber, like a Lancaster. Like if you're about to drop some like 50-kilo dumb bombs, you're looking from like 10,000 feet up through that.
The British have dropped wood in the past. I am not sure about squirrels, though, as they...
Harris wood.
They try to zone away. We're seeing CMD with that extra soul rejuvenation here for the protection, but straggling Prison onto the group top members. Kraken impact, but they will get stunned out by the Eye of Agamotto from Frankie Boxing, but Etsu is still just resetting over and over again. 44 trying to get away to prevent the reset, but they can't pull out in time. Get locked down, and it's the full chase, sending Iron Man to the ground, but they can't find the other eliminations. Etsu is a bit far out now.
Reminding me of the times when Etsu on OG was really bringing it very often to VP in the Winter Soldier versus Winter Soldier, and having it brought to him by Frosty. Great use of Repulsor Blast there. Brand new Invincible Pulse Cannon is now available. You could try and use it to try and answer a strategist ultimate, but of course you kind of don't have any of those left at the moment. Dusty have an opening to try and make something work, and Crizzy realizes it, rolling on through. Invincible Pulse Cannon comes from the other direction. It seems like it was well blocked out and punished by Frankie, who likely took to the air and assaulted Tony Stark.
They have created an opening. Portal is available, but for it to be dropped here, someone needs to touch the point. Zoning away the Winter Soldier, who soldiers fists in to try and take it, but is immediately picked up. And that portal will come in too late, and we'll just get cancelled and immediately stunned out by 424.
Oh my god, wait,
what?
Jonathan Penny is just the one. I think that they were trying to do some counter portaling from Frankie Boxing in case 424 was unable to deliver on the Cyberweb snare. But you know what? Good platforming by my Penny player. The Spider Merchant is getting some value by shutting down that recontest, essentially securing this first point for Dusty.
And Dusty continued to push on in with 2 minutes and 42 remaining. The Penny is flanking in the backline, causing problems as Frosty tries to duel into Monk Mother. Etsu is taken out by Orion from downtown, sieging in from the distance. Media M to try and zone them out. Though as Yoink Kanda realized there's a Penny in the backline that just runs so far towards the enemy team's space that it can't reach.
Snaze pulls a quick Uno reverse there on Frosty, eating up the Invincible Pulse Cannon with the Meteor M and dunking it down onto Tony's head. It's an unfortunate day for Infinite Pulse Cannons. However, 424, what are we cooking back here? It's a single weasel, not a boogle, but it's a weasel nevertheless, Tetcher. In the back, Dusty have 5 ultimates to try and break through this one. They do not have a Mantis. CMD already coming through with the God of Mischief copy is going to be able to use their own Soul Resurgence, but it's almost over already, and there's no forward progress to be seen here for Dusty.
This Weasel's got far too many legs, but it is still causing issues in the backline. The spideriest Weasel I ever did see is just trying to land those cyberweb snares to lock people down. Squirrel Guard coming out as well, making it very difficult, punishing reinforcements, but Monk Muda is also flanking. Unbeatable Squirrel Tsunami comes on out, and Monk Muda takes the 1v1 versus Orion.
Here comes the Invincible Pulse Cannon trying to shut down the Mantis. Frankie Boxing just trying to make sure that Frank's damage is mitigated for the moment. Even more nice play from Frosty. Just predicts that Etsu is going to try and round the corner, getting greedy with the ultimate. It's a good prediction in the midst of all of this. Look at all those mines doing 0 damage to the Groot, unfortunately, who just backs away from them. Into the back, though, 2 strategists taken down by CMD after they were battered around by 424 with his placement of the Spider Time. It's getting to real value.
The flanking Penny sets up a complete lockdown on the approach. They would have to take the full wraparound here as Join Kunda forced to regroup. The pickup from Frosty. 424 cutting off any retreats. Goodbye, Vertigo. They drop the Eternal Bonds into the mines. Exactly what you want to see as a Penny player. And Dusty, they're doing it, Leg Day. They're heading towards point 3.
I'd like to submit my formal apology in writing to 424. I didn't realize you were the Pote. That's my bad. Game new ball like that. An attempted cyberweb snare there onto the Iron Man. It's going to miss, so 424 is going to have to flee away, but not before doing a little bit more trolling on Blacks in the midst of all of this. Frankie Boxing isolated by the Thorn Lash walls, but plenty of healing should be able to come on through from the Cloak and Dagger in the aftermath as Frosty builds up a plan for their next ult.
Etsu has abandoned the Punisher back onto the Psylocke to try and snipe this Squirrel Girl. Already taking them down once, just Dusty forced to regroup, forced to back away. Frosty dropped low and punishing the Penny, who is still on the flank.
Everybody gangster till we see Penny on their flank. That much is for certain. Wrapping around the back, 424 claiming some new territory is going to start moving these little spider mines around, and out come a couple of stuns here and there. The Unbeatable Scroll Tsunami. Oh, CMD at the end of their tether, at the end of the bond, gets caught by the nuclear blast, the Invincible Pulse Cannon from Monk Muda. But most of your Nkanda have been overwhelmed. This Squirrel Girl, she's doing so much. She's hitting him with a knuckle. Frankie, Frankie's just channeling the portal. Does not care about the. This match is not reality. Whatever 14,601 things Doctor Strange looked into, he did not see this.
They've portaled them in. They've set the trap. Finally, Venom is able to break the containment. They're fighting Monk Muda on the flank to prevent any Invincible Pulse cans, but it's not even charged yet. They're dropping low. It's Spider time, but is it Dusty time? They're centimeters away, Leg Day. As 44 is trying to cut off the reinforcements, but we're already going to see CMD and Frosty getting taken down. They've got 6 seconds left. Frankie Boxing is on the point, so we can't portal them back in. I'm to try and buy the extra time, but they are taken down. It's 424 on the Penny for Dusty's tournament life. They are taken down. The reinforcements aren't there. It is GG as Yoinkunda keep the sacred timeline and will take the map in a 3-2.
Having to cull the divergent branch where Penny was getting value. Typically, the last hurrah was Sylvie falling to a bunch of spider mines. Well, Dusty, their tournament run might be over, but we can't say that it wasn't an entertaining last hurrah. What an At the Skalds will sing of this day as the Icelandic team who played the Penny and the Squirrel Girl kind of almost took Yoinkanda to their limit.
7 final hits on the Penny, 14k damage, which is almost as much as Etsu. 31k damage on the Squirrel Girl. It's 8k more than the Iron Man. It did so much. Etsu also showing off their hero pool that game, rotating between at least 3, maybe 4 heroes.
So question is, who on Yoinkanda inherits Orion's crosshair now? I've got to assume it works like a parasite, and
the only reason it would work that way.
When you eat Orion, you unfortunately inherit the crosshair, and you have to play with the bomber scope.
Well, they may not have moved on in the bracket, but Dusty will certainly be coming away with the attention of the Marvel Rivals community and a significant, I would argue, boost in fans for the performance in this match. What creative and, quite frankly, effective play. But Yoinkanda were just too much to overcome here. They move on. They have their toughest matchup coming against Virtus Pro to make their way into the playoffs. But wow, People's Scroll Tsunami you can see them, they were trying to bounce the acorns off the door frame to try and take out Monkmuna in that 1v1.
That brings us to two teams that were so close to Ignite Superstardom that were big penny merchants. We had Cringe Alarm on no TPs you brought up early, and of course 424 on this roster. Maybe the time of penny is nearly here. One more team up, Tetra. Just one more team up. Just one more team up, bro. And then penny. It's penny hours, baby.
We've been seeing a couple of teams bring out the Penny for containments. This is the first time we have seen a flank Penny coming in for 4-2-4, getting onto the backline, causing a damage output, and we can see it perfectly on that point B push. Their team got zoned out. Penny was in the backline, landing stuns and punishing anyone who came for the reinforcement. And the second their team got momentum, it was Spider time. Oh, you want to retreat against our advancing Squirrel Tsunami? Surprise, there's mines. Surprise, there's a Bartic Spider there. Surprise, you're in the air now because Penny is knocking you up.
It was quite the fiesta.
That's a word for it, yeah.
But credit to Yoinkanda, they stayed true to their game plan. They played some salt-of-the-earth, blue-collar 9-to-5 Marvel Rivals, and in the end, the old reliable managed to win out over Dusty's avant-garde approach to professional play.
I love that description. Well, we'll have to see if Yoinkanda do pick up the surprise Squirrel Girl tech, or perhaps the surprise Squirrel Girl crosshair to improve their play. We'll be trying to get an interview with someone from Yoinkanda in just a moment, but we can talk about their upcoming match while we wait. It is against the surprise lower bracket arrival of Virtus Pro, who did go down to Rad in the upper bracket. Finding themselves down here is already difficult, but Yoinkanda, they have a history against Virtus Pro. We're going to have a look at that bracket update. These teams have played against each other in the past in MRC, and now it will be time for Yoinkanda to try and get revenge for that matchup.
Yeah, winner of that matchup is going to make it to playoffs. There's a world where VP don't make it. The thing is, for Yoinkanda, even going in potentially as the weaker team, they kind of have the cheat codes, because it seems like the triple strategist ban is a little bit of a weakness of Virtus Pro that could potentially be exploited by other teams. Obviously, we're going to spend the next week of scrims trying to find out their way around this triple strategist ban, whether that comes down to, I don't know, saving Luna first, or if they're just going to start working on some Ultron compositions. But for now, it seems like a weakness that can be exploited.
They have time to practice. They have time to work it out. Both these teams have time to go away and study all of the games that have happened, even look at some of the other regions to see if there's something cooking over there, to work out what they can bring to try and claim these last spots. As we already said, we've already have our top 4 spots. These are the final spots in the playoffs. These are the spots where you are safe. You have to go into that new bracket and then, of course, try to compete for that mid-season title. But the first step is Virtus Pro.
All right, let's get Blackso in here so that we can have a quick chat about how that match went down. Nice to see you, Blackso. Congratulations on the win. How are you feeling after that one? It was a bit of a weird end to the series.
Yeah, I mean, you saw it, but we were not really ready on the Penny Parker pick, because we thought that we would be able to ban it every games. But at the second game, they saved it in first, so we were not ready, so that's all. But we were still confident, to be honest.
So you were prepared going into, as you knew it was happening. Your plan was to ban it the entire time. Did you have any preparations to try and deal with it in the event that it could have, and in fact did, go through?
No, to be honest, we had no plan. We just wanted to ban Penny, and honestly, we don't really know these guys because we never see them scrim, or even in ranked, the only one that we see is Frankie Boxing, but we really didn't know the others guys, so we were just prepared, and that's all. That's how it went.
And so you guys were focusing more on yourselves after the match against Pep. How did you guys change up how you're approaching some of these games after the match against Peps? What went wrong there?
I mean, to be honest, it was close games, but it was really frustrating because, it was one of these bad days. We were just playing so bad, and there was legit nothing we could do. Of course you can play better, but when it's not your day, it's not your day, and you can do nothing about that. It's frustrating, but it's part of the game,
It did end up being your day, though. You did end up taking the series in the 2-0. We talked about the penny, though. Let's talk about the squirrel. Was there any world where you were expecting that to come out?
No, we didn't know, but I just saw a screenshot at the end of the second game of his crosshair, and it was actually really surprising. But we didn't know at all that he was playing Squirrel Girl, but it's not a huge hero right now in the meta. It's not good at all. So, we don't really care about Squirrel Girl, actually.
You said that you guys were surprised to see the first Protect go through onto Penny, but when it comes to the new advanced tournament bans in general for yourself and your encounter, how are you guys feeling about the new ban system? Is it working out for you guys, or can it be a little bit of a weakness at the moment?
No, we are kind of good with it because we actually have a coach, and he's really helping us right now with the new ban system, and he's really cooking, so we are really confident with him about the bans and the safe picks. So it's actually really nice to have a coach like him.
You say you're going in with some confidence on the ban system, and you are going up in your next round against the current European champions, Virtus Pro. What are your thoughts heading into that match?
My opinion personally is that I think they are still the best, to be honest. It can happen to have a bad day. It's been legit 6 months that they are on the top. Of course, one day or another they would have lost, and it happened yesterday. But I really think that they will just come back stronger. To be honest, I don't think it's going to be the start of the downside of VP. I really think they will just come back stronger and be at the top again. But honestly, personally, I'm confident because, it gives some confidence to see that another team can beat them, so it opens the gate for the other team, actually. Now we know that they are beatable, so we will play on that part and just hope that we will beat them.
Nice. I want to know a little bit about the Black Sir lore after the MRI. You were playing for Fnatic at the time. I believe you were a newer pickup for that roster. Ended up with a couple of the OG guys here on your encounter. How did you end up making the swap between these teams? Were you approached by Etsu, or?
After the last MRC, we placed top 8 with 0%, and so we played the Marvel Rivals Invitational with Fnatic. And the problem is that we were not happy with the top 8. We wanted the top 3 at least, so everyone in the team was not happy. So what happened is that there was 3 persons that wanted to leave the team. And these 3 persons, it was me, Monk, and Sylvie. We kinda mixed with Etsu because he asked us, because Enzo, Tanuki, Ken, and Alex left. So we joined Snaze and Etsu, and we find the last one, so Vertigo, and he's actually really we couldn't have better, I think, in last pick right now. He's actually a really good dealer. Honestly, I really like how he plays and everything. And yeah, that's how it went. It was really, really good, actually.
And you mentioned your coach has been helping you with a lot of the draft. Do you want to give them a shout out here, and also a bit of a call out for VP as they're coming up? And any words for your opponents in this match, Dusty?
Yeah, I think the people that played Overwatch knows him. It was Obazil. He was a huge coach in NA, and right now he's helping us because we are EU, so he's helping us, and I really like how we cook the bans. Like, to be honest, it's one of the best coach out here, to be honest. Like, it's not to glaze him, but you know, it's pretty fine.
I know Oberso. I know he's a good brain to have in that back line. When it comes to good brains as well, you guys have got quite a bit of competitive gaming experience. Did you feel any pressure being in the lower bracket today against Dusty, or is it just another match?
No, personally, and I think the other one in the team too were not. Of course, we were frustrated to know, like, we didn't want to be in the loser bracket this early. Like it was the first game, and boom, you go in the loser bracket. So it's really frustrating. But it's part of the game. Like, you just have to go on. You can't just fix what you did in the past. You have to keep going, and that's when you see the good players and the bad players. That's all.
Yeah, just the resilience can be a huge part of it. And thank you for your resilience, Blacks, and coming to talk to us. It was great to get some insight into what's happening in Yoinkanda. That was wonderful, Black. So one of the best groups in EMEA, wrapping up our third matchup here at Marvel Rivals Ignite. And well, there's only one left, Tetch. We've got to say goodbye to yet another team here in the lower bracket, but it is going to be a hotly contested matchup.
Yes, it will be, and we'll be heading into our final matchup of Low 9 versus Blood Cariudo to decide which team will move on and who will be eliminated. So make sure you tune back in after this short break.
Double KO! Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. I remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, hoping your rise, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, hoping your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days, my Oh yeah, oh yeah. 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게. 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려. 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려. I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고.
And we are back. We have had one of the most exciting, chaotic, and interesting days of Marvel Rivals esports since the game's release here in EMEA. Completely watchable region. And we already are up to our last series of the day, leg day.
On paper, this one is probably going to be the closest edge of Blood Cayudo and Low 9, both coming from the second qualifier after not making it through the first into Ignite. And both of these rosters are fairly new to each other, I think. I think Blood Cayudo had about, what, 7 hours prior to Ignite qualifiers starting to try and figure out how it was going to go?
They'd been like grouping together, but the faction was literally made an hour before Ignite qualifier. It's closed, the like sign-ups for it. So they've certainly come extremely far in the short amount of time. Plenty for them to prove here. Low 9, though, we have some incredibly experienced players. We've already talked about them a fair amount, and they did take all business to the third map. They're one of the few teams, the only teams, that took a 2-1 in their first round games.
Yeah, Low 9 really taking all business to the limit, and Saintamoto, I think, was a big part of that on the Captain America. We outlined earlier how annoying can be with that Freedom Charge and the Living Legend just constantly generating over health and being able to essentially having unlimited sprints and bounces means you can use a lot of cover and be very evasive.
We're going to start off, though, looking at Blood Cayudo here. Incredible play. Gator, who has probably the most experience on here, along with Crazy Kitty in terms of the PC play. They have been subbing for quite a few teams, playing in the MRI a little bit. They're also one of the few teams that have been Jeff merchants in their first round game.
Yeah, they play what I like to call the unironic Jeff. And often they bring out Without a Storm as well. Like, we're not talking Jeff Nato here. This is just raw Jeff gameplay, which, to be fair, could actually be a significant asset in the evolving meta we've seen in the advanced ban system of banning out 3 primary strategists.
They have showed so much so far. You can see that Blood Cayudo were running a lot of the Star-Lord composition in this first setup as well, with Leo, an incredible player, being the one playing it. They are one of the only champions here in Marvel Rivals Ignite, with Virtus Pro dominating PC. Leo is actually originally a console boy, winning Marvel Rivals Season 0 with Smelvin over Oblivion in a 4-1 before swapping over to PC, looking for a team and finally finding one with Blood Cayudo, where they qualified ahead of Schmungus. We have a quick recap of their time in the qualifiers and in MRC. They have been once again on a Star-Lord, showing that they have this duelist blood in their veins. They also did play a little bit of that Adam Warlock in that match as well.
I mean, my source is that it came to me in a dream, but I seem to remember Smelvin Industries being a bit of a dynasty in the console scene for EMEA, just being able to do so much. It's been a while since Shin Shibuya in comp, hasn't it? I know. Been slightly flashbang by seeing Shin Shibuya back on my screen right here. And yeah, Leo's had a long history of competing, even if not so much on mouse and keyboard for a while. We've had a couple of controller players make the transition from console, but I believe that Leo just completely swapped from console to PC, even swapping control schemes as well over to the mouse and keyboard.
They legitimately did. I did an interview with them for my channel a little bit after those console champions, and they said that their first goal with the prize money is to try and buy a PC so that they can start moving on to keyboard and mouse. And it certainly seems to have paid off for them. Qualifying for Ignite, this was their qualifying match versus Schmungus, sending Schmungus down to the lower bracket and allowing them to capture that qualification.
Yeah, very impressive stuff to go up against Schmungus, showing a lot of variability and versatility in their roster, as well as being able to very quickly adapt to incoming stimuli, because you know that Schmungus is going to throw some weird stuff at you and you're going to have to figure it out on the fly real quick.
Low 9, on the other hand, we already talked about it. Saint Amoto is incredible on these backline characters like the Captain America. Crisis has shown a lot of flexibility of being able to blow people up with that Winter Soldier and some of the other damage dealers. And Jerky has been the one playing a little bit of the Ultron, one of the few Ultron players we have seen bring it in. And here is why this character got banned in the second game of this series.
Just the absolute mugging of a backline. That is the Saint Amoto way. Crisis has been incredibly accurate on the Winter Soldier. A little bit of an old head hero pool, honestly. Like, Winter Soldier has kind of been in and out of vogue. He's never been bad, you know, but not quite the heady heights of being the absolute esports defining hero he was during the season 1 runs.
We'll see if they can change that, though, as we are heading in. I know Leo also plays a little bit of that Winter Soldier as well, so they've got some flexibility on the team, especially if they've been taking some time after their first defeat to come back and adjust their playstyle, watching the other games, see if they can mix it up a little bit from that surprise Jeff Adam Mantis Star-Lord playstyle, which... while it is cool to see, like you said, serious Jeff, full serious mode, 110% effort, they did not take a single map in their matchup versus Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, not the easiest one. But Kayudo, I think that they do have it in them to really make something happen here with the Jeff, especially. Okay, well, straight away, Blood Carrier are going to be banning out Saint Amoto's Captain America. Makes sense to me.
He can't do this all day if he doesn't get to play. Sent immediately into the ban phase, but this is going to allow a one-sided Emma, if that's what Blood Karyudo desire, as they ban out the Emma and pick it up for themselves. So we'll once again be seeing the Emma versus Magneto setup.
All right, question for Low 9 here. Are they willing to invest in the Luna ban? I mean, seemingly you've got to. But the thing is, Blood Karyudo don't have like an Emma like a Luna crutch, you know, because they play the unironic Jeff, which makes them a lot harder to ban into. But it also means that if they save the Loki, you probably don't get as much value out of copying its Jeff, which isn't the greatest strategist ultimate in the game.
It has so much potential. There are just so many characters that have ways to counter it, especially the rising star of the Season 2.5 Marvel Rivals Ignite, Cloak and Dagger, being able to just take everyone out of phase and prevent them from getting picked up.
All right. Got to protect on the Punisher here, Blood Karyudo. Going to be relying on a huge amount of damage like they're coming out of Leolaz. Invisible Woman ban, potentially. Okay, this is going to be kind of forcing towards that Cloak and Dagger, which makes a lot of sense considering that they have been able to protect the Magneto. The Meteor M is, of course, the standard ranked counter to Eternal Bond.
Loki also protected by Low 9 due to the fact that Blood Karyudo Low 9 put a bit of a focus onto the Captain America, and Blood Karyudo kept their focus onto the standard rotation here.
Oh, am I going to see... Okay, for Rocket's probably just for in Spawn. They're probably going to play double Invisible Woman on the side of Low 9. So double Invisible Boundary, which could be a great way to try and play against something like a Jeff Nado. Well, that's a good insurance policy, realizing that, hey, you're playing against Blood Karyudo. There's always a chance, there's always a slim chance that they are going to play a Jeff. And if they play a Jeff, maybe they'll play a Storm. They didn't do it previously. It's hell's heaven. But we're going to begin on Domination. And I love when I go into a ban phase, Tetra, and I'm like, I actually have no idea what this team is going to play.
Both these teams are so flexible. We were talking about Jeff earlier. While it was the previous patch version of Jeff back when he was more of a flanking, flanking assassin, really, to try and take out backliners, Jerky was legendary. Constantly target banned throughout the ranked games, but since the changes, they have also picked up stuff like that Human Torch, they have picked up stuff like the Psylocke, and of course the Winter Soldier as we see them hovering in here. Here's the Jeff. Is it for bubbles or is it for rollout?
Got it?
It was for bubbles.
Bubbles only. Not a real Jeff. Wolver might be going for a little bit of a mugging portal here. Could try and grab someone. Of course, there is a pull available from the Force Physics. Instead, just going to rely on that high ground, setting up Crisis in a position where he can pepper away with the assault rifle.
I like that they use the portal to scout out their opponents first to see whether it's worth going for a big dive or to set up a defensive position. And we did see Low9 decide that it's easier to just pick a position away from where Blood Cariodo decide to initially engage here. Gator bringing out their own Captain America after denying it away from Low9.
Yeah, going to be able to harass those backliners, and of course is already doing some real bits. Saint Moto fallen down on the Magneto. Might be a powerful hero in some hands, but Saint Moto has had some specialization towards the Captain America recently. And Low9, they have their backline distracted by the Gainer marauding.
Sieging in, trying to create a zoning position as Blood Cariodo have claimed the first point, but Jerky is constantly flanking and looking for anyone who they can get a quick blow up. Will get spotted by Iron Monkey this time, so will not be able to get any fact, but will find the pickup onto Crazy Kitty. What a blow up by Jerky.
Now, Leia Laz was lurking, hoping that someone would come through by themselves on the other side. Now, it's the Weasels. It's the... They're going in towards the back. Readily answered by the invisible boundary. Is going to extend slightly onto the point and have the vertical hitbox it needs to. Not be too worried about the moving of the point itself. Sending in the back. That's going to be, a single target dance of the butterflies, but all of its DPS into Crazy Kitty.
Jerky dashes away, trying not to get caught in that psionic seduction as Leo gets the counter. That's a double onto the backline, wiping out the members of Low9, who were just starting to get some momentum. Blood Cariodo trying to chase down the retreating Jerky, but with the Iron Bulwark, they will escape. Blood Cariodo 62%, and it's untouched by Low9.
What can Leolaz see with his elf eyes? Two invisible women in this case, both Pine Clone and Gonski falling down to their auspices. For now, though, Blood Cariodo, they have been able to pretty consistently hold this point. 75% of the way forward already. Still have the Living Legend and Supernova to try and defend this one.
Creeping onto the point, Crisis has that final judgment for the quick blow-up. If they can find an opening, the Gator is in the backline, causing issues. Supernova to zone away from Crazy Kitty, who has shown to be one of the best character players for this Human Torch, for these quick blow-ups, keeping everything zoned out. Wolver is dropping low, healed back up, and they just can't find the opening here. They will touch for overtime, but the health bars aren't looking so good. Final judgment is going to be popped, but Saint Moto is already down. Gonski is down. They pick up Crazy Kitty, but the side of Blood Cariodo have just taken cover.
Yeah, Blood Cariodo, they just fade away into the night, and now it's time to strike on back onto this backline. Crisis going to be the #1 target. Even with Jerky seen as low, they wanted to get rid of that Punisher before he could try and turn it around once again with the culling turret or other weaponry. Blood Cariodo coming in looking strong.
That is a solid first pickup onto the Eldritch Monument, heading into the Super Soldier Factory. Looking at the ultimate charge here. Leo, 93%. Zenny, 91. Double 91s for Jerky and Gonski. It's looking like Blood Cariodo have the ultimate lead here.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Crazy Kitty, thus far, has just been absorbing a huge amount of aggro. 1 and 3, it feels like Jerky is constantly just trying to hunt down this Human Torch, and given how evasive he can be, it's taking a lot of time off of Jerky's, Jerky's workday. Clocks in, looks at their inbox. Oh, would you look at this? It's Crazy Kitty again. Clock in, clock out, baby.
Spots the Human Torch and has seen the previous games where, the Human Torch is being targeted and everyone is getting KO'd. The Human Torch isn't being targeted. Everyone's getting KO'd again. Guess what my job is this game? To learn from the mistakes of others, to learn from how these teams put extra effort into protecting this torch and try and ruin their day.
Sainamoto trying to get back towards their dive routes, playing the Venom here. That's going to make the backline a little bit more endangered moving forward. Leolas wrapping up with their stealth, moving in towards the backline. Has that Dancer of Butterflies, if only they are going to need it. Dancer of Butterflies answered on the other side by the Soul Resurgence of the Mantis. And Jerky's just going to disengage over to a point right now as Low9 erects their invisible boundary to try and stop a recontest here. And Low9 get their first percentage of the game.
They have taken control and they are pushing deep to prevent any stragglers, prevent a reinforcement by trying to get some staggers. Gainer in full retreat, and you mentioned it, Sadamoto loves these dive characters, chases deep, able to find the pickups and keep the pressure onto Blood Karyudo to get Low9 back into this.
All right, not dead in the water, that much is for sure. Wolver taking over the Magneto duties from Sadamoto has already earned themselves a Meteor M. Question is, what do you want to try and shut down with this one? You become CC immune, so you can try and deal with Monkey's ultimate, but likely you're going to want to try and shut down that Eternal Bond before it comes out. A huge hit coming in from the Kraken impact. Calf feeling low. Shut on down, Wolver! Whoa! The meatiest of Meteor M. That's a spicy meatball.
They pick up the triple, and Low9, that might have been what they need to hold this point. Even able to snipe onto Cap, who had that Eternal Bond to give them the extra protection to try and let their team tag through, disengage. And now Blood Karyudo 60% down already. They have a lot of catch-up to do if they can get onto this point.
Yeah, catch-up name of the game for now. Gainer going to be continually harrying that backline, moving in with Leolas, going to do some preparatory work, but elsewhere it's Jerky who striked first with their own Dance of the Butterflies, finds Crazy Kitty before they can escape. No additional overshields available, and now even undermanned, they're just going to try and trade on out the Soul Resurgence. Crisis Core on the other side. Monkey just hypnotizes multiple members of Low9, and with some significant investment, Blood Karyudo will get their flip.
94 is what it will tick over on. Almost hit that 95. No overtime, but that's still a great opportunity for Low9 if they can get the counter flip. But Karyudo just setting up for as best of a zone as they can. Currently, Leo on 7 final hits and has yet to go down this entire game. But Jerky has been on the flank. You talked about it. Has been on to Crazy Kitty, who has now been taken down 6 times. Abandoning the Human Torch. Has already charged up, though, on that Kraken impact if they can find an opening.
Sadamoto looking for an opening themselves here. Seems like they already heard of a potential Barnacle coming out onto the back line. Zenny and Kath going to try and defend themselves here. Still has a Feast of the Abyss, but without the additional DPS of that cellular corrosion, it can be risky to try and make it work. 2 players afflicted here with the culling aura, and Sadamoto still doesn't want to invest their ultimate, waiting for the last moment, but guess what? The culling aura's already gone away. Meteor M flies over the top. It's down on top of Kath. The Eternal Bond shut down when it was needed the most by Blood Karyudo, and Gainer, all they can do is reset as Leolas hangs out in the back. Their perfect game is slightly on the line. The first death for them as they're fragged out by Low9, who should be able to grab 1-1.
We are evened up on this first map of this series. These two teams bringing everything they can to protect their tournament lives, because remember, the team that loses this series is eliminated and will have to try and defend their spot to try and make it into phase 2. The winner of this game has to play against Schmungus. Not an easy matchup either, but their focus has to remain on each other. The Psylocks have been trading back and forth so aggressively here.
Look how much damage Crazy Kitty has taken. Homie is getting giga targeted right now. And, well, Jerky's making the most of it.
Almost 8k damage taken, which is as much as Leo has done. He's basically taken the entire Psylocks game worth of damage, which is exactly what we've been seeing. You called it, where Jerky has just said, yes, this one, please.
So, who do you want to target? Yes. Coming out straight away with the Gainer Portal. Gainer, I think, fairly well known as a Doctor Strange player, if my Gainer lore is correct. But once again, I may have dreamed it. Jerky instantly has the Dance of the Butterflies ready to go, but Leolas exactly the same. And the answers are going to be a little bit thinner on the ground for Blood Karyudo, who don't have those regeneration domains from Moloki, which is a great answer to the damage of the Dance of the Butterflies.
forced onto this Mantis for Zeddy, where the big burst protection is either unleash it all into one person with all of your healing flowers, or to try an ultimate, which is exactly what they're going to do here with the soul rejuvenation to keep the team topped up. Jerky unable to find a pickup as Crazy Kitty pulls the trigger on the Kraken impact, is able to find reset number 1 because they have Loki clones.
All right, Crazy Kitty has finally demanded revenge and, of course, can keep resetting off the back of a Loki doppelgangers as they fall to that culling aura. Still has a couple of seconds remaining. Unlikely to feed to try and make this one happen. However, if a Venom comes in, yes, Tomato turns that right on around real quick.
First points going over to Blood Cariudo. They lock in the full control 15%. Low 9. Just going to be marching back in, regrouping. They don't have the fastest rollout outside of this Venom, who will, of course, be wrapping around off to the flank. And Jerky dropped a little bit low, but quickly healed up.
All right, Crisis plinking away for the moment. Leolas drops in behind. The Wing Shara can start doing the damage, and you better believe that the double grab onto those strategists just does so much damage from a backline. Wolvers popping off with the primary fire. The Iron Volley's getting all of the impact that you could ask for from this Magneto. It's worth the save. If only you can manage to grab it. Leolas still turns up against their counterpart, and that's going to be low 9, actually with a flip this time before the halfway point.
47-4, but Low 9 in control. Blood Cariudo go to adjust. They have brought out the Ultron, deciding that, you know what, maybe this Mantis is struggling to keep up a little bit. Time to supplement it with at least a little bit with that Imperative Firewall, and of course, that point and click damage from the hit scan.
Meteor M, ready to go. Kath going to be a little bit trepidatious about using their ultimate early. However, it might well get forced out early here. Crazy Kitty stunned by the Eye of Agamotto, looking for Kath in the midst of all of this, but it hits the crossbar. It's off the top, and that means that the score will not be coming on through. Still Blood Cariudo. They've not been able to translate this into actual territory on the point. So far back was Kath, so afraid of the incoming damage. She had to call it too early. Leolas can't get anything off of the Dance of the Butterflies, but Saint Tomoto, Crisis Wolver, oh, they're making it work with the Dark Predations. The tentacles hit exactly where they need to be. You can take the cap out of Santomoto, but you can't stop him from diving.
They take the lead, overtaking the 47% now up to 55, claiming the point, while Crisis attempted to score a goal in the backline with that Kraken impact. They were forced back, but it was Sadamoto who chipped it in at the end, and Jerky with that Dance of the Butterfly to clean on up. As Blood Cariudo will be rejoining. They have the range of Ultron, but that is it. The next closest is 54% for iMonkey with that Psionic Seduction. Here comes the range of Ultron very early. They gotta keep that healing onto Crazy Kitty, maximizing damage output as Regeneration Domain looks for the counter, and they will focus down using the Carbon Crush onto Sadamoto to pick them off.
Great grab onto that Venom. A lot of meat now missing for Low 9. They're going to have to try and get Wolver on the point to keep this one contested. Attempting to chase down Jerky. It's an excellent terror game to make sure the Magneto has to stay away and Blood Carrier to get a free flip in their favor before this one is over. Leolas taking out Jerky means that likely now Low 9 are going to have to call it as they're undermanned for a fight.
We are at 93-59 in favor of Low 9, but Blood Cariudo in control. Psionic Seduction, Soul Rejuvenation, Sadamoto and Gonski waiting on the high ground, looking to punish anyone who tries to overextend from Blood Cariudo while they wait for their team to group up.
Leolas, a tactical insertion into the backline could be everything. A quick copy coming over as well to try and get that instant invincible boundary, but guess what? They're shut down at exactly the right time. Unbelievable timing there from iMonkey to make sure that they could not activate the ultimate. The silence was everything, Tetcher.
Sadamoto now has a lot of pressure on their back. They have to be the one to touch this point to buy time as the portal is going to try and counter them so that they can't make the point. Leo has taken out Jerky. Counter portal. It's blocked off. They have to wrap around. No one falls for the trap, but it buys critical seconds as Pinko's going to be dropping that invisible boundary, steady with the Soul Rejuvenation onto the point. Sadamoto rushing back in. Ayamamoto pushed back with the Force Physics. Sadamoto going to get locked down at the range of Ultron. It's trying to get the blow up, finds Gonski. That's going to be a huge pickup for Jerky as they wipe the board. Leo's only able to grab one. It's 2-2 right now. 4 for 3 as my monkey is all that's left. Low 9 have the numbers advantage.
It's just the dregs that remain, but iMonkey's not here for any monkey business. They've built up to 100% power on the beam, but Spider-Man's back. No one knows about the gain of Spider-Man, but here the regeneration domain is all of the space that Crisis needs to try and keep this one working. And now coming in, Crisis has their own Eye of Agamotto. What can a duelist player do with a Vanguard ultimate that's been forged in the Mithril mines underneath the Dwarven mines for so long? Cathay to go with the Eternal Bond as well. Gainer can't quite find the entry, but they have the staying power thanks to a Cloak and Dagger, and Crisis just hangs up above. A Sorcerer of Damocles at the point! Oh no! Low 9!
They're forced off the point. They're taken down. And that is going to be Blood Cariuno taking game number 1. Low 9, they lost their position on the point by inches. And as such, the lead goes over to Blood Cariuno, and we called this game would be close, and we are so right.
Oh, not the Sorcerer 9. The S9. Oh, that's real rough. Crisis just not used to playing Doctor Strange, it would seem. Was assuming that someone else from the team would get onto the point when that Cloak of Levitation was being channeled, and the comms just weren't there for the team. It was anybody's game, and maybe if that Eye of Agamotto had a moment to strike true, it could have been Low 9 walking away with this one. Blood Cariuno were forced to their absolute limit. This is going to be a certified fresh King of Banger.
It really, really is. So much trading back and forth between these teams. We talked about how much Crazy Kitty was being targeted that game. They ended up taking 13k damage, which is the same amount that Saint Amoto did. They were just being targeted by an entire Vanguard worth of pressure that entire game. Leo finding snipes, Jerky finding snipes back and forth, leaving Crazy Monkey and Crisis to try and weaken people for these setups, to try and capitalize and follow these Vanguards, but this was huge. Finding in the hallway through that Eternal Bond Wolver, who picked up so many hits that game.
Yeah, it seems like the swap over to Venom really did serve L9 well. I did not want to see any more of a Saint Amoto mag. I'm not gonna lie. Keep it in the box, brother. We'll just let Wolver play that one for now, because you both look so much better on these different Vanguards. We'll have to see if the Magneto makes it through the ban phase again. Wolver shutting down 2 Eternal Bonds in a row has got to be such value. And finally, Crazy Kitty, after a moment of freedom, finally gets like a breath of fresh air. He's like Andy Dufresne breaking the mud to finally taste freedom the second they get to ult without Jerky on top of them all the time.
They found freedom. They were able to capitalize and then swapped over to the Ultron, where they had a lovely time getting some good healing output. They got some lovely range of Ultrons to get some pickups, and then they were able to keep their team up. But iMonkey holding the line, being the last stalwart Vanguard to stand on that point and, well, to quote Cap, say, no, you move.
I mean, late in the fight is when Emma is at her most dangerous. Like, the first Diamond Form cooldown is coming up after you assume the initial engagement. You've got all of that beam charge to try and break through the shields. The Aegis will have been coming back up as well to have some protection. And finally, like, you come in with the Spider-Man at the end. Like, I feel I got flashbanged by the gain of Spider-Man. And let's be fair, rode the dare. But he was there, and he was a threat that had to be contested, and that is what's important, just keeping the pressure off of iMonkey to continue beaming away and force things like that disengage with the Cloak of Levitation that led to the unfortunate lack of contesting on the mission area.
This ain't your ranked games where people will just ego in and say, no, I'm not swapping. You guys hold the point. I'm going to walk back just as Winter Soldier to try and get to the objective again. No, you picked the thing that can get to the point the fastest, because if there's no one on the point, you lose. That's how this game works. And in this case, with the Doctor Strange being forced out of that position, it is going to be Blood Cariuno who take the first map. We're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, map number 2 between Blood Cariuno and Low 9.
Nowhere to hide.
Jerky may have been clocking in to take out Crazy Kitty again and again and again, but unfortunately, when you put all of your attention onto trying to bully Crazy Kitty out of a game, that means there's no one to mark Leolaz. And it turns out those elf eyes see quite a bit when they're free to just perch and stare. Leolaz managing to get some clutches here for Blood Cariudo, and well, maybe a little low C9 happening as well to end our domination map.
In more of a high C9 in this case, as Strange was forced upwards off the point, but I do very much appreciate the reference, as we did see Blood Cariudo able to take game number 1 versus Low 9. Both of these teams a little bit newer as rosters, having come together for Ignite. This is a bit of a more unique experience for them, and the question is, can they transform this into a continuation of the journey? Remember, winner moves on to play against Schmungus to try and earn one of those final spots in the playoffs. The loser will be eliminated, and their journey through stage 1 is over.
Only one team can survive. As you said, the journey could be over in as little as one map for Low 9, but they get to pick where we're going. And Idrisil Path, the great equalizer of Convoy, will be the pick given over. And there we are once again. We are not allowing Saint Tomoto to do this all day.
But we do know that they have that Venom in their back pocket now. There is the potential for a little bit of a flip to get some backline dive. One-sided Magneto going to be picked up by Low 9.
All right, that's going to be another protect on the Wolverine here. Hope, not the Wolverine, no, on the Magneto by Wolver. Hopefully we get to see Wolver play that. Do not show me the Saint Tomoto Magneto again. I do not appreciate it. The Loki and the Luna likely next to go from these teams.
So far,
we go through the motions. You know, these are our standard bands.
These drafts are essentially identical so far.
Yeah.
Taking out the Lunas, taking out the Cap. One side, in this case, Blood Cariudo, for the same as last time, gets the Emma. The other side, Low 9, gets the Magneto. This time, we will see the Punisher getting protected by Blood Cariudo.
Okay, once again, trying to create that awkward composition, relying on Kath to play with the Cloak and Dagger, which can be fairly easily countered during the Eternal Bond with the Magneto, because often you're counting on your own Magneto to hit you with the Metallic Bulwark when you start channeling that ultimate to protect you. So it's going to be the counter ban, of course, on to the Cloak and Dagger to make sure that it can't be matched by Low 9 here. Instead, they're going to likely be playing the Invis and Loki again, as Kath has some decisions to make.
We're looking at Blood Cariudo. They're looking for potential damage boost onto the Punisher. And it looks like they're, again, thinking about a triple strategist, but they're not running the Star-Lord composition with the Jeff. They are going with the Ultron, Mantis, Cloak, and Dagger. Two of the highest damage strategists, plus the Cloak and Dagger, which can actually do some incredible damage and damage boost in these close-knit fights when needed, while, of course, keeping the damage output up onto Leo.
Got to keep that damage output pumping and pumping to overwhelm the enemy. Idrisil Path is, of course, the match as chosen by Low 9 here, as we outlined before. And I feel like Crazy Kitty playing on the Ultron may well be a bit of a response to being so heavily targeted by Low 9. Just being able to freely move on the Y-axis can have it can do bits when it comes to not getting you targeted.
Going to see the Punisher on the other side, as well as Wolver going to be moving on to the Winter Soldier. Jerky will be the one on the Doctor Strange, and it looks like they're going to try and set up for a portal turret.
Oh yeah, just up and above, behind everyone, going to make disengagement from this incredibly difficult. For Crisis, it's open season here, and it's going to drive the Punisher towards the remainder of Low 9. This is some excellent shepherding that's really going to create an unfortunate position for Blood Carrier to play from. For now, we're just going to stick to that high ground, allowing the car to pass by underneath them. Away goes the portal, and so Crisis is going to have to join the main thrust of a push now. Blood Cariudo, they've survived the pincer.
Swapping back onto their normal roles here, although they're currently triple duelist, almost normal roles here. Low 9, Wolver on the Winter Soldier, still Jerky onto the Psylocke. Wolver will get taken down, then we'll see if they do swap back onto Vanguard now. This initial push has stopped on this usual hold corner.
All right, Gainer starting off on the Doctor Strange this time. No nonsense from the Doctor Strange go, potentially. As a fully charged Dark Maelstrom is ready to be released, and guess what? Ah, yes, after 2.5, there's no damage drop off on that one. Ah, the Saint Tomoto Magneto is once again being shown to me. I disapprove.
Let's see how well they can do with this Leo being dropped from the high ground to make sure that they stay safe while their team regroups. Wolver did swap off of that Winter Soldier, has brought out the Groot to create some openings for the teams. Jerky is still in the backline, gets caught out, but will be healed up quickly, using the extra Excursion Grenade to get out of danger and create a little bit of cover so that they can try and move in. Regeneration Domain as the Eternal Bond will be dropped. Final Judgment, straggling prison. Ultimate's being traded back and forth here, but it's going to be Crisis trying to focus down onto Leo, who is taken out.
Oh, Saint Tomoto actually does a great job there with the Metallic Curtain. Big stun onto both Wolver and Gonski, but the damage may well have already been done, and they were inside the invisible boundary, so the healing was aplenty for all of those stunned members of Low 9, and in time to try and turn this one around. The Rage of Ultron onto all of... Oh, I think that Saint Tomoto actually lost their Meteor M. It was overwhelmed so quickly by Crazy Kitty, but it did enough to try and mitigate the incoming damage from a Rage of Ultron, but it gave time for Crazy Kitty to be taken down in the midst of that ultimate, and now Saint Tomoto's making it work with the primary fire rolling on forward. The Magneto is so difficult to defeat. Cath under siege, forced to fade away into the dark zone. And Blood Karyudo, they're going to give it.
Saint Tomoto out for the revenge run here on this Magneto, and it is showing while that Meteor M, like I said, did get overwhelmed, they were still able to drop incredible damage output and zone everyone away on that final defensive point. And now they're going to try and create some space with Wolver. Jerky also here looking for anyone who oversteps, who might be worth a quick blow up with that Shuriken Dash.
Quick self-bubble there from Saint Tomoto. A new right-click, a new chance, just keeping Gainer at arm's length. A bit of a gamer in his own right as well. Rolling forward through the healing proffered by the Cloak and Dagger. A fully charged Dark Maelstrom into the midst of all of these players. Alongside the Iron Vanguard, it could be everything, but seeing that regeneration domain go out, it means that Gainer feels better about it. In comes the Dance of the Butterflies. No concentrated damage onto anyone enough to try and find a knockout here, as then he keeps everyone suspended in animation with that Soul Resurgence. But now, after a disengaged, Blood Karyudo are kind of stuck in these little crevices.
They're forced to back up. They're still grouped up. They're still up, and they do have significant ultimate charges. They're going for the wraparound from behind him. You can see that Wolver knows they're there and is trying to keep them zones, trying to group all. They're attacked against the Eternal Bond as Final Judgment comes out. Meteor M blocked out once again with that extra shielding from the Mind's Aegis.
Yeah, but Saint Tomoto's already got some real value here, getting rid of Cath, possibly pushing them out of their own AoE. Crazy Kitty taken down. Oh, guess what? Jerky's clocked in on the job again, hunting Crazy Kitty, Low 9. They are getting some real value here. Their Vanguard, like, you know what, Saint Tomoto? I wasn't familiar with your game. That's my B, Holmes. Wolver on the Groot and Saint Tomoto on the Magneto is getting it done right now.
This is the Low 9 redemption run, looking for a Low 9 on the leaderboard as they are attempting a speed run here, pushing through Blood Karyudo, looking for openings. Crisis trying to weaken people as they approach. Gonski keeping Wolver topped up. Saint Tomoto landing shots. There's a lot of damage onto Wolver, having to place walls instead of being able to just quickly raise and drop a shield when needed. As Crazy Kitty is still looking for some quick blow-ups on the backline as Jerky once again dives on in. Look at the grouping there by Blood Karyudo.
Yeah, get great grouping up, making sure that everyone shares out the damage, democratizing the Dance of the Butterflies, and now in towards the backline. There's plenty of healing to be had off the back of this Eternal Bond. Monkey feeling that discretion is the better part of valor. They'll simply try and wait this one out before engaging in their own right. Just out of the AoE is Jerky, but both of those Vanguards are grabbed by their brains, and Wolver can't stand up to the damage that was levied by Blood Karyudo. What a great retake.
Crazy Kitty pushing on in, looking for any openings to try and punish them. Low 9 got the early start on that fight. Were able to get the first pickup, but they weren't able to chase anyone back in. Karyudo using their base and this very close spawn location to their advantage. But Jerky has been constantly a menace on the backline of Blood Karyudo as they begin to push on in, looking for their opening, quick shielding onto Gainer, who is getting a big advantage from this Ultron drone in a lot of these fights.
Little bump of high ground there for Gainer off the back of the Ironwood wall. Oh, they've seen the Magneto bubble. This is Gaina's moment to try and move on forward. Did they just block the Strangling Prisoner? Went over the top. Great play there from Wolver, managing to finagle it around Gaina's shield. And Low 9 is just bringing up so much damage here. Gaina can't stand up to this. Just has to get below the roots of Yggdrasil. But the Eternal Tree can't stand up to the damage that Frank Castle brings to bear.
Leo is swapped to the Psylocke to get onto the point faster because that card is moving in. Groot walls to trap them in spawn. Here comes the run-in. Here comes the dash to touch the point. They will reach it in time, but they're being dropped so quickly. Crazy Kitty is going to be able to get the first elimination, though, taking down Pinklow, but will get targeted down by Satamoto. Zeddy falls. Crazy Kitty falls. Monkey is once again going to be on this point, fighting for their life.
Leolash just doesn't have the burst. The pocket is too much, but iMonkey has the secret source that's needed. Multiple players are mind control. They walk towards the pretty lady and hope that she'll give them a little peck on the lips. iMonkey with a quick disengagement. Zenny noted up of a shooting gallery. The Crisis is like playing Duck Hunt right now as they search for these frags. And Leolash coming close to that dance of a butterfly. Ideally, you'd want to find... Oh, that's nothing! Off of the Strangling Prison. Wolver wanted to get Leolash and shut him down, but it's a terrible miss. And now the dance of a butterfly may well go unencumbered towards the back. So many players in close proximity means that trying to concentrate that damage is going to be difficult. Jerky strikes first, and Zenny's going to be the only one caught within this. However, the AoE isn't exactly where it's needed. Out comes the metallic bulwark onto Crisis to give additional staying power. Exactly when it's needed for the Punisher. Leolash doesn't get to use their own ultimate. Crazy Kitty, also with the Rage of Ultron, goes to anger management for a moment longer. And inside the invisible boundary, Low 9 might have everything they need. And a touch more on top of that. iMonkey and Gainer just doing their best to keep this one contested against the culling turret. The damage could be overwhelming. Leolash finds themselves on the business end of Jerky. Finally, the marking has arrived. Crazy Kitty's too far away, and Jerky's popping off uncontested, unnoticed, unbowed, unbent, and unbroken. Low 9 finish with 9 seconds remaining.
A low 9 seconds it is as they push on in, claiming the point. This time the targeting was swapped. Crazy Kitty was not the target. They knew that Leo was holding on to that dance of the butterfly, and Jerky, Satamoto, and Wolver said, no, you cannot. We are holding this. And they just literally picked them off at the spawn door to prevent any kind of turnaround, any kind of flip. And now the pressure is on Blood Cariudo to get the triple cap, force an overtime, or we are heading to a map number 3.
My goodness, that was even with a missed Strangling Prison from Wolver, trying to get the solo onto Leolash. But the pressure was just so great that Leolash never had a chance to find a good dance of the butterflies. And when you're going up against a Loki as well, those doppelgangers can absorb slashes and make it survivable. You need to worry about the regeneration domain as well, which is a complete no-sell onto the dance of the butterflies as well. So it really feels like Low 9 are doing their homework when it comes to trying to minimize Leolash's impact.
Surprisingly so.
Leolash on that Iron Man here in the sky to try and break the siege. They're finally going for that combo, but with Jerky trying to snipe out the sky, Crisis has been targeting the flyer so effectively here. How well will they be able to break this siege with their own solo Vanguard composition? Blood Cariudo push out a spawn here. They do swap back onto the dual Vanguard.
Jerky checking the angles for now. Is going to find Crazy Kitty over here. If they go just a second further, of course, Crisis already identified it as well. The damage onto the Wolverine's approach from the Punisher can be significant and really force you to use those cooldowns earlier than you would like. Crazy Kitty looking for a grab here. Great response coming through. Pineclone was all over that one.
Crisis pushing forward, looking to try and get some targeting onto Leo, who will dash away. Not going to get picked off this time. Satamoto dropped low, is getting healed up nice and quickly by Gonski, and will allow them to hold the line for the moment. Every inch the Blood Cariudo get is important in this early stages. Every second Low 9 can hold them will be huge as Gainer takes down Wolver, pushing it on in, utilizing that Ultron team up to keep the team topped up as they're going to try and zone them at this early doorway.
Coming through his chokes against the Invincible Pulse Cannon as well is going to be an incredibly dangerous ordeal. You need to try and get something out of this. Straight away, Crisis going to be popping through with the Punisher ultimate. Oh, Zenny's just caught before they can get into cover. Didn't have all the movement that they needed, and they don't want to try and shut down the Punisher with the invincible pulse cannon. They were hoping to try and deal with a strategist ultimate instead, like Pine Clones.
Going to be setting up onto the high ground once again. Low9 retreat to the exact same spot they were earlier, and are going to hold from the defensive position. But immediately you can see the shots coming in from the Ultron, from the Iron Man to keep everyone zoned off the point. But Kyoto, they have plenty of time, 2 minutes, and they have the Strange. So potential for Portal re-engage if Gainer is the one who was taken out early. This is always the risk of running the Doctor Strange as opposed to quick swapping to it. But it's such a viable hero that you will see people just lock it in right away.
Yeah, Jerky just decides to exit the Dance of the Butterflies. Oh my goodness, that's 4. Unreal and the nuke in the midst of them. Leolaz and Gainer combined for 4. The absolute alpha strike right there. Unbelievable from Blood Karyuda. What a manufactured opportunity. What is that? What? Physics wants a word.
Crazy Kitty hit Jerky so hard that gravity got stun locked as they're gonna make their way in. Blood Karyudo claim point number 1 and begin making their way in towards point B, already sieging away at the setup members of Low9.
Just easily blasting them down with these repulsor blasts for now. Leolaz already almost halfway towards their next invincible pulse cannon. It's so difficult to deal with if you do not have the regeneration domain available. 100% charge here for... Oh, was that a disengagement last stand? Whoa. Crisis right now, the most intimidating guy. Rolled a nat 20 on that one, and so everyone's forced to use all of their abilities to get away.
Scourge Grenade to back up Crisis, just making sure that they are in a safe position. They did try to go for that counter push, but they can't afford to get picked up. Aya Agamotto over the building, onto the backline. The Flyers are removed. The Walkers are removed. It is full equality in this match as Blood Karyuda are wiped off the board.
The Lone Wolver gets it done, rolling into a back. Huge Eye of Agamotto, and the follow-up's ready to go as well. Now you can really tax Blood Karyuda just trying to exit their spawn, which has quite a bit of chokiness to it as you try and move under this bridge. You can put Leolaz on a different angle to try and open that one up, but look at this. Jerky's actually lurking up there right now. You can see just a little bit of their HP bar. Leolaz could be in danger. Out comes the Rage of Ultron. Yeah, Leolaz just gets picked off easily by Jerky, and even with the attempts at the healing, straight into the Dance of the Butterflies is too much for Ultron.
Low9 are locked down here. Another 2 minutes and 20 seconds remain for Blood Karyudo to try and break this siege as Low9 refuse to give an inch. Jerky, these Dance of the Butterflies, they've not always found eliminations, but they've always been the vanguard, the harbinger of the halting of Blood Karyudo's pushes at this early stage. But Leo has been holding on to this invincible pulse cannon for the optimal moment.
Same angle from Jerky here. Leolaz in danger, forced to just move into the Eternal Bond. It's a big play off the back of iMonkey's seduction. However, Christ is going to try and turn this one around. Disengagement from Kath does not work out, and that means the Eternal Bond has been absolutely atomized from where it once stood. An attempt to try and overwhelm Gainer, who still has the Eye of Agamotto in the back pocket. Leolaz is down. A follow-up for the Eye of Agamotto is probably not going to be there, and so it's going to be a reset once more for Blood Karyuda with 1.5 minutes remaining.
Wolver with that Eye of Agamotto, Media M, but the ult economy is heavily in favor of Blood Karyudo. The problem is they just haven't been able to use it yet. Zenny is going to abandon one of their choices here to move over to the Madness. They're losing multiple ults in order to swap. Leo not even sending that Invisible Pulse Cap out the doorway just to make sure that they have the 50% ult charge on the Punisher, as they're going to try and break this with a slightly more standard composition.
So difficult for Gainer to approach. He's to try and wait out that bubble from the Magneto as well. Backs off into their own healing from the Cloak and Dagger. Rolling forward onto this. Just all of the damage is going Gainer's way. An attempt to try and turn it around. 2 players stunned straight away, but that's going to be a Carbon Crush to try and shut down the follow-up for Wolver, and all have survived thus far. But now the real danger has begun inside the invisible boundary. The final judgment is saying that they feel very unhappy about Blood Karyudo's performance so far, and sentences them back to spawn and a very much reduced time bank.
25 seconds remain. Blood Karyudo, their last-ditch effort. They abandoned the load of ultimates, but they're already charged up on that final judgment. Aya Bagamoto for Gainer and Kath, the Eternal Bond. If they don't get blown up this time, they could create a huge pathway for their team onto the point here. Leo going to try and create an opening. As you can see, that Light Force Wall to come out to try and make sure that everyone is topped up. Culling turret. There's the Eternal Bond pushing in to the back line. They're not even going to burn the final judgment. They want to create space first.
Space is purchased. Now it's down potentially to Gainer to get real value off the back of the side of Agamotto, but already multiple members of Low 9 have fallen. But Karyudo might try and play this economically, and Jerky's just going to tax every single second on that point, stopping it from moving forward.
Now they have to hold this point. It's overtime. They've got one person on the card. A flank from Low 9 right now could be devastating, but they're locked in on this hyper defense because it served them so well for the moment. Here comes the clone from Gonski to give them the invisible boundary for the turnaround here, for the attempted dive. Gainer with the Eye of Agamotto, not going to find a huge target as Crisis, final judgment to create the opening. Second invisible boundary for the point. Overtime is starting to tick down because Blood Karyudo, they can't afford to step off this point. Leo is down, Crazy Kitty is down, and that is gonna be it. There is no one left as Low 9 will even up the score.
Low 9 know where their bread is buttered, decided to take us to Yggdrasil Path, the great equalizer, where their ultimate economy and their just call and response to so many of these pushes allowed them to be defensively excellent. We just saw Jerky so many times getting free value from that bridge, getting a pick onto Leolaz before the strategist could respond, because there was so much pressure going forward onto Gainer in the front line.
The pressure was crazy. Gainer was doing their absolute best. You can see they got targeted down 9 times here. Not as many as Leo and Zeni, both going down 10. It was a much lower elimination game for Low 9 this time, but the most amount of time someone was taken out being 4. The least amount was 2. This was a completely different L9 to that first series.
Yeah, they looked completely different. You know what? Sinamoto and Wolver on this combo, not bad at all. I do respect it. It feels like Wolver just getting so much value out of a Groot as well, continually causing these turnarounds from Gainer to make sure that they have to wonder, like, how much LOS do I have from my strategists? And honestly, there's just so much pain you have to endure as a Doctor Strange when you're going up against a Punisher. I believe I saw like either 50 or 70k damage from Crisis in the midst of all that. Bro was tracking.
He was doing everything to just melt through everyone. Leo was trying to just ping them from a distance as the best as they could, but Crisis was locked in. And of course, this is exactly what we talked about. When so much of your attention is being drawn by that front line, doing huge damage. Wolver on the Doctor Strange, still wild. Wolver on the Doctor Strange and the Groot, creating distractions. Crisis is just pinging away, and while all that's happening, Jerky is in the backline. Every single one of those Dance of the Butterflies found at least some value, even if it wasn't a pick up.
All right, we always get one best of 3 that goes the distance 1-1. Neither of these teams wants to exit first here at Marvel Rivals Ignite, and we kind of knew that this was likely to be the closest matchup. I don't personally know a huge amount about Blood Karyudo and Low 9. They've been swimming around the scene for a while, but haven't really made it into the highest of echelons. But we don't know what the second generation of Marvel Rivals esports talent is going to look like yet. Every single game, you always see new players come in and supplant the old blood because they're coming in with a higher baseline of knowledge than those who made the first discoveries all that time ago. And maybe we're already starting to see a second generation of professional players rise to the forefront, Tedja.
We have one game left for today, one map to decide which of these teams we'll be saying goodbye to. We're going to head to a quick break, but when we come back, who will ascend? Who will have to fight again? It will be the final map between Blood Karyudo and then Low 9.
Today, the age of Ultron begins. Termination. Challenge me, you animals. Emperor's protection.
It is time to say goodbye to one more team. The last game for this week in EMEA. We still, of course, have the Americas coming up a little bit later in the day. But we sit at a 1-1. No matter what happens, one of these teams will be progressing to play against Schmungus. The other will be going home.
Yeah, for one of these teams, it's going to be a very busy prep week of like, yo, can you scrum us but play Black Panther and Scarlet Witch, please? Do me, just one solid, bro. Just one Scarlet Witch scrim, please, bro. Blood Karyudo and Low 9 are both giving it their all, but now Blood Karyudo get to decide which map we're going to, but it's got to be Convergence as the last remaining mode we have, Tedsha. Still, that gives them some options as to how they want to try and play this. Maybe a symbiotic surface where if they ban out Saint Emoto's Captain America, perhaps it's going to be, yep, there it is, symbiotic surface. We're going to Clintar, and Saint Emoto instantly is target banned.
Immediately, so far, similar bans. We're going to see that Magneto taken away by Low 9 once again. Emma protected for Blood Karyudo. So far, this draft is looking incredibly familiar, leg day.
Indeed, it is. We're likely going to see the Magneto protect here. Saint Emoto and Wolver as a Mag Groot duo, like the old classic, the old heads, the flashback in time, seems to have been getting some real value on Idris Path. And I think that you can definitely get similar value out of that Vanguard duo here on Clintar.
As we expect to see that fairly well predicted, as it's been in basically every single game. This is the early setup with the Captain America being banned out just out of preference against the side of Low 9, and then we're seeing Loki's, the Luna Snows, Emma's being picked and banned on Mirror, and once again, for the third time in a row, Low 9 will get their hands on Loki.
All right, serve them well for double invisible boundaries. It does do a good job of making sure that that Punisher does get all of the protection that's necessary. The easiest way to stop your Punisher from being fell during the ultimate, just make him imperceivable, you know? If you can't perceive the Punisher, you can't punish the Punisher.
That's going to be the Human Torch as the final ban. Not going to target the Punisher. Blood Karyudo choosing instead to get rid of that flyer, preventing any aerial siege. There is currently a Black Panther being hovered, but nope, we're going to move over to the dueling Psylocke once again. Yeah, Leolaz likely going to be quite happy to return to the Psylocke here. Jerky actually had a damn good match on Idris Path, using those high grounds, just being able to drop in like a trained shinobi on an unaware Blood Karyudo, or a Blood Karyudo that was already having to throw so many resources into Gainer that they could not deal with having one of their duelists in the middle of a slight panic against a Psylocke. I'd see if that same kind of thing can be managed here on Symbiotic Surface. A long walk from the attacker spawn to the objective with a big line of sight. This is a very difficult map to push up on, with a lot of teams choosing to take the right-hand rotation up to the high ground, a lot of times using Groot to allow themselves to move through that area a little bit easier. It's a tough map. We are seeing Wolver on that Groot for the defense to potentially shut that down. Oh, portal potential. Yep, likely going to be a portal rollout here, especially with Blood Karyudo, knowing that if they lose this first fight with the portal, they will have it again for this the last contest potentially. Already popping that diamond form, they just go in and grab Wolver by the throat, absolutely mugging the group. 800 HP becomes 0 real quick here as Leolaz. Oh, the combination of the Moon Knight with the portal, putting down that Onk, instantly getting a huge amount of damage out that just cannot be effectively healed by the strategists. Great first Alpha Strike. Wolver's going to try and portal back in for the turnaround, but it's not in time. They just let it go back up and go into the defensive position, realizing they don't have enough time. And time is exactly what we just saw. Blood Karyudo just snowballed that first point, culling turret set up by Low 9. Blood Karyudo have brought out Gainer to try and flank it and deal with it on the side. You can see the Psylocke in the silhouette on the right-hand side of your screen, creeping around. I mean, over up against two, though. Jerky could have bitten off more than they could chew over here. He's going to recheck it. Don't know if they know.
Okay, both Solids are just going to wait here silently. Leolad's forced to use their stealth after being pinged from elsewhere. Crisis now under siege, not wanting to commit too far, knowing that Jerky is still around there, just harassing the edges, working the margins, and eroding the space away from Blood Cayudo.
Monkey being the main person in the front of the actual cart push is getting focused down effectively here, but with a lot of the healing focus onto them, they're able to hold the line for this. Finally, Blood Cayudo were able to get a draft when they got both the Cloak and Dagger and the Invisible Woman and didn't have to Mantis, and it's working out for them as Crisis takes out Gainer, though, with that final judgment to try and melt through any of these attackers. But once again, Blood Cayudo have gone for the classic take cover, but they did still lose 2 members.
Yeah, this isn't as decisive as Low9 would have liked, with their main ultimates contributed to this with both the Punisher and the Invisible Woman. Now the Eternal Bond's going to come on out. Can it be shut down by Saint Amoto? Yes, it can! The perfect Meteor M before the last dash even came out at the mid-pause of the Eternal Bond. Saint Amoto strikes true, and Blood Cayudo, now they are running out of steam.
That was a huge setup. Blood Cayudo blew so many abilities for that. Leo no longer in the game here as they did get picked off by the Loki sent back to spawn. Low9 only have that Eye of Agamotto, and Blood Cayudo do still have ultimate economy, but time is starting to tick down. They have so much though, due to how quickly they claim point number 1, still with just under 4 minutes to go.
Yeah, it's an uncanny time bank here, Tetra. I'm not going to lie to you. Big control coming through onto Gainer. Does manage to escape for a moment. Crazy Kitty may have caught a love tap here and there from the Sentinel Strikes and was easily taken out towards the... Oh my goodness. Jerky in the back. Absolutely feasting. It's an all-you-can-eat buffet of strategists and duelists that was arrayed before them, and boy took a bite.
Jerky has activated like a sleeper agent. After the first game, they were getting a couple picks. Second game, they were getting a lot. And this game, they are feeding good right now. Eating good, picking up every elimination they can, constantly being annoying for the backline of Blood Cayudo.
Easy game, easy life for Crisis right now. Fully defended. Does get pulled in by the Force Physics towards the end, but uses Scourge Grave for a quick back blast to get into there. Wolf is continuously threatening. It's the implication of the Eye of Agamotto that could actually be dangerous here. Remember that they can be shut down if they're caught within a Sonic Seduction, but Crisis tries to turn it around with their own last judgment.
Trying to burn on through the front line, but that invisible boundary is keeping everyone topped up and utilizing that null essence for cover. Wolver, Eye of Agamotto interrupted, allowing Kraken impact for Crazy Kitty to come on in, but not finding any resets here as that timer will expire. Bionic Hook onto Saint Amoto will take them down, and we're starting to see a little bit of capitalization, but does the Butterfly says absolutely not. Kath goes down, Leo on the counter to try and get a mirror, but will get melted.
Leolad's caught on the other side, though. Wasn't able to get too much off of their ultimate either. Both teams just grouped up, democratized the damage, and now Wolver forced to disengage after losing their shield for Seraphim. For now, Blood Cayudo have all the pressure they need to keep this moving on forward, knowing that Gainer is going to continuously harry these squishy backliners.
Saint Amoto Media M at the ready, invisible boundary eye monkey. Trying to create some space, charge up those attacks as they're gonna burn the Freedom Charge quite early here to try and commit onto the backline. Regeneration Domain will be used. Invisible Boundary coming out as well. That's both of their big defensive abilities outside of that Media M. But everyone is topped up. Everyone is healthy. Here comes Crisis with that final judgment to push on through as Blood Cayudo are not looking healthy, which is gonna be huge pickups onto the flying past Monkey.
Another disengagement here from Blood Cayudo. They're calling it, but there's an attempt to try and chase them down. Jerky's just making sure that nothing's for free. Oh, that may well have been a... Oh, it forced out the Eternal Bond. They need to get some value off this, and they are. Crazy Kitty's already gone down. I think that may well have been a copy coming through from Gonski onto Kath to try and get that Eternal Bond. Low9, though, in this defensive position, they are once again going to be able to have Jerky wrapping behind.
Doing so much good work. Leo is just hanging out here. They can maybe walk onto this, and it looks like they're thinking about it. Jerky may have spotted them, though, which will put a stop to this.
Leolaz stalking, trying to sniff out some prey. A vulnerable member isolated from the pack, but for now, Wolver and Saint Tomoto are staying together. Jerky also has the option to use for Dancer Butterflies in towards the backline. Desperately wants Zenny. Zenny tries to bring up something, but could not find anything. And iMonkey's going to be falling as well. What value off the Dance of the Butterflies? And now Saint Tomoto just stands above it all as if he was still on his throne of Genosha. The mutant king just reigns over with a reign of terror, and with an iron fist he crushes Blood Karyudo.
They're pushing him back. Gator is zoned out completely. Will get picked off by Jerky. 13 seconds left. Crazy Kitty is going to be trying to portal, but can they reach in time? They will make it, but the question is, will they hold the point with Leo picked off right at the end? That's going to really stagger that pickup, meaning they will not have that Dance of the Butterflies for the defense here. Zenny with the invisible boundary going to try and keep Blood Karyudo up. iMonkey with the psionic seduction. That box is doing heck work. That is a huge pickup. Dance of the Butterfly, they're completely grouped. Goodbye, low 9.
Blood Karyudo, it took them 5 minutes to overtime to try and find the fight they wanted, but iMonkey delivers. 5 players mind controlled, and all low 9 can do is stare at Emma and wish that she wouldn't, but you bet that she does. Blood Karyudo earns another minute and a half onto their tournament lifetime here of the attack.
Once again, Gator trying to put some pressure on. A little bit of a team-up request to allow them to dash away a bit quicker with that Winter Soldier. Crazy Kitty helping Gator get away from any pickups. Wrapping around again. Finds Jerky on the flank. With Leo now moving in to try and chase them down. Dance of the Butterfly has to be burned defensively.
Oh my goodness. Jump scare Dance of the Butterflies. Knows that Leo is lurking back here, but decides not to invest too much time onto it. Instead wants to try and help deal with this front line. Wolvers stayed onto this, hoping to try and get some value out of the eye of Agamotto. Up goes the Meteor M. Multiple players stunned in the thereafter. The shields were broken down, and the damage is being delivered, but the healing is good from Blood Karyudo. Finally, Calf falls, and that means that the Eternal Bond has gone elsewhere. Gonski actually gets a frag with the stolen territory down below.
Blood Karyudo regrouping. They have 15 seconds left and no portal available. They used it earlier. Counter portal to block off the spawn point coming in from Wolver. Who they have now is who it can get to the point. Gator going to be rushing in with the leap to try and get themselves onto the point with the final judgment coming out. Invisible boundary is just off of the objective as overtime is ticking down because they can't step out of the boundary.
They couldn't make it onto the invisible boundary. Crisis getting everything he wants and a touch more. The Vanguard line has been decimated. Crazy Kitty's been put down for a catnap. Leolaz leaps on, but the fellowship is far from complete, and you won't be casting the ring into Mordor today as Low 9 holds strong on third.
But that was still a big distance gained by Blood Karyudo. 2.76 meters. Low 9, they have a lot of expectations on them to try and outpush this, especially with how quickly Blood Karyudo grabbed point number 1, but they took a long time on that point number 2.
Took a hard while. 5-minute time bank almost.
Yeah.
Whittled down to overtime, and could have been a stop right there if iMonkey had not found the absolute perfect ultimate. Credit as well to Crazy Kitty with that portal, setting it up perfectly to give iMonkey the angle. It's important to have these players on your team who know the Doctor Strange portal well and can position it in a tactically advantageous zone rather than just kind of panicking it right onto the cart.
Crisis has 25k damage, almost double literally anyone else in the game, and Jerky has 11 final hits. They've been flanking so hard, just finding everyone who even steps away for a second.
Jerky's been having a hell of a game. It's been crazy from them. Of course, they're giving everyone that additional HP from the team up. And then we'll be swapping back over, I imagine, onto the Psylocke Leolaz. Just sitting around for now with Gainer, looking to gain the information. Question is, will they be able to do something to interrupt Wolver's casting of the portal? Gainer shows themselves. But here come the Grug squad. They are going to definitely be stopping that one. Stay away from my Strange.
Portal directly up above the objective here. Just Strange a little bit alone. Now they can try and fire on in with Crisis shooting from above to siege while the rest of the team pushes on forward. But they don't have the best angle here. Blood Karyudo are positioned quite effectively to avoid getting picked up, but any retreat will at least get harassed.
Leolas has made a move to maybe catch Crisis as they leave the spawn in Iceland. Oh, Leolas actually went through the portal as well before anything else happened. Great focus there. Oh, big grab onto Wolver coming through from Crazy Kitty, but unable to really convert onto it due to a well-timed shield coming in from Saint Tomoda to help their fellow Vanguard. For now, though, it's all about Low 9 controlling this point. A second tick likely to come on through. Now Blood Carriudo have no other options. They need to deliver on the fight right now. They need to keep it contested. Maybe a direct request to clash with the Captain America as everyone brings up the invisible boundaries.
It's going to be the clone from Gonski, but they won't get a second because Pink Clone was picked off earlier on in this fight. But there's the counter. Jerky once again with what might be a game-changing dance to the butterfly Media M to take out Kath and prevent that eternal bond. We've been seeing Saint Moto lock in on that, and it looks like we are seeing Low 9 held at a sliver away from grabbing point number 1.
On the other side, solo dance for the butterflies onto Pine Clone. Crisis up next. Leolas refuses to lose, but the same could be said of Jerky. Both of these Psylogs are just absolutely on it right now. Monkey chase down Seinamoto back onto the Venom. It should be plenty of resets available as all of these Loki doppelgangers are just burst on through by Crazy Kitty. Oh, the cat is back and he's put on a brand new hat, but Wolver turns up when it matters the most with an absolutely massive Eye of Agamotto. But still, Low 9 managed to find the cap.
The portal was in the process of being cast, dropped right as the objective was captured. Blood Kyrudo not able to get in there. They're forced to back up and regroup. Tried to send a little bit of damage through because they knew it was there. But this means the positioning advantage can be taken by Low 9 as they push up aggressively. Not going to make it to the elevator though, so high ground will, at least for now, elude them.
Yeah, potentially going to wait for that one to reset. Going to roll on up with both the Loki and the Doctor Strange for an attempted siege. Crisis moving on up now with the final judgment. Plenty of damage. Crazy Kitty was not moving away fast enough. Curiosity may well have killed the cat in this case. And those who remain, they are going to be subjected to a bunch of damage coming through. Cat actually still here on the Rocket Raccoon, hoping to get some real value out of a battle recall beacon, but I don't think it resurrected Crazy Kitty.
Trying to get at least any kind of protection. It will have to be held for later as Jerky once again another value. That's going to be a third. Looking for the fourth onto Monkey, who will get taken down. And Jerky, if they don't get MVP this game, or at least SVP, then I will be shooketh.
I think there may be a troll portal coming through here from Wolver. Trying to stop a recontest to come through from Blood Carriudo. There's already some interception interceding onto those who would come on through. Nice. And now there's 4.5 minutes for basically half a third Tetra. This is so winnable for Low 9.
They're trying to siege on in with that culling turret, picking everyone up through this tunnel, doing huge damage to Gator. Invisible boundary has to be burned extremely early, and Crazy Kitty will finally find Jerky on this flank, but Leo not as lucky on the flank here.
Here comes the peeling from the Meteor M, making sure that these stun targets can't be shut down even with the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. It's instantly burst down by Seinamoto, and now Crisis gets the Metallic Bulwark. All the healing you could ask for as a Punisher, all the support you could possibly need, and a quick carbon kick may send back Crisis, but he's unbothered and unmoisturized as he just sits back comfortably with the Punisher.
They're rushing up. They want to zone away from the point. Let the cart do the work if you can, so that you can flank it. Leo will be able to delay it, but does not want to get picked off by Crisis. It's on the finish line. Leo saving their team, pushed off with the force physics. Someone else needs to touch it. Will be Gator race away onto the point, but already with 3 people going down, the Dance of the Butterfly will find nothing. It's a full commitment right now as Monkey will have to repeat some efforts from earlier to try and hold it, but they cannot do so. Low 9 wipe that fight, take the map, take the game, and they will move on to play against Schmungus.
No heroics this time for Monkey. Low 9, they refuse to lose after falling down on domination. They figured it out. Crisis, what a performance from the Punisher player. Honestly, putting up absolute bits when it comes to the stats. Hopefully we can look at what the actual total was here for Crisis. 35k, the leader by a significant margin.
Okay, I'll give that over. I'll give that MVP over. Jerky close second, but 17 final hits, 35k damage. That was crazy. Gator put in so much effort. I love that they even brought in the Moon Knight and the Storm for the speed of that official engage with the portal to just rush as fast as they can. But the second Low 9 were able to start grouping up and take more standard fights, these Media M's were perfect. These defenses were perfect. These Eye of Agamotto's were perfect, and Crisis was always protected.
Yeah, like the survivability onion around Crisis. Multiple shields, continuously getting everything they needed from the Guardian shield, the Metallic Bulwark, just randomly holding up the shield of a Seraphim in front of him. The MVP treatment really came through from Low 9, and it really paid dividends. And you know what? Credit to Jerky being able to get so much done with so few resources when everything's going into Crisis.
Was always dancing in and out. We saw maybe one Dance of the Butterfly that was not useful, and that's because if they hadn't, then they would have been absolutely ganked by Gator and Leo. Using it defensively, didn't find any pickups, but the fact is they were still up for the fight. And look at Jerky here, just picking up one after the other, diving in. The Eternal Bond, the only thing saving Blood Karyudo, but it was forced to be used, meaning that Saitamoto can just aim and fire.
Yeah, great game here from Saitamoto. I was a little bit worried about the Magneto coming into thinking, oh, okay, Saitamoto's getting target banned on the Captain America. I mean, he's that scary, but it means that you let the Magneto through, and it turns out Saitamoto kind of nasty with the dunks as it goes, and that means that there's also all the more advantage that you can have in the Punisher versus Punisher. That's the weakness of having to go for that first target ban as a team to try and get rid of the Captain America. You are not going to be well equipped to deal with the Punisher, though.
And that is it. We unfortunately do have to say goodbye this stage to Blood Karyudo, putting up an incredible fight. But Low 9 will be continuing their journey. They are now one game away from making playoffs. They just need to take on Shmungus.
Oh, Shmungus, it's going to be a weird one to scrim for. But question is, will Shmungus copy the ban strategy of Blood Karyudo, which seemed to have some value on domination, getting rid of Saitamoto's ability to just harass your backline to Kingdom Come and back via that Captain America? But I feel like on the non-domination maps, while the Captain America might be annoying, you can't let a Magneto deficit happen.
You can't let the Magneto deficit happen. You can maybe try and stop Shmungus from getting some of their favorites, some of these targeted picks here. There is also the slight advantage here of that Shmungus aren't the only streamers in this game. Jerky is a big streamer as well and has a lot of experience playing against people like Necros in particular. So there is going to be some familiarity there. If there is a team that might be prepared for some of the weirder Shmungus drafts, it might be Low 9.
Yeah, they are going to definitely have met plenty of Shmungus players in ranks. Of course, all those guys are ranked demons when they're putting in their content creator hours. We'll have to see how much Shmungus get out of their scrim this week. We're going to have a quick interview with the man you've been hyping up, Jerky themselves, to see how that went down for Low 9.
Jerky, congratulations
hello.
on the win. Able to take what must have been a very tough game. So when you went in on this Psylocke to try and just get these backlines, was it an active targeting just against Crazy Kitty, or did that just happen to work out that they were in the right place at the right time?
That's just how it worked out. I mean, he was playing a flyer hero, so it's always easier to hit a flying hero as Psylocke. So yeah, that didn't go in his favor, but mostly it was just the first person I saw.
When it came to your in-game adaptations, we saw a couple of different Vanguard lines you moved through on Low 9, mostly due to Saitamoto getting target banned because of Cope. How did you guys decide what you were going to play for Vanguards?
So every team is banning Saitamoto's cap. I mean, he is the greatest, right? He is the best cap of all time. So I understand that, but I don't think a lot of people know that he's actually a really good Vanguard player. Like, he has a Magneto in him, he has an EMEA in him, like, he's a really good player overall. And Wolverine, I mean, that guy has been around for a long time. He started in closed beta, and he is the Sorcerer Supreme, yeah. So, I mean, they just played what they were comfortable on, and it just worked.
So I obviously was chatting on in your stream chat a little bit ago, asking if you had a roster for Ignite. So the question is, how long has this team been cooking together as a 6?
Well, actually, this exact team hasn't been cooking for a while. It's probably a week, but the original Low 9, which had Rosa in it, was created about 3 weeks ago. But sadly, he did have to leave for America, so we did need to find a replacement.
You put up such a good performance on solo today. I'm sure there are many people in the chat who would like to, do a bit of a jerky cosplay when it comes to being able to put up those numbers. What goes into a successful dance of the butterflies? Because you were getting a lot of value out of that queue.
I think just tracking the enemy support ultimates, because when you know they don't have one, or you know that the team has kind of equal ult charge, you need to find the perfect timing to go in there. So you either bait out the ultimates so you have an advantage, or you just kill them because they don't have enough ultimates to cover for their supports. But also, you can't do Dance of the Butterflies if your teammates don't follow, right? Because everyone can just stand in it, and it does not do enough damage if 4+ people stay in there.
So to call it back to some of your previous games, we of course had this one, and we had your first round match. You are the team that has gone 2-1 in basically all of your series now, and your next opponent is Schmungus.
Schmungus,
Do you think you can keep this streak going? And if so, how are you preparing for them?
I mean, Schmungus, they do have Necros. Necros is quite an old player. We did meet each other a few times on the Human Torch. I do like to call him the Human Candle, however. But yeah, I think we do have it in the bag. I think we're the better team overall. But time will tell. Time will tell. That's all I can say.
Since you've got some interesting words about Necros being maybe a human candle, do you have any words for the rest of the bracket or the audience about Low 9 or anyone else who you particularly want to go into a match against?
Who do I want to go in a match against? I think the Kings, VP or Berber or Rad would be an amazing match. It would be a pretty close fight, I think. We've been improving at a rapid pace, so I mean, bring us the Kings, right?
Bring them the Kings. It's the gauntlet thrown down by Jerky. Thank you very much. We'll let you go to celebrate with your team. Perfect. Congratulations on that win. They will continue their journey. Low 9 not out yet. They now have to face up against Schmungus as we prepare for next week's games. Leg day. What a day. What the games we have had. We have had so much crazy stuff.
It's been an absolute barn burner here, even with so many 2-0s. All of them were very close or surprising 2-0s, where we definitely got to see some interesting things, like Dusty in particular, bringing out the Penny, bringing out the Squirrel. These are the results, the wasteland that we stand in now that the war is done. Let's have a quick look at our bracket to see how we're going to be heading into week number 2. All Business going up against OGC, who were very impressive today, up against 0%, and Schmungus versus Low 9.
And on the other side, we have even more matchups set up for that lower bracket. Insomnia taking out Team Peps. They go against Alcancia. Virtus Pro face Yoinkanda. And the crosshairs, no Squirrel Girl crosshairs, but the crosshairs of these teams are set on that lower bracket set here. If they can win their games in the lower bracket, they are in that Final Four and qualified for the playoffs.
All right, let's go over to our other side of the bracket with Group B. It's going to be Peps versus Alcancia and Virtus Pro. In the lower bracket, Virtus Pro versus old enemies Yoinkanda. Etsu really gave them a run for their money during the Marvel Rivals Invitational in the Winter Soldier versus Winter Soldier meta. And now Yoinkanda, they are hungry to go up against VP once again. Can you imagine being the team that knocked out VP before playoffs in Ignite? That would certainly be something.
There's going to be a lot of pressure, but also a lot of relief. What most people might be calling the toughest matchup out the way. This may be letting them sit on cloud 9 mentally and just believe that we definitely have the ability to do this. Or could the pressure of currently being the top be weighing on them? Insomnia will certainly be hoping for the latter.
Yeah, Insomnia are going to have a lot of hopes going into this. Let's have a quick look at how our schedule is going to pan out for our next day. I believe it's going to be next Thursday when EMEA does return to your screens. So we're about to wrap up our week here. Going to be Schmungus versus Low 9 up first. Okay, straight into the content, and then Virtus Pro versus Yoinkanda.
Following that, we have All Business versus OG Seed, who are powering on through, showing that investments do matter. And we will finish up with Team Peps versus Al Qadsiya. Some incredible matchups from some incredibly creative teams. Schmungus, so creative with their drafts. And then at the bottom, Team Peps with the innovation on some of these spawn holds. That is going to be such an incredible day of content.
Oh yeah, the future certainly is bright, Tetra, and you can learn a future is bright as well in-game by getting some of the Future Foundation costumes that have recently been released in-game for both the Invisible Woman and the Thing. Fight for the future that you want to see. Join the Future Foundation. They're already available in-game, so go spend your units.
Get them in. These skins look beautiful. We even saw that Invisible Woman Future Foundation skin was being used earlier today. So if you want to be like your favorite players, then now is the opportunity to jump into game and grab that for yourself. But for us, we have so many more exciting games coming up for starting next week on Thursday all the way through to Sunday. Leg day, it's been an absolute pleasure. Quick question, what was your favorite game?
I feel like Dusty was my favorite game, just because it's so, like I got flashbanged by so many things that I don't think I've ever cast a game like that in my life, and maybe I'll never get to again. So I'm just gonna savor that experience. But it's really hard to pick one, Tetra. So you do the same.
Also, Dusty, that was such a fun and creative game. Like you said, Squirrel Girl with flanking Penny. We don't get to see that too often. So I was in absolute joy, and thank you for throwing my flashbang question back at me. I deserve it.
You certainly do. But our audience deserves to see all the more from Marvel Rivals Ignite, so do not fear. North America is going to be coming your way in just a few hours, so make sure that you follow wherever you are watching right now on Marvel Rivals on Twitch or on YouTube. We will see you for more EMEA on Thursday next week.
The tags here because there's no more sustain.